Chapter 2806. Who is it? Wu shouted as he looked at the young man who was walking towards them. He became solemn because the person in front of him was not simple. Qi Tian Boundary, Heavenly Xing Sect, Xing Ming. The sturdy young man said faintly. He was calm and composed, looking down on everyone. He looked at Moling Dongchen and smiled. His smile was elegant. He was full of admiration for Moling Dongchen. Qi Tian Boundary? You're from the Heavenly Xing Sect, Xing Feng's younger brother, Xing Ming. Wu Yu's expression changed. The person in front of him was a genuine mid-divine king, and his aura was extremely solemn. He did not care about the 10 divine kings at all. His boldness was awe-inspiring. Xing Ming's expression was solemn and unhappy. He never wanted to live under his brother's shadow. It seemed like most people knew him through his brother, Xing Feng. This made him extremely annoyed. As a mid-divine king, he had to live under his brother's shadow. It was easy to imagine how angry he was. Since you know who I am, get lost now. Xing Ming said coldly. Brother Xing, we're from Fengshan Boundary. Do you really want to go against the entire Fengshan Boundary? You may be strong, but we're not to be trifled with. Wu Yue said. Obviously, he would not be scared off by Xing Ming. In that case, we'll have to fight. Since you only know my brother, Xing Feng, I'll let you know my strength today. Xing Ming and Wu Yue stared at each other. None of them wanted to take a step back. Qi Tian Boundary is full of heroes, but there are no cowards in our Fengshan Boundary. If we fight to the death, you alone might not be able to defeat all 10 of us. Wu Yue said. I'm going to protect this girl. Because she's going to be mine. Xing Ming said domineeringly. Moling Dongchen frowned. This guy did not come with good intentions. He might not be sincere in saving them. Mo Fengzhou and Mo Qihan's faces looked terrible too. He. Heroes always fall for beauties. Do you know why I want to kill them? Wu Yue said with a smile. Say it now. Xing Ming said impatiently. That's because that woman possesses Agarwood. Thunderstruck Agarwood. Wu Yu specially emphasized that it was Thunderbolt Agarwood. Xing Ming's pupils shrunk. He suddenly turned around and looked at Moling Dongchen. Is that true? If you don't believe me, you can ask her. Brother Xing, in today's battle, I can choose to take a step back. This Thunderbolt Agarwood, you and I can each take half. Let's stop here and bury the hatchet. What do you think? Wu laughed and squinted his eyes. At this moment, Xing Ming looked at Moling Dongchen with a meaningful look. Even if that's the case, and I understand your reasoning, why should I split it with you? What right do you have to share it with me? This Thunderbolt Agarwood is mine. The woman is also mine. Ha! Xing Ming was incomparably arrogant, even more so than Wu Yu. His laughter reverberated through the air and traveled thousands of miles. The eyes of Wu Yu and the rest turned colder. You're really greedy. It seems like you want to go against us even if you have to risk your life. Wu Yu realized that he had underestimated Xing Ming. Xing Ming was demanding an exorbitant price and wanted to take everything for himself. Moling Dongchen and the other 2 were in despair. Xing Ming was not their savior. He was just like Wu Yu, an out-and-out robber. Give it to me. Xing Ming's eyes turned cold. He quickly took the spatial ring from Moling Dongchen's hand. Moling Dongchen's expression turned cold and she quickly retreated. However, Xing Ming was too powerful and she was already at the end of her rope. She could not fight back at all. Xing Ming stretched out his hand and the spatial ring was about to be sucked into his palm. However, at this moment, a cold light flashed. Everyone gasped. The speed was too fast. Even Xing Ming's face turned cold. The Thunderbolt Agarwood that he was about to get was snatched away by someone else. You're not just a robber. Moreover, it's such a beautiful woman. Where's your public morality? A sneer sounded beside Moling Dongchen's ears. Moling Dongchen's beautiful eyes twitched. This voice made her feel comfortable. Even though she could not see his face, she had already guessed who he was. Her partner in the Divine Tomb. The stubborn young man who turned the situation around with his own strength. Even the invitation from God Luo clan and Mo family were ignored by him. He was Jiang Chen. A warm feeling appeared in Moling Dongchen's heart. This guy did not disappoint her after all. From the moment she heard about him from Mo Qihan, his figure had appeared in her mind. She did not come to the battle royale of the 9 counties in vain. Boss Jiang, it's really you. Emo Kahan was extremely excited. In the divine tomb, Jiang Chen was their backbone. Among millions of experts, the only person they respected was Jiang Chen. Without Jiang Chen, these so-called geniuses from the immortal world would not exist. In front of Jiang Chen, their so-called geniuses were not worth mentioning at all. Jiang Chen's appearance gave Emo Kahan a reassurance. At this moment, he knew that the former king would not disappoint him. Who are you? Do you know who I am? How dare you interfere in my business? Xing Ming's eyes were burning. He stared at Jiang Chen Lang with anger burning in his heart. The thunderbolt Agarwood that he was about to get was snatched away by Jiang Chen just like that. Who should bear this anger? It goes without saying. I don't care who you are. Even if your brother is here, I will not give you any face. Heavenly Xing Sex people, are they all scums? Your brother was defeated by me and you still want to fight with me? Jiang Chen looked at Xing Ming in disdain. Not only Xing Ming, even Wu Yue and Moling Dongchen's countenance changed. Did this fella really defeat Xing Feng of Heavenly Xing Sect? This was simply too shocking. Heavenly Xing Sect was on the same level as Heavenly Profound Sect and Eastern Emperor Sect. Xing Feng's strength was comparable to the 3 great experts of Chilean boundary, Heavenly Profound Sect's Xian Shinji, Killing Luo Sect's Gue Gu and Eastern Emperor Sect's Dong Huang Tai. This fella actually defeated Xing Feng. Who is he? You're that alchemist. Xing Ming instantly knew who this person was. Before entering Wangdi Mountain, his brother and the elders of his sect had lost to this alchemist. It seemed like it was true. Ha ha ha. This is hilarious. You only won because of my sect's elders' alchemy skills. Do you think that you, an early divine king, can compete with my brother? Dream on. Although I don't like him, I have to teach you a lesson for slandering him. Otherwise, you'll really think that you're invincible. Chapter 2807. We should be fine as long as he's here. Moling Dongchen said in a low voice. He was extremely calm. As long as Jiang Chen was here, everything would be fine. Emo Fengzhou squinted his eyes. He had heard Emo Kahan mention this fella before. This fella was also from the immortal world. His strength should be extraordinary. However, no matter how strong he was, could he really fight alone? There were 10 early Divine King Realm experts and a mid-Divine King Realm expert from the Heavenly Xing Sect. How could he be so fearless? Isn't he being too arrogant? Is he really that strong? Emo Fengzhou said. You've never seen it, so you'll never understand what Jiang Chen's name represented in the Divine Tomb once upon a time. Emo Kahan said faintly. He turned a blind eye to Emo Fengzhou's doubt and anxiety. It was not because he was disdainful, but because he did not understand what Jiang Chen's strength represented. At least, Emo Kahan did not believe that Jiang Chen's strength was only that much. Since he had the confidence to stand here, it meant that he was confident. Are we really going to hand our lives over to an early divine king fella? Emo Fengzhou murmured. However, at the next moment, he suddenly realized that they had no way out. At this moment, if it wasn't for Jiang Chen, they would have fallen into a hopeless situation and Moling Dongchen would have died. Emo Fengzhou felt sorry for Jiang Chen's misfortune, but he was angry at Jiang Chen's lack of strength. He could not change his fate. He could do nothing about it. Jiang Chen looked at Xing Ming and said calmly, "Even so, your brother was still defeated by me." Jiang Chen's strength made Wu Yu and the others fall into deep thoughts. Who is this fella? Is he really that strong? He didn't even take Xing Feng of the Heavenly Xing Sect seriously. That guy was at least one of the top 10 geniuses in the Battle Royale of the 9 counties. How could he be defeated by an early Divine King kid? But now, he was fearless as he faced Xing Ming. Xing Ming also confirmed that it was Jiang Chen. He did not know what to do. However, he was not willing to leave just like that. After all, the 10 of them were early Divine Kings. Even if Jiang Chen had 3 heads and 6 arms, they still had the upper hand in terms of numbers. What he was worried about the most was that the 2 of them would not fight to the death. If that's the case, even if he wanted to reap the benefits, he would not be able to. Currently, Wu Yu was becoming more and more cautious. The situation was the most delicate. No one knew who would become the target of all. However, what he needed now was to join hands with Xing Ming to defeat Jiang Chen. As for who would emerge victorious, it would depend on the will of the heavens. At least for now, Xing Ming had already gone against him. He had to take a step back first. I, Xingming, never kill a nameless person. Jiang Chen. From the moment you knew my name, no one could save you anymore. Jiang Chen smiled. But at this moment, Wu Yu and the others' countenance changed. They came from the Fengshan boundary. They knew that there was a devil in the Linhe boundary. Otherwise, they would not have missed the battle royale of the 9 counties. Although the Linhe boundary was a weak boundary, it was still easy for them to produce some divine king geniuses. However, none of them attended the battle royale of the 9 counties. It was all because of this guy called Jiang Chen. Could it be someone with the same name? Wu Yu's heart was beating like a drum. The brothers beside him also became nervous. They did not know how powerful Jiang Chen was. Even though they had only heard about it, it was already scary enough. To be able to turn the entire Linhe boundary upside down, how could he be an ordinary person? Wu Yu did not believe it. His brothers did not believe it either. You are Jiang Chen from the Linhe boundary? Wu Yu asked. He wanted to get a negative answer, but Jiang Chen's devilish smile had explained everything. Annihilating dozens of sects in the Linhe boundary, causing chaos in the Linhe boundary. Jiang Chen, it's really you. Wu Yue's words made Xingming frown. He did not expect Wu Yue to be such a troublemaker. Although the Linhe boundary was not a big boundary, it was still terrifying for him to annihilate dozens of sects in the Linhe boundary. Xingming had to admit that Wu Yue's courage was extraordinary. However, Xingming did not know that the 10 great sects of the Linhe boundary were almost annihilated by Jiang Chen. Not only those small sects were annihilated by him. Jiang Chen was the leader of the Linhe boundary. No one dared to go against him. It's really him, the devil in the nude. Brother Wu, looks like we have to fight with our lives on the line this time. That's right. How did we meet such a death god? The prodigies behind Wu Yu frowned their brows and looked solemn. Just Jiang Chen's name alone had given them enough pressure. The scariest thing was that Wu Yu knew that the supreme elders of Clear Stream Sect, Ghost Eye Sect and Divine Pill Sect, who were half-step hierarch super experts, had disappeared while they were chasing after Jiang Chen. No one knew if they were still alive. Jiang Chen might not have the strength to kill them as they were experts that were infinitely close to the hierarch realm. However, the result shocked everyone. Jiang Chen was safe and sound while the 3 of them had disappeared without a trace. Since you know who I am, I advise you not to mess with me. I don't like to kill innocent people. Jiang Chen said with a smile. His face looked kind and harmless, causing Xingming to be dumbfounded. Does this fellow really have the ability or is he just putting on a false front? This fellow is not simple. Brother Xing, let's join hands and kill him. What do you think? When the time comes, we'll split it into 5. The thunderbolt Agarwood must not fall into his hands. Wu Yu knew how terrifying Jiang Chen was. He dared not let Jiang Chen and Xingming fight. If they lost, they would be the first ones to suffer. Wu Yu was not afraid of Jiang Chen, but he did not want Jiang Chen to appear and disrupt the current situation. All right. Xingming did not say much. Although he was arrogant, Wu Yu seemed to be very powerful. To be able to stir up the entire Linhe boundary, he must not be an ordinary person. The best way to kill this guy was to defeat Jiang Chen and see how the situation turned out. It's not a bad idea to kill these guys after defeating Jiang Chen. I would like to see how powerful you are. Humph. Xingming looked at Jiang Chen and said. No matter what, Jiang Chen's strength was only at the early Divine King realm. No matter how powerful he was, how powerful could he be? Jiang Chen, be careful. Moling Dongchen looked at Jiang Chen solemnly. Although he was powerful, Jiang Chen was not a pushover. There would be a fierce battle soon. Chapter 2808. Whether it was Moling Dongchen or Mo Qihan, they trusted Jiang Chen completely. Only Mo Fengzhou did not agree with Jiang Chen. Although Jiang Chen was here to save them, the way he looked at Jiang Chen was not friendly at all. Because when Moling Dongchen looked at Jiang Chen, his gaze was very gentle. There was even a trace of trust and certainty in Moling Dongchen's gaze. This was not good news. Even the entire Mo family regarded Moling Dongchen as a goddess. All the geniuses of the Mo family fell in love with Moling Dongchen at first sight. Boy, you don't want to walk the path to heaven. You want to be a hero and save the beauty. I'm afraid that you'll suffer a double loss. Since you're so arrogant, I'll teach you a lesson and take back the things that you've won from my heavenly Xing sect. Xingming shouted in anger. His eyes were as cold as an arrow. Noisy. Defeat me. That's not all. Maybe there'll be additional rewards. Jiang Chen said calmly. Facing Xingming, Wu Yue and the other top 10 experts, he did not show any signs of disappointment. He was extremely domineering. Jiang Chen, we'll give you one last chance. Don't make a mistake. Even if you have 3 heads and 6 arms, it'll be useless under our joint attack. The arm will never be able to resist the thigh. Wu Yue said in a deep voice. Although this battle was unavoidable, it would be better if he could defeat Jiang Chen without a fight. But obviously, Wu Yue had thought too much. Jiang Chen did not care about him at all. Killing you is as easy as killing a chicken. Today I, Jiang Chen, shall start a massacre. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Chen dashed out like a dragon towards Wu Yue and the others. I've always wanted to see if the legendary Jiang Chen in the Linhe boundary is really unstoppable, like a god that has descended from the heavens. Wu Yue was not afraid at all. He immediately attacked Jiang Chen with his 9-foot ice blade. Jiang Chen punched Wu Yue's 9-foot ice blade with his bare hands. The terrifying rebounding force made Wu Yue's expression change drastically. Jiang Chen did not show any mercy. He took a step forward and used the Azure Dragon's 5 steps to push Wu Yue back. Wu Yue gasped and gritted his teeth to block the attack. However, he was already pushed back a few hundred steps. In a split second, he repelled Wu Yu. The terrifying pressure caused the 9 god kings behind Wu Yu to not even be able to react before they saw Wu Yu, the most powerful person on their side, lose. What a powerful fella. Although Wu Yue was shocked, he did not panic. The aura in his body became chaotic. Jiang Chen's attack made him breathless. It was a terrifying and powerful attack without any fancy moves. The outcome of the battle was decided immediately. Wu Yue was extremely shocked. He knew that he was not Jiang Chen's opponent. Wu Yu was also an early Divine King and he was close to the peak of the Divine King realm. However, he was still not Jiang Chen's match. The shock in Wu Yu's heart was finally confirmed. This fella who was invincible in the Linhe boundary was not just an empty shell. Be careful. This fellow is not simple. Wu Yue added after thinking for a while. Not simple at all. Jiang Chen's attack was like lightning, pushing Wu Yue back. Even Xingming was slightly stunned. Jiang Chen's attack was unstoppable. Wu Yue could not fight back at all. Xingming felt pressured by Jiang Chen's attack. However, he was a mid-divine king, so he would not be intimidated by Jiang Chen's attack. As expected of Boss Jiang, Aemo Kahan said sincerely. He had already guessed that this would happen. However, when Jiang Chen appeared in front of him and defeated Wu Yue with lightning speed, he was still shocked. They were both early divine kings. Why was there such a huge difference? There was only one reason. He was Jiang Chen. Moling Dongchen had a faint smile at the corner of her mouth. She almost never smiled because there weren't many things that could move her. However, at this moment, Jiang Chen had defeated Wu Yu. It had given her a great shock. She wasn't Jiang Chen's match in the past and she was still weaker than him now. Kid, interesting. Let me fight you. Xingming shouted and charged forward. His sturdy body gave people a great shock. It was as if Mount Tai was pressing down on them. He fought against Jiang Chen bare-chested. Their palms and fists collided. The terrifying energy formed a strong gale that swept across a radius of 10 li. Give it your all. Don't hold back. Wu Yu bellowed. He wasn't a gentleman. The most important thing right now was to defeat Jiang Chen, especially after he had suffered a loss in Jiang Chen's hands. He understood that he must not give this bastard any chance to defeat Jiang Chen. If they wanted to fight, they would fight to the death. Xingming was enraged and overbearing. The Qi Tian boundary was a great boundary second only to the Qi Lian boundary. The strength of the Heavenly Xing sect was not to be underestimated. Moreover, the entire Heavenly Xing sect had 2 mid-divine king peerless prodigies. One of them was the violent Xingfeng and the other one was Xingming who refused to submit to the Heavenly Dynasty. The 2 brothers were unparalleled in the world. However, Xingming was suppressed by his elder brother, Xingfeng. He could not refute at all. Everyone knew about Xingfeng of Heavenly Xing sect, but not many people knew that Xingming was as powerful as him. Therefore, this battle was the battle for Xingming to enter Wangdi Mountain. He wanted to show the world that there was not only Xingfeng in Heavenly Xing sect, there was also Xingming who was not any weaker than him. Jiang Chen was the stepping stone for him to prove his name. Including these reckless people from Fengshan boundary, everything was under his controls. Big brother, I want to let you know that I am not weaker than you. Xing Ming's heart was filled with unwillingness and anger. He could only succeed in this battle and he could not afford to fail. Plus, he did not put Jiang Chen in his eyes. A mid-Divine King Realm expert was much stronger than an early Divine King Realm expert. Although Moling Dongchen had broken through, he had just broken through not long ago. An expert who had reached the mid-Divine King Realm for half a year and an expert who had reached the mid-Divine King Realm for 500 years were totally different. Xing Ming was the latter. Let's see how many rounds you can last in my hands. Xing Ming did not hold back and attacked Jiang Chen at lightning speed. Chapter 2809. An expert's strength could be seen as soon as he took action. It seemed like Jiang Chen was able to suppress Wu Yue so quickly. It was not without reason. Such terrifying battle prowess was indeed frightening. After dozens of moves, even Xing Ming was getting more and more shocked. Jiang Chen was slowly suppressing him and gaining the upper hand. This was something he had never expected. An early Divine King was suppressing a mid-Divine King with just his flesh and blood. This was something he had never heard of before. There were some experts who could fight those who were stronger than them because of their divine weapons or some heaven-defying abilities. However, Jiang Chen didn't use any fancy tricks. He just fought with his life on the line. A warrior was a hero. He was unparalleled. Boss Jiang, you're a god. Amo Kihan said in his heart. Jiang Chen's realm was similar to his, but no one knew why Jiang Chen was so terrifying. His tyrannical means had caught a mid-Divine King off guard. Xing Ming was no longer as arrogant as before. He snorted and looked at Wu Yue and the others. His expression slightly changed as he roared. What are you waiting for if you don't act now? Xing Ming knew that if he fought with his life on the line, he might be able to defeat Jiang Chen, but wouldn't Wu Yue and the others reap the benefits? Therefore, he must pull them into this battle. Wu Yue and the others nodded heavily. Although Jiang Chen was strong, he could not win against them in numbers. As the saying goes, a tiger cannot fight against a pack of wolves. The human wave tactic was the simplest and also the most troublesome tactic. Xing Ming was forcefully pushed back by Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's terrifying strength and every strike was ruthless. His iron-like fist broke through the void. Everyone's countenance changed. However, Wu Yu and the others did not hold back. The 10 great experts joined hands to fight against Jiang Chen. It was quite a shocking scene. Moreover, Xing Ming was a mid-Divine King. It was not easy to see him in Wangdi Mountain. No matter if it was Xing Ming or Wu Yue, they were all here for the Thunderbolt Agarwood in Jiang Chen's hands. The value of the Thunderbolt Agarwood was immeasurable. It was enough for them to risk their lives for it. Furthermore, they did not think that Jiang Chen was their opponent. Even if you are the reincarnation of a god emperor, I will make you stay here today. Wu Yu took the lead and charged at the front with Xing Ming. Jiang Chen retreated in order to advance. Facing 11 people, his expression did not change. He wanted to see how many attacks his body could withstand. You better give me a surprise. Let me wait and see. Jiang Chen smiled and walked steadily. Even though Xing Ming and Wu Yue were leading the attack, they could not suppress Jiang Chen completely. Instead, he managed to turn the situation around. Divine King Realm experts were not ordinary people. When a Divine King was angry, there would be millions of corpses. However, in front of Jiang Chen, these Divine King Realm experts could not do anything at all. Jiang Chen did not change at all. He punched the Divine King Realm experts with his terrifying physique. Those Divine King Realm experts' countenance changed drastically. They trembled and did not dare to take it head-on. 2 of them wanted to fight against Jiang Chen. However, as soon as they came into contact, their arms were shattered. Jiang Chen's terrifying strength was unstoppable. Such a terrifying physique. Xing Ming took a deep breath. His expression was solemn. It seemed like he could not hold back anymore. Otherwise, he would be the one to suffer. War God's 3 profound transformations. First transformation, War God's body. Only I am supreme. Xing Ming was domineering like a dragon. His aura rippled out and his skin started to turn red. One of the most terrifying skills of the heavenly Xing sect, the War God's 3 profound transformations. It trained one's physique to be as tough as steel. Let's see if you can be tougher than me. Xing Ming squinted his eyes. His gaze was as cold as ice. Like a raging bull, he charged forward. Wu Yue and the rest opened up a bloody path for him. Xing Ming's punches were majestic and oppressive. Every step he took was like a lotus. War God's 3 profound transformations? It sounds pretty scary. Jiang Chen said calmly. Under everyone's astonishment, Jiang Chen did not dodge. Jiang Chen's attack collided with Xing Ming's. Xing Ming's attack was blocked by Jiang Chen's palm. Both of them took 2 steps back. None of them gained the upper hand. However, Xing Ming was enraged. His War God's 3 profound transformations could defeat any mid-divine king realm cultivator. Even those who were slightly weaker would be crushed by his attack. However, Jiang Chen was not afraid at all. His War God's 3 profound transformations could defeat any mid-divine king realm cultivator. Jiang Chen, I, Xing Ming, will never forgive you. Xing Ming's War God's body swept across the sky and earth. Even Wu Yue and the others took a few steps back as they were afraid that the battle would affect the innocent. However, Jiang Chen was able to stand on equal ground with Xing Ming. Heavenly Xing Sek's War God's 3 profound transformations? Even the War God's body can't do anything to Jiang Chen. Looks like this fella is pretty strong. Mo Fengzhou said. The Heavenly Xing Sek's War God's 3 profound transformations shocked the entire world. It was one of the trump cards of the Heavenly Xing sect. However, Jiang Chen was able to stand tall under the pressure of the War God's body without showing any signs of losing. Mo Fengzhou's confidence was completely crushed by Jiang Chen's War God's body. Mo Fengzhou was in a dilemma. On one hand, he hoped that Jiang Chen could defeat Xing Ming, Wu Yue and the others. Because if that's the case, he would be able to escape from the abyss of suffering. On the other hand, he hoped that Jiang Chen's strength was weaker than him. If that's the case, he would not be weaker than Moling Dongchen. Undeniably, Jiang Chen became solemn facing Xing Ming's War God's 3 profound transformations and the War God's body. Xing Ming's War God's body was quite powerful. His strength had reached the middle divine king realm. With the help of the War God's body, he could even fight against an ordinary late divine king. Whereas Lin Fan's body was not weaker than Xing Ming's. Follow him closely. We must make Jiang Chen pay the price. Wu Yue roared. The 9 people behind him followed his footsteps. The 11 of them attacked one after another. On the other hand, Xing Ming was like a human-shaped weapon. Each of his attacks was filled with explosive power. Jiang Chen's War God's body was not weaker than Xing Ming's. Chapter 28:10. Blazing Flame Sword Rain. Heavenly Stem Wind. Berserk Hammer. Suppress. Behind Wu Yue, the other experts also unleashed their attacks, all of them closing in on Jiang Chen, intending to kill him. Xing Ming and Jiang Chen were engaged in a fierce battle. It would be best if they could take this opportunity to kill him. Jiang Chen sneered. They had underestimated Jiang Chen's strength. Jiang Chen was not bothered by their sneak attack. True Dragon Palm. Jiang Chen turned around and struck with his palm. A golden dragon soared up to the sky and turned into rays of golden light. The 9 divine king realm experts were forced back by the strike. The light of the true dragon shone on the ground and the 9 divine kings were instantly sent flying away. Their facial expression changed drastically. The true dragon swept across the ground and the golden light dispersed. The true dragon's chi soared up to the stars. Such a terrifying technique. Wu Yue's expression changed. Luckily, he managed to dodge in time, otherwise, he would not be able to escape. The 9 of them were heavily injured. Their eyes were filled with shock and fear. Kid, eat my fist. Xing Ming took the chance to receive the attack without any hesitation. Jiang Chen used the cauldron's strength and gave a series of kicks, blocking Xing Ming's attack. Jiang Chen suddenly raised his head. His lips curled into a smile. Have you fought enough? Jiang Chen's gaze shocked Wu Yue and Xing Ming. This fellow was like an eagle looking at a wolf, full of strangeness and evilness. Your war god's physique is worthless in front of me. Jiang Chen's figure turned into a series of afterimages, the 9 phantom wolves. Each of his attacks were filled with sharp attacks, landing on Wu Yue's body. Wu Yue did not have any strength to fight back. After withstanding 7 punches from Jiang Chen, his palm was shattered by Jiang Chen. His face turned pale. He did not dare to continue his attack. Jiang Chen did not show any mercy. He crushed Wu Yue's bones and meridians with 10 punches. No, no, Wu Yu wailed, but Jiang Chen didn't move at all. He only had one goal, and that was to kill Wu Yu. Although Xingming came from behind, Jiang Chen did not hesitate at all. He threw out his last punch. Wu Yue could not escape anymore. His punch penetrated Wu Yue's body. This bloody scene made the 9 Divine King Realm subordinates of Wu Yue shiver in fear. They could not bear to look at it. "There's only one ending for you to provoke me," Jiang Chen said indifferently. Wu Yue's body was penetrated by Jiang Chen's punch. He was completely torn apart. Wu Yue turned around and met Xingming. Xingming and Jiang Chen continued to clash, but they only lasted for less than 20 moves. Jiang Chen's punches were too terrifying. Each of them could shake his soul. The pressure was suffocating. "Not good. Brother Wu is dead. We must leave as soon as possible." The 9 of them looked at each other solemnly. If they did not leave as soon as possible, they would definitely die in Jiang Chen's hands. However, Jiang Chen would not let them go. He stretched out his hand and lightning flashed in the sky. The dawn sky golden lightning and the 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning blocked their way. How is this possible? Why would the heavenly lightning appear here? Yeah, the heavenly lightning is too terrifying. These are 2 different types of heavenly lightning. Could it be that Jiang Chen is controlling it? No, I don't believe it. He can control the heavenly lightning. Everyone exclaimed in shock, but no one knew where the heavenly lightning came from. This guy, could it be that he can control the heavenly lightning? Moling Dongchen looked at Jiang Chen deeply. Above the void, the 2 heavenly thunders had completely covered the 9 of them. It had proven everything. The heavenly thunders were flickering, constantly suppressing the fear and unwillingness in their hearts. Jiang Chen's black hair was like a waterfall and his aura was like a dragon. The 2 heavenly lightnings struck down from the sky without any sign. The 9 of them were scared out of their wits and tried their best to resist the heavenly lightning. However, they were still unable to resist the pressure of the heavenly lightning. Under the heavenly lightning, the 9 of them turned into ashes. Moling Dongchen, Mo Kahan and even Mo Fengzhou were dumbfounded. None of them had expected that the heavenly lightning would kill them. Xingming also felt great pressure after the death of the 10 of them. Because of Jiang Chen's pressure, he could not withstand it anymore. Each of Jiang Chen's punches carried a tremendous force. Even his war god's body could not withstand it. "Jiang Chen, you bastard!" Xingming fought against Jiang Chen like a madman. However, his body was hit by Jiang Chen's punches one after another. His internal organs were injured to varying degrees. Even the war god's body could not protect him at this moment. "This guy is a fool!" Xingming roared madly in his heart. The war god's 3 mysterious transformations that he was proud of could not even withstand a single blow from Yi Shiwen. How strong was this guy's physical strength? While Xingming was still in shock, Jiang Chen's last wave of attack had arrived. Each step of the Azure Dragon's 5 steps was dazzling. Xingming could not withstand Jiang Chen's pressure at all. His war god's body finally collapsed. His internal organs and blood vessels were completely ruptured. His face was pale and he kept retreating. "You're the first person to be able to fight against my war god's body barehanded." Puff! Xingming coughed out a mouthful of blood. His body was heavily injured and he knelt down on one knee. Jiang Chen's punches had destroyed his war god's body. Trash. Forever trash. The war god's body is worthless in front of me, Jiang Chen said faintly with a prideful expression. From the beginning till the end, he was fighting 11 people with his flesh and blood. He was still calm and looked down on everyone. His calmness made Mo Kahan and the others feel that they were inferior to him. The winner is the king, the loser is the bandit. I've lost, I admit defeat. But you can't kill me. Xingming looked at Jiang Chen with burning eyes. Can't kill you? Hee, if I want to kill you, not even the heavenly emperor can stop me. Jiang Chen shook his head in disdain and snorted at Xingming. I am from the heavenly Xing sect. If you kill me, my brother Xing Feng will not forgive you. Xingming said in a deep voice. At this moment, even if he was disdainful towards his brother, he had to use Xing Feng's name to suppress Jiang Chen. Your brother, Xing Feng, is also trash in front of me. I, Jiang Chen, do not need a reason to kill. Those who follow me will prosper. Those who oppose me will perish. This is my Tao. Jiang Chen said and his eyes turned cold. Xingming's expression changed drastically. Jiang Chen really wanted to kill him. No, you can't kill me, no. Before Xingming could finish his words, Jiang Chen sneered and threw a punch. His aura was like a thunderbolt, killing Xing Ming. Chapter 28:11. In the depths of the great mountains, the roars of beasts rang out incessantly, and the cries of beasts rang out incessantly. The entire place was gloomy, and the atmosphere was strange and dark. Numerous 100-meter-tall stone ramparts were like the horse-faced bull's head that stood before the gates of hell, and they were sinister and terrifying. Ancient trees withered and the mountain water dried up. 3,000 miles of soul bones were covered with white snow. A sturdy man with a giant hammer in his hand stepped on the dense white bones. The sound was crisp and ear-piercing. He suddenly raised his head and looked at the ray of light at the top of the canyon. His eyes were like torches, and flames rose. In his hand, a white jade bracelet broke. It was the only symbol of their brotherhood. Roar! The muscular man roared in anger and smashed the valley with his hammer. Thousands of miles of white bones turned into powder. I don't care who you are. I will tear you into pieces. Otherwise, I will not be a human anymore. The muscular man was Xing Feng from the heavenly Xing sect of the Qi-Tian boundary. He was also Xing Ming's brother. He was one of the top 10 super prodigies in the battle royale of the 9 counties. There was a special connection between Xing Feng and Xing Ming. Their parents had passed away. Xing Feng and Xing Ming had a close relationship. However, Xing Ming was more talented than Xing Ming. His brother had always been unconvinced and wanted to surpass him. However, Xing Ming had always been living in his brother's shadow. That was why they were not on good terms. That was why Xing Ming always acted in his own way. Second brother, oh second brother, in the end, you still lost to your own conceit. Xing Feng held the broken white jade bracelet tightly. It was the only symbol of their brotherhood. However, it was broken now. How could he not be angry? As the elder brother, he could not take care of his brother when his parents were not around. The pain and self-blame he felt was self-evident. Xing Feng's eyes were cold and filled with killing intent. He knew that there would be less than 20 people who could kill his brother among the less than 200 people. Although Xing Feng was not as powerful as him, he was still a mid-divine king. With the body of the war god, even if he could not defeat him, few people could kill him. He was almost invincible among those at the same level. Xing Feng's heart felt like it was being stabbed by a knife. He roared again and again as he rushed up to the sky. With his arrogant attitude, no one dared to be his enemy. He must find the murderer who killed his brother and tear him to pieces. Xing Ming had died. Wu Yu and the others had also become the souls of the dead under Jiang Chen's hands. No one could compete with him anymore. Jiang Chen's strength had given Moling Dongchen, Mo Qihan and Mo Fengzhou a deep shock. Mo Fengzhou knew that he was not qualified to be Jiang Chen's opponent. Moling Dongchen looked at Jiang Chen with admiration and admiration. Mo Qihan and Mo Fengzhou saw it. Who would have thought that the once elegant and handsome young man would turn out to be a peerless beauty? Even my eyes are blind. Jiang Chen looked at Moling Dongchen with a smile. Moling Dongchen smiled shyly, but he was not shy. Instead, he looked at Jiang Chen with ripples in his eyes. Elegant and handsome young man is a thing of the past. Dressing up as a man is just a cover-up. This time, it's all thanks to you. It's just fate. You and Mo Qihan are my old friends. How can I just stand by and watch? A hero saving a damsel in distress. Ha ha ha. Jiang Chen laughed and said. Mo Qihan nodded his head slightly. Boss Zhang's power is unparalleled. Even though I'm prepared, I'm still shocked. You're still the same as before. Mo Qihan's words were from the bottom of his heart. Although it sounded like he was trying to flatter Jiang Chen, it was the truth. Jiang Chen's strength had surpassed them by a lot. Even though their realms were the same, his means were enough to change fate. We're brothers. Don't treat me like an outsider. Jiang Chen patted Mo Qihan's shoulder and said. His smile was mellow and elegant. Jiang Chen remembered Mo Qihan's kindness in saving his master. Those people were all elites. Jiang Chen would always remember their kindness for helping him to fight against the Linhe boundary. Since we're brothers, can you return the ring to me? Moling Dongchen's red lips moved slightly as she said. Jiang Chen was stunned. He smiled and passed the ring to Moling Dongchen. My injuries are too serious. I'm afraid you'll have to help me put it on. Moling Dongchen lowered her head and said in a low voice. At this moment, Mo Fengzhou's heart sank and his face looked terrible. Moling Dongchen actually asked Jiang Chen to put the ring on his finger. It was really infuriating. However, he could not do anything at this moment. Amo Kahan was also slightly stunned. Immediately, his eyes were filled with a smile. In his hometown, when a man puts the ring on a woman's finger, it meant that he would protect her for the rest of her life. Jiang Chen did not think too much about it. He held Moling Dongchen's hand and gently put the ring on her finger. At this moment, Moling Dongchen's mouth revealed a faint smile. However, she did not show any other expression and just slightly nodded her head. She was not a frivolous woman. Moreover, she was the princess of the Mo clan. Even if she had feelings for him, she would not tell him everything. It was natural for her to have feelings for him. Who would not be envious of a hero? Moling Dongchen was not a weak little girl. The corner of her mouth was slightly raised. However, her face was once again covered with a faint frost. However, she looked even colder at this moment. She used to be a handsome young man. Today, she was as beautiful as a fairy. It was as if the difference between them was like heaven and earth. Jiang Chen smiled bitterly and shook his head. He did not realize that this handsome young man who had fought side by side with him was actually a girl. This is the Thunderbolt Agarwood. Here. Moling Dongchen took out the Thunderbolt Agarwood from her ring. You can't do this, Mo Fengzhou said in a deep voice. He looked unhappy. Firstly, it was because Jiang Chen put the ring on Moling Dongchen's finger. Secondly, he could not tolerate that his item was taken by someone else. Humans are selfish. Even though Jiang Chen had saved them, he did not think that it was necessary to repay Jiang Chen with the Thunderbolt Agarwood as it was too precious. Why not? Moling Dongchen said coldly. Her beautiful eyes were like ice blades. She looked at Mo Fengzhou. Mo Fengzhou held his breath. This woman was like a female demon. Moreover, she wanted to give such a precious treasure to Jiang Chen at this moment. You guys are talking about love and you want to give my item as a gift? Mo Fengzhou was furious. We should let the elders of the Mo clan deal with it. After all, this Thunderbolt Agarwood is not something to be trifled with. Mo Fengzhou looked at Jiang Chen and said with a smile. Should I give it to the elders of the Mo clan or to you? Don't forget that if it wasn't for Jiang Chen, your soul would have been destroyed. Do you still have the right to stand here and talk? Although the Thunderbolt Agarwood is precious, compared to your life, which one is more important? Humph. Chapter 28:12. Mo Fengzhou, aren't you being too shameless? Boss Jiang saved our lives. If he didn't help us, the Thunderbolt Agarwood would have been his, and we would have died 100 times. Amo Kahan was furious and looked at Mo Fengzhou. Mo Fengzhou gritted his teeth and said, no matter what, this is something that our Mo family found. How can we give it to someone else? We should hand it over to our ancestors and let them judge. I, Moling Dongchen, can't do such a shameless thing. I will make the decision now. If you dare to say anything, I will not give you any face anymore. The Mo family has always paid attention to kindness. If we lose kindness, how can our Mo family survive? It's just a Thunderbolt Agarwood. What's the big deal? Moling Dongchen said. Her domineering words made Mo Fengzhou speechless. This bitch. She gave all the good stuff to her lover. How dare she say it in such a dignified way? When we return to the Mo family in the future, I will definitely complain about her. Let's wait and see. Helplessly, Mo Fengzhou could only swallow his anger. After all, they owed Jiang Chen a favor. If they were to fall out with Jiang Chen now, it would not be good for anyone. You're too polite. This isn't good? In that case, I shall respectfully accept. Jiang Chen said and took the Thunderbolt Agarwood from Moling Dongchen's hand. His heart was in turmoil. Although he might not be able to refine the Thunderbolt Agarwood now, it would definitely be a top-notch treasure to refine pills in the future. It was not an exaggeration to call it a peerless treasure. Seeing Jiang Chen keeping the Thunderbolt Agarwood, Mo Fengzhou gritted his teeth even more. This fella came for the Thunderbolt Agarwood and pretended to be righteous. Trying to seduce the Mo family's princess? Does he really think that he can be unscrupulous just because he has some abilities? He's shameless to the extreme. Mo Fengzhou hated Jiang Chen to the core even though Jiang Chen saved him. Moling Dongchen did not know whether to cry or to laugh. She could see that Jiang Chen really liked the Thunderbolt Agarwood and she was even happier about it. Chief Jiang, What do you plan to do next? Why don't we go deeper into Wangdi Mountain? Aemo Han said. There was strength in numbers. They were indebted to Jiang Chen. Aemo Han naturally wanted to follow Jiang Chen, ever since the divine tomb. Although he was arrogant, he kept his arrogance in front of Jiang Chen. All right, but I might need to go into seclusion for a while. Jiang Chen nodded. Now, he must refine the 12 fire god guards properly. If he did not refine the 12 puppets again, it would be hard for them to make any progress. Even so, Jiang Chen had already unleashed their full potential. But now that he had the Ghost Wu Vibranium and the Eliminating Doom Pill formula, Jiang Chen was confident that he could upgrade the 12 fire god guards to another level, but that would depend on his ability. All right, we will wait for you, Moling Dongchen said without hesitation. Even Aemo Han did not expect her to agree so readily. Undeniably, Aemo Han had a good impression of Moling Dongchen. However, he was not stupid. He could see that Moling Dongchen seemed to care about Jiang Chen a lot. As for himself, he was destined to be the goddess. Moreover, Aemo Han would never do anything out of line in front of Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was his respected teacher and Jiang Chen was his benefactor. Therefore, Aemo Han only had respect and admiration for Moling Dongchen at this moment. Emo Fengzhou was so angry that his face turned green. However, he was just sulking. In Moling Dongchen's eyes, he was not worth mentioning. Moling Dongchen and the other two were guarding Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen instantly disappeared and entered the Zulong Tower. He started to refine the Eliminating Doom Pill. Jiang Chen had already found all the ingredients required for the Eliminating Doom Pill. He had gained a lot in Wangdi Mountain. When Jiang Chen was about to refine the 12 fire god guards, a cold voice sounded in his ears. I never expected that you would grow so fast. You finally showed yourself? Jiang Chen looked at the Zulong Tower with a smile. Not far away, there was a beautiful woman who was shrouded in flames. It was Red Lotus. Unfortunately, Jiang Chen still could not see through Red Lotus's strength. This unique karmic fire of the Red Lotus was really strange. It's not easy to refine the 12 fire god guards again. If your Eliminating Doom Pill and Ghost Wu Vibranium are just 5 elemental true fire, it's not easy to merge them completely. Red Lotus said faintly. Are you going to help me? Jiang Chen said with a smile. At least you have the capability to be independent now. Whether the 12 fire god guards can regain their glory and become better than before depends on your ability. There's not much I can help you with. Red Lotus said. All right. Jiang Chen nodded heavily and started to refine the Eliminating Doom Pill. The 5 elemental true fire gathered. The Eliminating Doom Pill was an elementary immortal grade pill, so it was not difficult for Jiang Chen to refine it. However, it was not easy to merge the Eliminating Doom Pill and Ghost Wu Vibranium with the 12 fire god guards to complete the transformation. Therefore, Jiang Chen was not in a hurry to refine it. After all, the 12 fire god guards had reached the early Divine King realm. If he wanted to change them completely, he could only forcefully increase their grade. Only in this way they could be independent. After refining the Eliminating Doom Pill, Jiang Chen was not in a hurry to form the pill. Instead, he melted the embryonic pill and refined it into the 12 fire god guards. After the elixir of the Eliminating Doom Pill was melted and integrated into the 12 fire god guards, with the addition of Jiang Chen's tempering, rays of terrifying starlight burst out. Jiang Chen began to refine the Ghost Wu Vibranium. The degree of refining the Ghost Wu Vibranium was beyond Jiang Chen's expectation. It took him 3 years to refine it. Fortunately, Jiang Chen was in the Zulong Tower, so he did not have a strong concept of time. Even so, it took him 3 years to refine the Ghost Wu Vibranium completely. However, Jiang Chen did not know that a true Grandmaster of refining would probably need 8 to 10 years to refine a heavenly god tool. If it was an origin divine tool, it would take at least 100 years. It was already shameful for him to refine the Ghost Wu Vibranium in 3 years. The Ghost Wu Vibranium and the 12 fire god guards also slowly fused together. Jiang Chen constantly refined it and improved the quality of the 12 fire god guards. The Eliminating Doom Pill removed a part of the impurities in the fire god guards, and the addition of the Ghost Wu Vibranium made the 12 fire god guards even more sturdy. The toughness of their bodies was already incomparable to before. After 8 years, Jiang Chen finally fused the Eliminating Doom Pill and the Ghost Wu Vibranium into the 12 fire god guards. Jiang Chen was extremely satisfied. This time, He really made the 12 fire god guards reach an unprecedented peak. The toughness of the fire god guards' body was comparable to the toughness of an origin divine tool. Their battle prowess had even reached the peak of early divine king realm. The 12 fire god guards could easily fight against 3 or 4 mid-divine kings. It's perfect. Chapter 28:13. You call this perfect? I'm afraid you don't know what perfection means. Red Lotus curled her lips and said disdainfully as if she was looking at a bumpkin. Why don't you give me a demonstration if you're capable? Jiang Chen said with a smile. He was not angry at all. The fire god guards were almost perfect in his eyes. With the help of the craftsman god's inheritance, it was indeed the best work that he could make now. Watch carefully. Hong Lian shuddered and flames surged. She had also turned into a phoenix of flames. She swept up and completely wrapped around the 12 fire god guards. The fire god guards underwent a qualitative change after being refined by the flames. One should know that this was the most terrifying flame in the world, the karmic fire of the Red Lotus. Time passed by but Jiang Chen's face looked extremely solemn. He felt an unusual aura. Heavenly lightning. What's going on? Is Jiang Chen going to break through? Mo Fengzhou asked. If that's the case, this fella is too terrifying. Early divine king realm already possessed unfathomable power. Now that he's going to break through, he would become the most monstrous genius in the entire world. It's hard to say. Amo Kahan said in a low voice. When he raised his head, there was a double-colored heavenly lightning in the sky. One was red and the other was yellow. It formed into 2 shocking heavenly lightning vortexes. Even Moling Dongchen was shocked by it. If this is really the heavenly lightning, we must retreat. Otherwise, it'll only bring more trouble to Jiang Chen. Moling Dongchen said. They had never seen or heard of a double-colored heavenly lightning. This double-colored heavenly lightning is hovering above our heads. Jiang Chen has disappeared but he must still be in this world. Mo Qihan said. No matter what, we can't face the heavenly lightning with him. Otherwise, we'll be harming him instead of helping him. Moling Dongchen asked Mo Fengzhou and Mo Qihan to step back as well. If it was Jiang Chen's heavenly thunder, they would probably make the heavenly thunder more violent. By then, Jiang Chen would definitely die. The sky thunder was not an ordinary thing. Not to mention Jiang Chen, even a true ruler would not dare to go against the sky thunder. It would be best if I could hack you to death. Mo Fengzhou sneered in his heart. The heavenly lightning looked extremely strange. It was a double-colored heavenly lightning, one red and one yellow. It was hard to tell how terrifying it was. However, there must be a reason behind it. He hoped that Jiang Chen would turn into ashes under the heavenly lightning. If that's the case, his Thunderbolt Agarwood would be returned to its rightful owner. Mo Fengzhou sneered, but Mo Qihan saw it. This guy was an inhumane bastard. Not everyone in the Mo family was as kind as Moling Dongchen. There were many scheming people. That's why he would rather go out and train than stay in the Mo family. If he stayed in the Mo family, he would gradually become a sacrifice for the family's power struggle. Mo Fengzhou sneered. Mo Qihan was always on guard against Mo Fengzhou. Even when he was facing his savior, Mo Fengzhou did not show any respect. On the contrary, his mouth was full of disdain. Who could see through his heart? Jiang Chen, I believe you'll be fine. Moling Dongchen was also praying for Jiang Chen in his heart. The red and yellow heavenly lightning was a bit strange. However, he did not know how powerful it was. Jiang Chen could only judge it himself. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes and looked at the 2 heavenly lightning in the sky. Could it be because of the fire god guards? It's a double-colored heavenly lightning? Looks like the quality of the fire god guards is not ordinary. Red Lotus's beautiful eyes glimmered. She seemed to know about the double-colored heavenly lightning. This double-colored heavenly lightning came because of the fire god guards? Jiang Chen was puzzled. Red Lotus looked solemn and nodded silently. That's right. To be precise, the fire god guards are puppets. However, they have the potential to become divine weapons. It's very difficult to define what kind of existence they are. Everything had a spirit. A flower was a world. Even a stone could become a spirit object, not to mention the fire god guard. The fire god guard is a human in the first place. It's just that it was refined into a puppet after death, so it can't be regarded as a human in essence. However, it can still break through, which is no less than a human. In particular, the breakthrough this time is a heaven-defying change to God King. Even I can't predict whether the Fire God Guard will be able to give birth to its own puppet spirit in the future. However, at least as a divine weapon, the grade of the Fire God Guard is comparable to an Origin Immortal weapon. It is not inferior. Red Lotus's words shocked Jiang Chen. It seemed like he had underestimated the Fire God Guards. Your heavenly dragon sword has the existence of a sword spirit, which is the so-called sword soul. A puppet can also give birth to a puppet spirit, because it has surpassed too much. It has already jumped out of the boundaries of a puppet, and it is difficult to define it in a short time. If a puppet can give birth to a puppet spirit, it should at least be above the hierarch realm, right? Jiang Chen asked. That's right. However, it's almost impossible for a puppet to break through to the hierarch realm. It has never happened in the divine world. Even the craftsman god couldn't do it. Because in a sense, a puppet can't absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The divine king realm is the limit. Every hierarch realm expert is a tyrant who holds the power of life and death. The divine origin chi needed by a hierarch realm expert is far beyond that of a divine king realm expert. Red Lotus explained to Jiang Chen. He gradually understood that a puppet could never surpass the hierarch realm. However, Jiang Chen did not think so. There was nothing impossible in the world of experts and the unpredictable divine territory. If a puppet could give birth to a puppet spirit, it was not impossible to enter the hierarch realm. It was just that no one could do it. In the world, as long as there's something that goes against the natural order, there will be a change in the world, especially those that go beyond the balance. When humans cultivate against the natural order, they will be baptized by the heavenly thunder and be punished by the heavens. I'm afraid the transformation of the Fire God Guards has reached the condition to attract the heavenly thunder. Red Lotus said in a deep voice as she stared at the two-colored heavenly thunder above the void. Heavenly thunder. Is there really someone above the 9 heavens who controls everything? Jiang Chen murmured. Red Lotus was slightly stunned and continued. According to the ancient legend, the heavenly way is the existence that controls everything. However, the heavenly way is not human nor is it a holy spirit. No one knows what the heavenly way is. Even the Emperor Realm experts above the 9 heavens might not be able to see through it. Red Lotus words stimulated Jiang Chen's inner exploration. What is the heavenly way? Chapter 28:14. What can the heavenly lightning do to me? Jiang Chen sneered. He was not afraid, but he understood that he must deal with the heavenly lightning as soon as possible. Otherwise, Moling Dongchen and Mo Qihan would be worried about his safety. It's best to let the Fire God Guards withstand the heavenly lightning alone. You should know that it's better this way. Red Lotus said. Jiang Chen had thought about it before, but he was afraid that the Fire God Guards wouldn't be able to withstand the bombardment of the heavenly lightning. After all, this wasn't an ordinary lightning, and it wasn't a battle between humans. If the Fire God Guards were annihilated by the heavenly lightning, everything that he had done would be in vain. All right. Jiang Chen nodded heavily. He could refine the Fire God Guards again. However, he had gradually developed feelings for the Fire God Guards. If they were really destroyed, he would be very sad. Red Lotus words reminded Jiang Chen that if he did not experience the heavenly lightning, how could he see the rainbow? Bolts of dual-colored heavenly lightning fell on the Fire God Guards. The 12 Fire God Guards turned red and yellow at times. The terrifying bombardment almost reached Yi Futian at an angle. The heavenly lightning pierced through the void and eventually turned into bolts of lightning that spread out and disappeared on the bodies of the Fire God Guards. After dozens of heavenly lightning strikes, the Fire God Guards were still standing there without moving. Jiang Chen thought in his mind, and the Fire God Guards' eyes were filled with shocking flames. The color of the Fire God Guards changed completely at this moment. From the original black color, it became purplish red. The luster was like jade, crystal clear and extremely gorgeous. A layer of black skin fell off from the Fire God Guards' bodies like graphite. Its flaming eyes gave people a kind of pressure of death, as if it was made by nature. Cleansed of lead and reborn from fire. The Fire God Guard's strength improved again, and they even reached the Middle Divine King realm. Jiang Chen's expression finally changed. Red Lotus's attack was really shocking. The karmic fire of the Red Lotus made the Fire God Guards reach an unprecedented peak state. Especially with the addition of the Ghost Wu Vibranium and the Eliminating Doom Pill, Red Lotus was able to deal with the Fire God Guards with ease. The fire god guards have completely reached mid-god king, and their quality and toughness shouldn't be any weaker than soul artifacts, thought Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen said solemnly. Even he was extremely shocked by Red Lotus. This had almost raised the fire god guards to a whole new level. Compared to before, there were 12 mid-divine king puppets that were comparable to origin divine tools. Even Jiang Chen himself was extremely shocked when he saw the 12 mid-divine king puppets that were comparable to origin divine tools. This can be considered true perfection. She turned around and stood with her hands behind her back towards Jiang Chen. She admired the perfect piece of art in her hands. The 12 fire god guards had already reached their peak. When will I be as capable as you? Jiang Chen sighed and curled his lips. Your control over the 5 elemental true fire is still not enough. The 5 elemental true fire is very powerful, but you can't unleash its true power. Although the 5 elemental true fire is weaker than my karmic fire of the Red Lotus, you can't underestimate it once you control it completely. If you want to evolve the 5 elemental true fire, unless you can find the spiritual root of the heavens and make the 5 elemental true fire evolve again, your 5 elemental true fire will only be in its infancy. It's not easy to merge the spirits of the 5 elemental true fire together. Hong Lian said with a deep voice. Spiritual root of the heavens and earth? Jiang Chen murmured. He had heard about it before, but the spiritual root of the heavens and earth was a spirit without a root. No one knew what the spiritual root of the heavens and earth was. Finding the spiritual root of the heavens and earth was probably the same as finding the karmic fire of the Red Lotus. You need to be at least a hierarch to be able to sense the spiritual root of the heavens and earth. Right now, you're still too weak before the true experts. You only have the ability to protect yourself. Hong Lian did not forget to attack Jiang Chen. Don't worry. Sooner or later, I'll make you submit to me. Jiang Chen looked at Hong Lian with a fiery gaze. If you can become an emperor, I, Hong Lian, might be able to be controlled by you. Red Lotus's smile was wild and passionate. Her eyes were like hooks as she looked at Jiang Chen proudly, as if she wasn't afraid of Jiang Chen at all and was full of provocation. That day won't be too far away, Jiang Chen said with a smile. Hong Lian's eyes flashed with a hint of expectation. I forgot to remind you. This Huangdi mountain is not that simple. Take care of yourself. After saying that, Hong Lian disappeared from the Zulong Tower and returned to the myriad Qi cauldron. Karmic fire of the Red Lotus. I'll make you submit to me one day. The river flows east for 30 years, and the river flows west for 30 years. Jiang Chen smiled coldly, especially the 12 fire god guards. He was extremely grateful to Hong Lian. However, Jiang Chen did not thank him as he did not know how to express his gratitude. The 12 fire god guards were so terrifying that he might not even be able to fight them with his full strength. 12 mid-divine king puppets that could even form a formation. What did that mean? When Jiang Chen walked out of the Zulong Tower, it was already more than 3 months. Mo Ling Dongchen and the others had been protecting Jiang Chen for 3 months. Mo Fengzhou was extremely dissatisfied, but he was indebted to Jiang Chen after all. Congratulations, brother Jiang. Mo Kahan looked at Jiang Chen with a joyful expression. Jiang Chen looked calm and his face was glowing. It was enough to prove that his cultivation was successful. However, why did his strength not change at all? Could it be that the 2-colored heavenly lightning did not help Jiang Chen at all? It seems like you're really good at hiding your strength, Mo Ling Dongchen said faintly. However, his curiosity was evident. However, Jiang Chen only smiled and said nothing. I'm just lucky, Jiang Chen said. Brother Jiang, do you know where the silver dragon fruit is? Huangdi Mountain is too big. It's hard to find it. Mo Qihan said. Jiang Chen shook his head. It was his first time hearing about the silver dragon fruit. When the iron tree blossoms, the water flows backward. When the silver dragon appears, the ghosts will be worried. I've heard from the elders in my family that the silver dragon fruit does exist in Huangdi Mountain. It's said that when the iron tree blossoms, the silver dragon bears fruit. It's very precious. It seems to be on the Azalea Mountain. However, no one knows where the Azalea Mountain is. Mo Ling Dongchen said in a low voice. Azalea Mountain? There's a mountain within the Huangdi Mountain. It must be extraordinary to be named as the Azalea Mountain. There's a mountain within a mountain. It's an unwritten rule. One mountain cannot have 2 tigers. It's not good for the Azalea Mountain to be in the Huangdi Mountain. Mo Fengzhou curled his lips and said, Is that true? Mo Kihan asked in surprise. That's right. There's a saying in our Mo clan's culture. There can't be a mountain within a mountain. One mountain cannot have two tigers. It's an ominous sign. Moling Dongchen said hesitantly. Jiangchen suddenly recalled what Red Lotus told him before. This Huangdi mountain was not simple and he should take care of himself. It seems like we need to look for the Azalea Mountain. Chapter 28:15. Such a beautiful scenery. Heavenly mountain, blue sea, clear sky, fragrant everywhere. Murong Yun said with a face full of enjoyment. She closed her eyes and let go of her embrace. She kissed the void for thousands of miles. Her beautiful face and this stunning scene fused together. There was no difference between them. Yeah, this scenery is indeed intoxicating. Dong Huang Taiji said with a smile. It was rare to see a relieved expression on his face. The scenery of Huangdi Mountain was much better than the Donghuang Mountain. To be able to be with you forever is my lifelong dream. Murong Yun slowly turned around and looked at Dong Huang Taiji. Her eyes were filled with tenderness and sweetness. I, Dong Huang Taiji, am satisfied to have you in my life. Dong Huang Taiji extended his hand and pulled Murong Yun into his embrace. Look, the mountain is covered with wild flowers of all colors. Even the butterflies are swaying with the flowers, flapping their wings and flying. These are the most beautiful butterflies I've ever seen. I'm afraid there are millions of them. Murong Yun had a look of surprise on her face. On the hillside, wild flowers were flourishing in all sorts of colors. Most importantly, with the addition of butterflies, it was overflowing with joy. So many butterflies, it's amazing. Dong Huang Taiji nodded silently. But at the next moment, he felt a pungent pollen smell filling his nostrils. Not good. This mountain is strange. Let's retreat. Dong Huang Taiji pulled Murong Yun's hand and wanted to leave this place quickly. But when he turned around, they were already in the middle of a sea of flowers. There were millions of butterflies and the mountain was so tall that it reached the clouds. They could not find the way they came from. What's going on? Why did the way we came from disappear? Murong Yun held Dong Huang Taiji's hand tightly. She was shocked. In a blink of an eye, they were surrounded by the sea of flowers. Butterflies were still dancing among the flowers, but they had lost their way. Could this be a natural bewitching formation? Dong Huang Taiji murmured. He did not notice any sign of a formation, but he had entered it by mistake. The flowers and butterflies that covered the entire mountain were the ones that messed up his thoughts. However, when Dong Huang Taiji turned around and ran away, he was already trapped in it. He knew that they had already lost their way. The butterflies and flowers that covered the mountains and plains were the biggest distraction. The myriad flowers gradually confuse our eyes. We've long been trapped in it, we just don't know it. Dong Huang Taiji sighed, but his expression was solemn. He kept observing the flowers and butterflies in the surrounding, trying to find a loophole. Are we going to be trapped here forever? Murong Yun said worriedly. I won't. Dong Huang Taiji said resolutely. At this moment, he must find a way to leave this place as soon as possible. Otherwise, this seemingly harmless soul-bewitching formation might kill him. Dong Huang Taiji's strength was extraordinary. Even though he was not as strong as Dong Huang Tai, his Eastern Emperor limitless art was still quite powerful. He had never met a worthy opponent in the same realm as him. Now that he was trapped, he did not panic even though he was shocked. He quickly tried to find a way to get out of this soul-bewitching formation. Wave after wave of fragrant aroma entered their bodies, causing their spirits to become more and more excited. This fragrance, could it be poisonous? Dong Huang Taiji thought, but he dared not say anything to Murong Yun. He took a deep breath and felt refreshed, but he did not feel any discomfort. Looks like I've been worrying too much. However, the butterflies in front of him were flying freely, as if they were looking for the most primitive joy in this world. It was not that Dong Huang Taiji was worrying too much, but there were butterflies and flowers in this boundless mountain. Hence, he had to find the answer from these two things. The reason why he did not run away immediately was because he knew that it was impossible for him to run away with brute force. Since there was no turning back, he must have fallen into this trap. 10 days. After 10 days, Dong Huang Taiji still could not find a way to get them out of this predicament. On the contrary, Dong Huang Taiji and Murong Yun were getting more and more excited. and their alertness was getting higher. Their mental state was extremely tense, and they were extremely nervous about every flower, tree, butterfly, or grass around them. I feel that these butterflies want to eat us up, Murong Yun said softly. You're too sensitive. It's just a group of butterflies. Do you think they'll eat you up? Although Dong Huang Taiji said so, he could feel that those butterflies were staring at them, and they might attack them any time. In the next second, Dong Huang Taiji did not notice that a multicolored butterfly came from behind him and bit his neck. Hiss! Dong Huang Taiji took a deep breath, and his face instantly turned pale. The surrounding butterflies seemed to be attracted by the multicolored butterfly, and millions of butterflies started rushing towards Dong Huang Taiji and Murong Yun. Damn it! This group of butterflies can actually bite people. Dong Huang Taiji's expression changed drastically, and he stood in front of Murong Yun. His eyes were sharp, and he clenched his fists, and the divine golden bell protected both of them. Countless multicolored butterflies were rushing towards the divine golden bell in a suicidal manner. Dong Huang Taiji's expression was extremely nervous. He did not know why these butterflies attacked him, and they were so overbearing. Even his divine golden bell seemed to be corroded, and it was a great injury to Dong Huang Taiji. Are you all right, Taiji? Murong Yun said worriedly. I'm fine, I can take it. Dong Huang Taiji said in a deep voice. How could a proud person like him lower his head in front of Murong Yun? However, he had already suffered serious injuries. The divine golden bell was connected to his divine origin Qi. Now that the divine golden bell was being corroded, even though the butterflies were getting more and more injured, Dong Huang Taiji's injuries would only worsen if this were to continue. Let me help you, Murong Yun shouted. Terrifying divine origin energy poured into Dong Huang Taiji's body. Dong Huang Taiji felt as if he was bathing in the spring breeze. More than half of his injuries were recovered and the divine golden bell became stronger. Dong Huang Taiji was not a gentle person, and he was not a chivalrous person either. However, he was a person who would use his actions to warm her heart. That was why Murong Yun was so infatuated with Dong Huang Taiji. Each and every one of his actions made Murong Yun feel his sincere love. There was no need to say anything. The two of them already had a mutual affinity and appreciated each other. This was the so-called love. Finally, after an unknown period of time, the attacks of the butterflies had weakened. Murong Yun and Dong Huang Taiji had used up a lot of their energy, but they managed to dodge the attacks of the butterflies. Although there were still butterflies all over the mountain, there were no more butterflies attacking them. Finally, there are no more. Murong Yun fell on Dong Huang Taiji's body, and the two of them leaned on each other. The setting sun was like blood, and the scene was beautiful. What a shameless couple. Dong Huang Taiji, I've finally found you. Chapter 28:16. What's wrong, my dear Yun? Don't you recognize me? The man sneered and said with a touch of self-mockery. His eyes were filled with complicated emotions, filled with anger and killing intent. He pointed his sword towards the sky and stared at Dong Huang Taiji. Murong Yun's expression changed a few times. Her inner world also underwent a great change. She never expected that the person who came out of nowhere was Feng Bai, the person who had a close relationship with them. Killing Luo sect, Feng Bai. So it's you. Dong Huang Taiji was also in disbelief. His appearance had made Murong Yun's heart become incomparably complicated. She looked lonely and held his hand tightly. At that moment, he knew that Murong Yun's heart had always been with him. That's why he was fearless. It's me. So what? This is all because of you. Ha ha ha. This time, I joined the Killing Luo sect in order to fight with you. Dong Huang Taiji, I never expected you to be so weak. You can't even fight against a group of butterflies. You've really opened my eyes. You used to be so arrogant. Now, I can't even imagine what you've become. You're a hero. How did you become like a coward? TSK. 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 Look at you now. Are you really the peerless genius of the Eastern Emperor sect? I think you're more like a beggar on the streets. Feng Bai snorted and said, mocking Dong Huang Taiji. His eyes were sharp and filled with killing intent. Feng Bai, it's over between us. Moreover, it's not Taiji's fault. Do you really want to force me into a dead end? Murong Yun bit her lips and stared at Feng Bai silently. This was a hurdle in her heart. Especially when Fong Bai appeared today, it made Murong Yun even more conflicted. However, they were already in the past. They used to love each other, but Fong Bai would not stop until one of them died. When Murong Yun was in despair, she met Dong Huang Taiji. He was a man of few words, but he cared for her very much. He had entered her heart. It wasn't that he had fallen in love with someone else, nor was he trying to snatch his love away. It was just that they weren't fated to be together, so they couldn't really be together. Until today, Murong Yun had never regretted following Dong Huang Taiji. She had no right to destroy the love she once had. However, the two of them had already gone their separate ways. Since they had already broken up, why make things difficult for each other? But in Fong Bai's heart, this was a hurdle that he could never get over. In the deepest part of his heart, Murong Yun had abandoned him. Back then, he was powerless and could only watch Dong Huang Taiji take Murong Yun away. He could only look up to the sky and sigh. Ha ha ha, I still remember who forced me into a dead end. Do you still remember what you said back then? Dong Huang Taiji. You said that I wasn't good enough for her, so you forcefully took Yun away from me. At that moment, I will never forget the look of disdain in your eyes. In your eyes, I was once a drop in the ocean. I had never caused any ripples in your heart. But now I, Fong Bai, have stood up again. No one can stop me. Today I must kill you. Fong Bai stared at Dong Huang Taiji without giving him any chance to speak. At this moment, Fong Bai had already treated Dong Huang Taiji as a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Fong Bai, why do you have to make things difficult for us? I've said it before, I am already Dong Huang Taiji's woman. Why do you still want to pester me? Murong Yun said helplessly with bitterness on her face. That's not what he said when he took you away from me. He wanted to kill me but you stopped him. Do you think that I will let him go today? He took away the person I love the most in my life. Fong Bai murmured. His eyes were filled with anger and hatred. Dong Huang Taiji killed his father and stole his wife. He would never let Dong Huang Taiji go. Dong Huang Taiji looked at Fong Bai silently and smiled faintly. You don't understand her at all. You don't know what she wants. If she didn't beg me back then, do you think you're qualified to talk to me? Then I have to thank you for not killing me back then. But today, I will show you who is the real expert. Fong Bai's eyes were burning as he looked at Dong Huang Taiji. I, Dong Huang Taiji, will fight you to the end. Dong Huang Taiji said lightly with confidence. No Taiji. Murong Yun said worriedly. Dong Huang Taiji was already injured. He would definitely be at a disadvantage if he fought with Fong Bai again. His strength had improved by leaps and bounds, reaching an unimaginable level. This battle was a matter of life and death for Dong Huang Taiji. Taiji, how intimate. Humph, Murong Yun I will let you know that the man you follow is just a coward. The word hero has nothing to do with him. You, Murong Yun wanted to say something but she was interrupted by Dong Huang Taiji. He knew that this battle was unavoidable. They had been enemies for too long. Only a battle could resolve this. Just listen to me. Dong Huang Taiji's words made Murong Yun nodded her head obediently. Fong Bai was enraged and his veins were bulging when he saw that. Leave the last dignity for your man. This was the deep meaning in Dong Huang Taiji's eyes. Murong Yun understood it immediately. What a good husband and wife. What a good tenderness. How ironic. Fong Bai smiled bitterly. His eyes were filled with sorrow. There was a time when that woman was beside him. She was so obedient and beautiful. Her sword dance and beautiful concubines were a match for the heavens and earth. Dong Huang Taiji, I will wait for you here for 3 days. 3 days later, when your strength has recovered, we will fight again. Fong Bai turned around and stood with his hands behind his back. His face was filled with tears. However, Fong Bai's words had calmed Murong Yun down. At least, Dong Huang Taiji had gotten a chance to take a breather. Fong Bai did not take advantage of Dong Huang Taiji. Otherwise, Dong Huang Taiji would be under more pressure. What a proud and arrogant fellow. Dong Huang Taiji smiled. Since Fong Bai was fair to him, he would not disappoint his opponent. 3 days later, Dong Huang Taiji had recovered 80% to 90% of his strength. He had consumed a lot of energy recovery pills and absorbed them all. Now he could fight again. I want to see if the peerless prodigy of the Eastern Emperor sect can defeat everyone under my sword. Feng Bai held the sword in his hand. At that moment, he seemed to have become one with the heaven and earth. The terrifying sword aura moved without any wind. Even before he attacked, the sword aura was already fearless. Feng Bai stood still like a mountain. His sword was him and he was his sword. They were one and the same. A scholar who has been away for 3 days must be looked at differently. Chapter 28:17. Your strength is not even at the Divine King realm? Dong Huang Taiji's expression became serious as he looked at Feng Bai. Just a half-step Divine King. It's more than enough to kill you. Feng Bai said faintly with an imposing manner. What he said might not be worth mentioning in the eyes of others, but Dong Huang Taiji knew that his words were not to be underestimated. A half-step Divine King dared to say that he could kill a Divine King with just a wave of his hand. How powerful was that? Even a mid-Divine King might not have such an overbearing ability. His sword is too fast. You must be careful, Taiji. Knowing yourself and your enemy is the key to victory. However, even though Dong Huang Taiji knew how fast and ferocious Feng Bai's sword was, Dong Huang Taiji still felt pressured. Before his sword was unsheathed, his aura had increased by 30%. Dong Huang Taiji was extremely passive in this battle. Eastern Emperor Limitless Art. Dong Huang Taiji's first move was a killing move. It was the ultimate move of the Eastern Emperor sect. It was also his trump card. He would not hold back at all as Dong Huang Taiji could feel the immense pressure from Feng Bai. It could even destroy Dong Huang Taiji. The pressure that could destroy the heavens and the earth was terrifying. Yearning for the mountain makes people cry. The clear water makes people grieve with you. Prosperity is gone. There's no time for flowers and birds to accompany you. Feng Bai murmured as his sword was unsheathed. The sword's aura swept across the sky. Thousands of miles of flowers flew up into the sky and withered. A sword swept across thousands of miles. Feng Bai's sorrow was unimaginable. Dong Huang Taiji felt suffocated by the sword. A half-step Divine King's sword aura that could destroy the heavens and the earth was extremely rare. The sorrow in the poem made Dong Huang Taiji feel the pressure from the sword aura. Divine Golden Bell. Dong Huang Taiji defended himself, but Feng Bai's sword aura was too strong. It was suffocating. Dong Huang Taiji claimed that he was unrivaled amongst his peers, but he was defeated by a half-step Divine King with ease. Feng Bai's sword aura was extremely powerful. Feng Bai's sword was so fast that it shocked the world. As soon as the sword's aura was unleashed, it suppressed everything in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Dong Huang Taiji only admired one person who was at the same level as him, and that was Jiang Chen. A peak late Divine King was able to defeat him. Jiang Chen was a peerless monster. Feng Bai was as terrifying as Jiang Chen. A half-step Divine King could go against the current and kill a Divine King. Countless terrifying sword shadows overlapped on the Divine Golden Bell. Golden light shone continuously. The Divine Golden Bell was getting more and more difficult to defend. Cracks started to appear on the Divine Golden Bell. Feng Bai was using offense as defense. He was like a tiger, not giving Dong Huang Taiji any chance at all. Dong Huang Taiji did not expect that he would be completely suppressed by Feng Bai. He did not even have the chance to fight back. Even though he was defending passively, it was getting more and more difficult for him. If this continued, he would suffer great damage. Sword shadows filled the sky. Feng Bai was fighting with ease. His sword chi was unstoppable. Murong Yun could see it clearly, but she could not do anything about it. At this moment, it would be an insult to Dong Huang Taiji if she joined the battle. Dong Huang Taiji would feel humiliated. Murong Yun could only wait anxiously. Taiji, you must hold on. Murong Yun prayed in her heart. Feng Bai's aura was getting stronger and stronger. He kept attacking from the Divine Golden Bell, but they were all repelled by Feng Bai's sword chi. On the contrary, Feng Bai was suppressing Dong Huang Taiji to the point where he could hardly breathe. Needless to say, the sword momentum was ferocious. It was unbelievable that a half-step Divine King could possess such a terrifying skill. Now it's time for you to die. Feng Bai roared in anger. The sword shadow changed again. A sword came from the east, seizing the 9 heavens. 10,000 void breaking. Feng Bai's sword was like a god. Its aura was terrifying. Even Dong Huang Taiji could feel the threat of death. This sword was too powerful. Dong Huang Taiji exerted all of his strength to attack. However, The divine golden bell was still broken by Feng Bai's sword. The golden light shattered and Dong Huang Taiji spurted out a mouthful of blood. He staggered backward with a pale face. He was severely injured. He stood still. If he were to fall down now, he would definitely die a painful death. Taiji! Murong Yun exclaimed. She wanted to rush forward but she was pushed back by Dong Huang Taiji's palm. At least you still have some manliness. Feng Bai harumphed coldly. He raised his sword and the wind blew. The sword shadows were like the rain of the 9 heavens, completely blocking Dong Huang Taiji's escape route. Murong Yun's eyes almost popped out of their sockets, but she could not rush forward to save Dong Huang Taiji. I've said it before. I'll kill you today. Feng Bai roared. His aura became even more ferocious. The rain of swords pierced through Dong Huang Taiji's body. Dong Huang Taiji was already at his limit. At that moment, Feng Bai's sword fell from the sky, intending to kill Dong Huang Taiji. Let people go when possible. A sword chime reverberated in the void. Feng Bai's sword was pushed back by another sword. That sword was Jiang Chen's heavenly dragon sword. The two swords were pushed back. Jiang Chen's figure pierced through the void and met Feng Bai's eyes. Both of their swords were unable to gain any advantage. However, this sword was enough to show how powerful Feng Bai was. It's you? Feng Bai's expression slightly changed. He had discussed sword techniques with Jiang Chen for a long time. How could he forget that? The two of them even exchanged swords with each other. At this moment, they were fighting each other. Old brother, your sword is too vicious. Do you really want to kill me? Jiang Chen sighed. You don't understand. I have a blood feud with him. No one can stop me. Feng Bai continued and looked at Jiang Chen. Even you want to go against me? I can't let you kill him. Brother, I don't want you to get hurt. Jiang Chen said. Feng Bai, you lunatic. If anything happens to Taiji, I will never forgive you. Murong Yun hugged the dying Dong Huang Taiji tightly. Dong Huang Taiji would have died if Jiang Chen didn't arrive in time. Why? Feng Bai's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He never thought that the woman he loved would one day stand on the opposite side of him for another man. Revenge breeds revenge. Since there's no love, why don't you let it go? Jiang Chen smiled bitterly. He finally understood why the Sword Saint hated the Eastern Emperor sect to the core. However, Jiang Chen was confused about Feng Bai. This fellow was too stubborn. He was stubborn about the sword Dao and his lover. Ha ha ha. All right. I will give you face today. Jiang Chen. When we meet again in the future, we will be even. Dong Huang Taiji, I will kill him. I will not rest until he is dead. Chapter 28:18. Are you all right? Jiang Chen looked at Dong Huang Taiji. Although Feng Bai had left, he was still worried that Feng Bai would come back and kill him. He and Feng Bai were fated to meet each other. However, he would not stand aside and watch them kill each other. I won't die yet, Dong Huang Taiji said with a smile. He coughed twice and his expression did not look good. Eat this pill first. Jiang Chen took out a healing pill and let Murong Yun feed him. This happened because of me. Junior Jiang Chen, I am not afraid of death but I don't want Taiji to lose his life because of me. What happened between me and Feng Bai is already in the past. It's just that he is not willing to accept it. What he feels now is no longer love but obsession. His eyes are really scary. Murong Yun said while gritting her teeth. Her heart was filled with self-blame. Don't worry. I am here. Senior Taiji will be fine. Jiang Chen said. Oh yeah, are you guys lost here too? Murong Yun asked in a deep voice. Lost? Why should I get lost? Are you guys lost here? Moling Dongchen asked in surprise. Yes. Taiji and I have been lost here for more than 10 days. We can't get out of this place. Murong Yun said solemnly. We didn't. Isn't this just a place where flowers are blooming all year round? We were only attracted by the fragrance of the flowers in these mountains. Moling Dongchen said with a serious face. It seemed like Murong Yun was not joking. I don't know. This place is really beautiful and we were attracted here. However, when we turned back, we couldn't find the way out. Now it's still the same. We can't get out of this place. Murong Yun's expression was terrible. She bit her lips. If Jiang Chen did not appear in time, she and Donghuang Taiji might have died. How could this be? There really isn't anything strange here. Why would you have such a feeling? Moling Dongchen looked at Jiang Chen with doubt. Jiang Chen frowned and looked around. There was no formation at all. This was strange. Why was he and Feng Bai safe and sound? Why were the two of them trapped in this fragrant wilderness? Jiang Chen frowned and looked at the surroundings. That's right. There's no need to think too much. We'll bring you out later. Jiang Chen said with a dignified expression. This mountain was indeed strange, because there were no demonic beasts here. Apart from butterflies, there was nothing else. The strangest thing was that this place was very quiet, too ordinary. So ordinary that people couldn't feel the slightest danger. But because of this, Murong Yun was trapped here. But even Jiang Chen couldn't find out what was strange about this place. You think you can come and go as you please? Ha ha ha. A strange laughter suddenly resounded in the ears of Jiang Chen and the others. Everyone looked at Moling Dongchen. At this moment, Moling Dongchen's smile was getting brighter and brighter. The brilliance in his eyes was also dazzling. It was as if there was a dazzling brilliance in his eyes that no one dared to look at directly. His beautiful face was even more enchanting now. Jiang Chen quickly retreated with a gloomy face. Everyone's gaze was focused on Moling Dongchen. Moling Dongchen crossed his arms in front of his chest and sneered while looking at Jiang Chen and the others. The others can leave, but the two of them must stay and become my nourishment. These flowers are blooming so brilliantly, and these butterflies are so beautiful. If it weren't for the two of you, how could my butterflies be so beautiful? Moling Dongchen said with a smile. However, Jiang Chen knew that this person was not Moling Dongchen. Moling Dongchen would never say such words. Moreover, his eyes made Jiang Chen's heart palpitate. You are not Moling Dongchen. Who are you? Jiang Chen shouted in a deep voice. Even Mo Qihan and Mo Fengzhou's countenance changed drastically. This guy's laughter was terrifying. His eyes were extremely feminine. When he looked at Donghuang Taiji and Murong Yun his eyes were filled with greed. Who am I? Hee. I am Jay Fairy. I came from the sky and landed in this mortal world. My body is very beautiful. I like it very much. Moling Dongchen said calmly as if she was really a fairy. She completely ignored Jiang Chen and the others, treating them as mortals. Jay Fairy? Who are you? Get out of Moling Dongchen's body. Mo Qihan shouted angrily. After saying that, Mo Qihan rushed towards Moling Dongchen. A divine king's desperate battle was extremely terrifying. Mo Qihan had also risked his life for Moling Dongchen. However, Moling Dongchen just casually waved his hand and sent him flying away. Jiang Chen's expression became solemn as he sent Mo Qihan flying away with a palm strike. Jiang Chen's expression became solemn. Puff! Mo Qihan knelt down on one knee. His face was pale. In the eyes of Moling Dongchen, his impulsive action was not worth mentioning. Jay Fairy, let me see what you're capable of. Jiang Chen's countenance became solemn. He did not take any action, but his overwhelming soul pressure shrouded the area. The soul power that was infinitely close to the divine emperor realm crushed the void. Jiang Chen had also pushed the great soul derivation technique to the extreme. At that moment, Moling Dongchen still did not move an inch. His smile was still as charming as before, but it was gloomy and strange. Not bad. How can you have such a powerful soul power? Unfortunately, in my eyes, your spiritual force is not worth mentioning. Jay Fairy said proudly. Her eyes flashed with a 5-colored radiance, covering the entire mountain. Behind her, on the peak of the void, a giant butterfly shadow appeared behind her. In the center of the butterfly was a beautiful lady. She was wearing a 5-colored butterfly robe. As she flapped her wings, all the butterflies on the mountain formed a high wall that covered the sky. The colorful butterflies devoured the sky. Jiang Chen's soul power was instantly pushed back like a tide. Jiang Chen took 3 steps back with a solemn expression. However, the Zulong Tower had protected his soul. Otherwise, that terrifying soul storm would have sent him to the 18th level of hell. Such a powerful soul pressure. If it wasn't for the Zulong Tower protecting my soul, almost any divine emperor realm expert would have been annihilated by this soul pressure. Chapter 28:19. You can escape from my soul storm? Not bad. But you're still too young to fight me. Jie Fairy said with a smile. However, her smile was creepy. Coupled with Moling Dongchen's face, it made Jiang Chen uncomfortable. She had occupied Moling Dongchen's body. It seemed like it would be extremely difficult to take back Moling Dongchen's body. Jiang Chen was shocked. Could she be an Emperor Realm expert soul? Even so, it was not easy for an Emperor Realm expert soul to reach such a terrifying level. Jie Fairy, we have no grudge against you. Why do you have to go against us? Jiang Chen squinted his eyes and said, Why are you still trying to reason with her at this moment? Mo Fengzhou said while gritting his teeth. Then why don't you go and fight with her? Let's see who's stronger? Jiang Chen said faintly. It's easy to talk. If you're stronger than her, she won't be able to get away scot-free. You, Mo Fengzhou was speechless. Looks like this fella is very selfish. Why do I, Jie Fairy, need you to judge me? I'll do whatever I want to do. What can you do? Jie Fairy said calmly and ignored Jiang Chen and the others. Her target was Dong Huang Taiji and Murong Yun. Two little fellas. Follow me. I'll let you two be together forever. Jie Fairy's eyes turned cold. She rushed towards Dong Huang Taiji and Murong Yun at lightning speed. Jiang Chen instantly enlarged the Zulong Tower and enveloped everyone. At that moment, Jie Fairy's expression changed drastically. She hit the Zulong Tower fiercely with her palm. However, there was only a ripple and the Zulong Tower was not damaged at all. This, pagoda, how did you get it? Jie Fairy said coldly. She felt pressured by the pagoda. Fortunately, Jiang Chen was not strong enough to fully utilize the power of the pagoda. What does it have to do with you? Jiang Chen asked. Good kid, you've got guts. I can't do anything to you, and you can't do anything to me. However, I like this body. I hope we'll meet again. After that, Jie Fairy turned around and left. However, Jiang Chen did not intend to let her go so easily. Moling Dongchen's body was under her control. Jiang Chen was very worried about her safety. Since we can't do anything to each other, why don't we sit down and talk? Jiang Chen's words made Jie Fairy stop in her tracks. She turned around and looked at Jiang Chen with interest and nodded silently. You're right. Since we can't do anything to each other, how about we make a deal? I'm all ears. Jiang Chen looked at Jie Fairy. Jie Fairy crossed her arms and looked at Jiang Chen from top to bottom. Then, she continued. After we cross this mountain, we'll reach Azalea Mountain. Help me destroy all the azaleas on the mountain and turn it into a barren mountain. Then, I'll return her to you. Azalea Mountain? Mo Fengzhou and Mo Qihan's facial expression changed drastically. Was the Azalea Mountain that they were looking for at the foot of the mountain? That's all? Jiang Chen said. It seemed like Azalea Mountain was on the other side of the mountain. It seemed like they did gain something. However, Moling Dongchen had to pay the price to know about it. If I disobey, I'm willing to be baptized by the 9 heavenly lightning and my soul will be destroyed. Jie Fairy's eyes were burning as she looked at Jiang Chen seriously. Jiang Chen furrowed his brows. Was this guy's request really that simple? Could she not go to the other side of Azalea Mountain and destroy all the azaleas on the mountain? Or perhaps, there was something that she could not do on Azalea Mountain? I know you don't believe me, but this is your only chance. Don't ask me anything else. I won't tell you anything. Jie Fairy looked at the other side of the mountain and said. She did not look at Jiang Chen anymore. She did not care whether Jiang Chen agreed or not. Her eyes were filled with bitterness as she looked at the Azalea Mountain that was filled with azaleas. Jiang Chen thought. Indeed, he had no choice but to believe Jie Fairy. Otherwise, he could not do anything to her. If she was really an Emperor Realm soul, she would not be an ordinary person to be able to do such a thing. It should not be difficult for her to destroy all the azaleas. But why did she have to do it herself? All right, I promise you. Jiang Chen looked at Jie Fairy. Although he was the passive one, he felt that Jie Fairy did not seem to be lying to him. Come and find me after you've destroyed all the azaleas on the mountain. This mountain will only attract those who love each other. If there is love, you will be lost. If there is no love, you will be able to distinguish between loyalty and treachery. After that, Jie Fairy flew up with the wind and disappeared in the void. Moling Dongchen also disappeared. There are 50 strings of the zither, one string and one pillar. The sound of the zither lingered in the ears and reverberated among the butterflies. It made people yearn for it. Moling Dongchen's sound lingered for a long time. At this moment, even Jiang Chen was intoxicated by the sound of the zither. Why don't you go and get it back? Mo Fengzhou said. Shut up. If there is a chance, do you think Brother Jiang will just stand aside and watch? Don't you know how powerful that person is? Mo Kahan said while gritting his teeth. He was sent flying by a single palm strike. At least in the hands of Jiang Chen. Mo Kahan did not believe that he could not even withstand one strike from Jiang Chen. However, this woman just waved her hand and he was defeated without any chance. This was strength. Perhaps this is the reason why all of you are lost here. If there is love, then you will be lost. If there is no love, then you will naturally not be trapped here. Only two people who are in love with each other and whose hearts are connected will be attracted by the beautiful mirage-like scenery here and mistakenly fall into it. Jiang Chen looked at Dong Huang Taiji and Murong Yun. If that's the case, perhaps Feng Bai was wrong from the start. He was just stubborn in his heart. Dong Huang Taiji and Murong Yun looked at each other and smiled. You are enough. Brother Jiang, what should we do now? Are we really going to destroy the azaleas on the mountain? Can we believe that woman's words? Mo Kahan asked in doubt. We have no choice but to believe her. Chapter 28:20. No matter what's in Azalea Mountain, we should go and check it out. This is our only chance. Plus, the silver dragon fruit might be there too. Jiang Chen said. Yes, the silver dragon fruit is there. Azalea Mountain. Looks like we have to go there. Mo Fengzhou said with a smile. When did I say that I want to go with you? Don't let me see you again. Otherwise, I will not forgive you. I will go and save Moling Dongchen, but I don't need you. Jiang Chen turned and left with Dong Huang Taiji and Murong Yun. You only have yourself to blame for this. I hope you can live well, madam. Mo Kahan said coldly and left, leaving Mo Fengzhou alone. Bastard. You're all bastards. Mo Kahan, I will not let you have a good time when we return to the Mo clan. Pray, I hope that you will not leave Wangdi Mountain alive. Mo Fengzhou roared furiously, but he still had lingering fear. He looked at the butterflies and was afraid that Jie Fairy would return. If that's the case, his life would be over. After crossing over a mountain, as expected, they left the mountains full of blooming flowers and the colorful butterflies. When they crossed the mountain peak, they were shocked again. That was because it was a sea of red. Blood-red azaleas were blooming all over the hillside. The azaleas looked like they were weeping blood. It was so beautiful that it was suffocating. Compared to the butterflies that covered the mountain, this place was even more mesmerizing. The sea of azaleas made them feel like they were in a fairyland. At the top of the mountain, a huge boulder that seemed to connect the heavens stood erect. It was as smooth as flowing water, and 3 large words were carved on it. Azalea Mountain. Having a mountain within a mountain was an ominous sign. The azaleas blooming all over the mountain were truly astonishing. Most importantly, it was the first time in their lives that they had seen such delicate and alluring flowers that were completely blood-red in color. There's definitely a reason behind it. I'm afraid this azalea isn't that simple. Jiang Chen said. Even the powerful Jie Fairy was unwilling to step into this place. Or in other words, she could not step into this place. He did not think that this was a place for good people. On the contrary, this place was definitely not ordinary. The beautiful azalea flowers were more like the blossoming of life. The flow of blood seemed to run through the entire mountain range. The blood-red azalea flowers were even more beautiful than before, just like the mountain ridge that was dyed red with blood. It was indescribably beautiful and strange. I'm afraid it won't be easy to trample through the azaleas that cover the entire mountain. Mo Kahan looked at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen nodded silently. He could feel that the azalea was unusual, but he didn't know what was wrong with it. If it was that easy, Jie Fairy wouldn't have asked them to come here. Be careful. Be on your best behavior. Jiang Chen said in a low voice. Murong Yun and Mo Kahan's eyes lit up. Currently, Dong Huang Taiji had recovered a lot after taking Jiang Chen's medicinal pill. The Azalea Mountain should be real, but we don't know where the silver dragon fruit is. Mo Kahan looked around cautiously but he could not find anything. Look, isn't that a huge canyon? Murong Yun-er's eyes flashed and said. It was indeed a huge white canyon at the end of the Azalea Mountain. However, they had to cross the entire mountain of azaleas to get there. The silver dragon fruit might be there. But let's think of a way to destroy these azaleas first. That way, Moling Dongchen can be saved. Amo Kahan said in a deep voice. In his heart, saving Moling Dongchen was his priority. He did not care about the silver dragon fruit or getting the first place in the battle royale of the 9 counties. Firstly, he knew his own strength. Secondly, he did not want Moling Dongchen to be trapped. He would not hesitate even if he had to use his life to save Moling Dongchen. Destroy it. Amo Kahan did not even ask for Jiang Chen's permission. He struck out with his palm and all the azaleas within 10 li were instantly destroyed. The withered azaleas were like drops of blood, forming a blood-red silhouette that was slowly condensing. Lowly human, how dare you step into my territory? How can you bear to destroy such beautiful azaleas? A cold shout was heard along with an inaudible blood-colored giant palm, sending Amo Kahan flying away. A terrifying energy swept across the area. The color of blood filled the air. Jiang Chen could not dodge it in time and quickly protected Murong Yun-er and Dong Huang Taiji. However, Amo Kahan was already heavily injured. Jiang Chen turned around and quickly went up to the attack. He struck with the 3000 Flames Dragon Seal. The flame aura spread and forced the blood-red giant palm back, saving Amo Kahan from death. You're too impulsive, Jiang Chen said in a low voice. He knew that this guy must be anxious to save Moling Dongchen. He did not expect him to destroy the azaleas in the first place. However, what happened next made him understand that the azaleas were not that easy to be destroyed. What a 5-elemental true fire. To be able to block my attack, the younger generation will surpass us in time. It's just that you want to destroy my azaleas all over the mountains and plains? That's just a pipe dream. If I'm not wrong, it should be the idea of that bitch with the heart of a viper, right? A bunch of stupid humans. The blood-red figure said faintly. Although his face could not be seen clearly, it was indeed a blood-red figure. Blood kept flowing out from his body. Compared to Jay Fairy, he was more terrifying. The blood that flowed out from his body splashed onto the azaleas, proving the saying, blood-sobbing azaleas. Senior, do you know who sent us here? Jiang Chen squinted his eyes. It seemed that this unknown guy had already guessed everything. That Jay Fairy must have a close relationship with this guy. Moreover, there seemed to be a deep hatred between them. Since she asked you to come, then you don't have the right to continue living. The blood-red figure in the void turned into a blood-red dark crow. The dark crow was more than 10 zhong in size. It stood above the azaleas like a high and mighty emperor. Let's see if you have the ability to do so. Jiang Chen sneered. This time, he took out the Zulong Tower in advance and wrapped everyone in the Zulong Tower. As expected, the dark crow instantly became serious. You're indeed a bit capable. No wonder you dare to challenge me. The dark crow sneered and moved its wings. Thousands of azaleas rained down from the sky and hit the Zulong Tower. No matter how sharp or corrosive the azaleas were, they could not do anything to the Zulong Tower. Divine Golden Bell, God Sealing Prohibition. Chapter 28-21. You have the Eastern Emperor Bell? Wasn't the Eastern Emperor Bell broken long ago? The dark crow was shocked. But in the next moment, he realized that Jiang Chen's Divine Golden Bell was not enough to trap him. It's impossible to trap me, unless you have the real Eastern Emperor Bell. The dark crow shouted in a deep voice. Jiang Chen was shocked. The dark crow was able to recognize that the Divine Golden Bell that he casted was casted by the Eastern Emperor Bell itself, and not the Eastern Emperor Limitless Art. The dark crow's eyes were extremely sharp. As expected, the dark crow's soul power was far beyond Jiang Chen's imagination. The terrifying rebounding force shattered Jiang Chen's Divine Golden Bell. Jiang Chen staggered backwards with a serious expression. This fella's soul power was much stronger than Jiang Chen's. Just this fella's soul power alone was enough to destroy his Divine Golden Bell. Heavenly Lightning Fusion. The Dawn Sky Golden Lightning and the 9 Stars Heavenly Tribulation Lightning fused together. The lightning shone brightly and shot out. The lightning snake wrapped around the dark crow. The dark crow charged towards the sky and clashed with the heavenly lightning. The dark crow's soul power quickly dodged the heavenly lightning fusion. Even the soul of an Emperor Realm expert had to dodge the attack. Neither of them had the slightest advantage, and they were evenly matched. Kid, looks like I've underestimated you, the Dark Crow said coldly. Jiang Chen's heavenly lightning, Zulong Tower and even the broken Eastern Emperor bell made her extremely cautious. This fellow was not someone to be trifled with. Blood-colored Dark Crow. Interesting. A beautiful figure soared into the sky, piercing through the golden rays of the setting sun and appearing beside Jiang Chen. Qing Cheng? It's you? Jiang Chen was overjoyed. His eyes were even filled with shock. He didn't expect to see her here. The person Jiang Chen wanted to see was Yan Qingqing. Her appearance made him even more excited. At least in Wangdi Mountain, Jiang Chen did not need to worry anymore. It really is fate, Yan Qingqing said indifferently. Although they didn't hug each other passionately and shed tears, it was enough for Jiang Chen. I won't hesitate to use my tenderness to melt the ice and snow in this life. Although Yan Qingqing did not have a good impression of Jiang Chen, in the depths of her heart, Jiang Chen was willing to give up his life for her several times. This fool. She still treated him differently. Otherwise, she would never be polite to anyone. Your Dark Crow bloodline, I'm taking it. The corner of Yan Qingqing's mouth curled up slightly. She soared straight into the 9 heavens. Her graceful figure reflected the setting sun. It was too beautiful to behold. Be careful, this Dark Crow is not simple, Jiang Chen shouted in a deep voice. However, he did not take any action. If he did that, it would only make Yan Qingqing feel disgusted. Jiang Chen would definitely not stand by and do nothing if his life was in danger. What a little girl. You've got some guts. You actually want my bloodline. I don't even know how many times you've died. The Dark Crow sneered and said disdainfully towards Yan Qingqing. Cut the crap. Your bloodline will be mine. Yan Qingqing and the Dark Crow's attacks instantly set off a frenzy. The azalea flowers on the mountain swayed along with the wind. Seems like that brat has quite a deep affection for you. He's such a calm person, yet you're able to affect his soul fluctuation. He, that brat will collapse on his own if I take you down. The Dark Crow laughed in his heart. Jiang Chen's eyes were looking at Yan Qingqing with deep love. Moreover, she could see that he cherished her as much as his own life. Men, none of them are good. Humph, the Dark Crow sneered and glared at Jiang Chen. Yan Qingqing and the Dark Crow were already in close combat. The Dark Crow kept creating blood-colored snakes to fight with Yan Qingqing. Jiang Chen was also paying full attention, fearing that Yan Qingqing would be injured. The two of them had fought for more than 100 moves, but there was no clear winner. Could it be that Qingqing's strength has increased tremendously again? This Dark Crow's strength should not be underestimated. If it's not because of the heavenly lightning, I might not be its opponent. Jiang Chen frowned and thought worriedly. However, the Dark Crow's soul power instantly covered the entire Azalea Mountain. Even Jiang Chen couldn't avoid it. Yan Qingqing's soul was suppressed in a split second, causing her mind to fall into a trance. The Dark Crow seized the chance to enter her body. No! Jiang Chen's pupils shrunk. He roared and wanted to pull Yan Qingqing back. However, the moment she looked back, her sweet smile had completely melted Jiang Chen. She was like the naive little princess of the city lord's mansion. The tenderness in her eyes almost melted Jiang Chen. Her every frown and smile, her graceful bearing as she looked back, and that instant of fragrance, all of it made Jiang Chen fall into the sea of love. Qingqing. Jiang Chen murmured. His inner world was on the verge of being conquered. Boom. A loud explosion resounded in Jiang Chen's mind. When he woke up, he realized that Yan Qingqing had changed. Damn it! Bastard! Jiang Chen cursed. This bastard had actually invaded Yan Qingqing's body. Jiang Chen was trembling with anger. Don't force me. Otherwise, I guarantee that the entire Azalea Mountain will be razed to the ground, Jiang Chen said while trembling. His eyes were red as he stared at Yan Qingqing. However, the current Yan Qingqing had changed. Her eyes were exactly the same as the Dark Crow's. Jiang Chen should have expected that this Dark Crow was not a good person. He was too careless. Even Yan Qingqing was controlled by him. If something happened to Yan Qingqing, how would Jiang Chen face him? Such a terrifying gaze. However, it's useless against me. I'm already dead. Why would I care about your threat? Unless you kill the person you love the most as well. Yan Qingqing smiled faintly. It was extremely charming. However, when Jiang Chen saw such a graceful smile, he could not bring himself to smile. "What do you want?" Jiang Chen took a deep breath. This dark crow was definitely plotting something big. Why would a woman make things difficult for another woman? Especially a beautiful woman. "I don't want to make things difficult for her. Let's see how capable you are," Yan Qingqing said meaningfully. "Speak," Jiang Chen said. Yan Qingqing looked at the White Canyon and murmured. Chapter 28-22. Sea Moon Gorge. It was a huge white gorge. At this moment, Jiang Chen gazed into the distance with a solemn expression. "What's hiding there?" "Who's that he that Yan Qingqing mentioned? Iron tree blossoms, white jade smokes. Who is that person?" Jiang Chen's eyes were burning as he stared at Yan Qingqing. "You'll know when you get there. But whether you can do it or not, it'll depend on your luck," the dark crow said. "If she's hurt, I'll make your Azalea Mountain barren. I want your soul to stay in hell forever. Don't doubt my words." Jiang Chen turned around, took a deep breath, and said faintly. The dark crow gazed at Jiang Chen's back and smiled bitterly. The same silhouette, the same arrogance. "But why don't you turn back?" After Jiang Chen left, the dark crow's soul was heavily injured, because there was a powerful imprint in Yan Qingqing's body that almost caused her to lose her life. "This is 8-divisional pagoda. Little girl, why did you provoke these damned fellas?" the dark crow murmured. She could clearly see that the blood-colored soul imprint in Yan Qingqing's sea of consciousness was attacking her soul, as if it was trying to purge her from existence. "I'd like to see who you are, to dare to act like a tyrant in front of me. So what if it's the 8-divisional pagoda? I wasn't even afraid of the Buddha in the past. Do you really think that a mere pagoda can sweep everything before you?" The dark crow sneered. Spiritual energy gushed into Yan Qingqing's mind like a tidal wave. At this moment, she could feel a heavenly Sanskrit descending upon her. Even though she was an Emperor Realm soul, she still felt pressured. "Which pagoda are you? Hurry up and reveal your true body," the dark crow shouted. "Since you want to be a coward, I'll lend you a hand." The dark crow's frightening spiritual energy pressed down once again. Yan Qingqing's face turned extremely ugly. The blood-colored spiritual imprint in her mind was constantly being swept by the dark crow's spiritual energy. Yan Qingqing was in great pain. "To think that you've already fused with her. Looks like she's very important to you. What a pity. A good girl was harmed by a bastard like you. But I, Duwan, will not let you have your way today. None of the 8-divisional pagoda's people are good." Duwan's spiritual strength fought against the bloodmark for a long time. In the end, Duwan won and the bloodmark was gradually removed. However, Duwan had also suffered quite a bit of damage. After all, it wasn't easy to remove the spiritual mark left behind by the 8-divisional pagoda. If her physical body was still present, it wouldn't be a problem. However, only a remnant of her spiritual strength was left. Duwan's soul power and the 8-divisional pagoda's blood imprint were in a deadlock for a long time. However, Duwan was able to gain the upper hand by relying on her powerful soul power. That blood imprint was gradually becoming blurry and was about to disappear. Its resistance was also gradually fading away. A centipede dies but doesn't fall down. However, it's already impossible for you to control her. Duwan murmured. She had finally done something that made her feel comfortable. The 8-divisional pagoda was something that happened tens of thousands of years ago. At least, her understanding of the 8-divisional pagoda was limited to the turbulent immemorial period. Jiang Chen knew that it would not do him any good to continue fighting with Duwan. She wanted him to go to the Sea Moon Gorge to make the iron tree bloom and the white jade give birth to smoke. This was not an easy task. However, Jiang Chen did not want to fight to the death. Jiang Chen saw the true feelings in Duwan's eyes at the last moment. Who was the person that she wanted to meet? Jiang Chen was very curious about her identity. However, he had no other choice because this Duwan was much stronger than the previous guy. However, he firmly believed that Duwan would not harm Yan Qingqing. For some reason, Jiang Chen felt that Duwan was inextricably linked to Jie Fairy and the person she wanted to see. Silver dragon fruit. Could it be in the Sea Moon Gorge? The Azalea Mountain is covered by azaleas. It's almost endless. Only the silver-white Sea Moon Gorge could possibly hide the silver dragon fruit. Jiang Chen said in a low voice as he looked at the Sea Moon Gorge. At this moment, Dong Huang Taiji, Murong Yun and Mo Qihan also wanted to follow Jiang Chen to the Sea Moon Gorge. However, they were stopped by Jiang Chen. The Sea Moon Gorge was not an ordinary place. If they went there, they might not be able to return. Even Jiang Chen was not confident. However, for the sake of Yan Qingqing, Jiang Chen would not hesitate even if it's a tiger's lair or a dragon's lair. Under the Sea Moon Gorge, there was a huge gorge. It was bottomless. The gorge was milky white and looked like a white jade. However, the windstorm in the gorge was extremely sharp. Every time the windstorm blew past, even an early divine king would not be able to withstand it. The windstorm came and went without a trace. It seemed like it was harmless. However, countless early divine kings stopped in their tracks. "Wait for me here," Yi Fuqian said. Jiang Chen said. The three of them looked at each other and smiled bitterly. They felt bad for letting Jiang Chen take the risk alone. However, they were not as strong as Jiang Chen and they were injured. This might be the best choice they could make. The windstorm in the gorge never stopped. However, it was not sharp. It seemed to have formed a stable magnetic field. However, those who were weak would be crushed into pieces after entering this magnetic field. "This place is really unusual," Jiang Chen murmured. This strange magnetic windstorm made it hard for him to figure out what kind of place he was in. The white jade cornerstone was endless. No wonder it was called the Sea Moon Gorge. The jades here were connected together with the moon. It was a paradise. Jiang Chen carefully walked through the gorge, fearing that there would be any changes. This Sea Moon Gorge was not a simple place. "Xing Feng, do you really think that you're invincible? If Guai Gu of the Killing Luo sect was here, you wouldn't have the chance to show off." 10 li away, a loud shout attracted Jiang Chen's attention. Jiang Chen quickly rushed over and saw a few silhouettes appearing in front of him. It was the arrogant Xing Feng. "Killing Luo sect? Let alone you, even if Guai Gu is here, I, Xing Feng, will not take him seriously. And you idiots, do you really think that Tongxian Mansion is a place that trash like you can enter? It's a place where geniuses gather. Even if you enter, you won't know how you died." "Humph." Xing Feng crossed his arms and said with a cold smile. He did not care about the three people in front of him. Heavenly Xing sect, how arrogant. Hu Yu Boundaries White Tiger, Heavenly Dragon sect, Wang Xiaohu. I'd like to see how you're going to fight against them. Brother Zhou Tong, it seems like we'll have to fight together. Chapter 28-23. Hu Yu Boundary. Since when can there be someone who can ascend to the Hall of Elegance? Ha! Xing Feng laughed and snorted. Wang Xiaohu's face turned gloomy. However, Xing Feng did have the right to be arrogant. He was definitely a top-notch expert as he was one of the top 10 experts in the Battle Royale of the 9 counties. Although Wang Xiaohu was one of the top experts in Hu Yu Boundary, he did not dare to act recklessly. "Looks like you want to fight us to the death?" Another yellow-haired young man shouted coldly. "Nobody, who are you?" Xing Feng said indifferently. "Floating World, Chang'an Sect, Young Sect Master Chu Chang'an. You don't even know me, the Young Sect Master. I think you must be tired of living. No matter how strong you are, can you fight against the three of us?" Chu Chang'an looked at him coldly. He was one of the top experts in the Floating World. Although Xing Feng was famous, it did not mean that he was invincible. To Chu Chang'an and the other two, being able to defeat Xing Feng would be a great boost to their reputation. Hence, the three of them were eager to try out this battle. If they could defeat Xing Feng, they would definitely become famous. Even if they failed, they could only run away. They would not be killed by Xing Feng. At least they were confident. Never heard of it. But it seems like you guys are full of confidence. I shall teach you guys a lesson today. Xing Feng crossed his arms and looked at the three of them with disdain. The three of them were peak early divine kings while he was a mid-divine king. Other than the three guys from the Qilian boundary, no one could make him frown. Sea Moon Gorge, it said that there's a 10,000-word Nanhua true scripture. The one who obtains the scripture will gain eternal life. It's left behind by the Nanhua the Enlightened. Looks like you want it for yourself. Zhou Tong said coldly. How could it be easy to get the left behind by the Nanhua the Enlightened? The Nanhua True Scripture is said to be one of the 10 great scriptures of the ancient times. Countless people have only heard about it from rumors. Who knows what the Nanhua true scripture is? Chu Chang'an shouted in a deep voice. They were indeed here for the Nanhua true scripture, but they did not know where the Nanhua true scripture was. Let's not talk about whether the Nanhua true scripture exists or not. However, no matter what, the three of you are not allowed to take even half a step into this place. Anyone who disobeys will be killed. Xing Feng stood at the top of the Sea Moon Gorge with his saber and horse in front of him, not letting the three of them cross the border. It seems like this battle is unavoidable. Xing Feng, today, I will let you have a taste of my White Tiger Heavenly Dragon Sect's unparalleled martial arts. Wang Xiaohu snorted and took a step forward. He was ready to fight at any time. The three of them were also ready to fight. The killing intent in their eyes was like a rain of swords. Xing Feng was furious. The battle started. Jiang Chen looked from afar. He didn't expect there to be such a battle here. It was really eye-opening. These people were obviously not ordinary people. Killing Luo Sec's Zhou Tong, White Tiger Heavenly Dragon Sec's Wang Xiaohu and Chang, and Sec's Chu Chang'an. Even though they weren't top-notch experts, they weren't ordinary people either. The three of them fighting Xing Feng was interesting. Fine. You guys can fight first. Let's see who will have the last laugh. Jiang Chen didn't want to fight. As a bystander, the best outcome would be for both sides to be injured. That would be the happiest thing for him. Brother Zhou, Brother Wang, since they don't want to give us face, there's no need for us to continue this fight. Let's end this quickly. Chu Chang'an said. The three of them attacked together without any hesitation. Xing Feng didn't show any fear. He flew up to the clouds and the four of them started fighting. Their terrifying skills tore the void apart. The surrounding storm couldn't even leave a mark on their bodies. The four of them were fighting against the sky and the ground. Their speed was shocking. Xing Feng was fighting against three of them, but he didn't change his expression. He even had the upper hand. A mid-divine king realm expert wasn't someone that could be defeated by an ordinary person. Xing Feng held his blade in front of him. The three of them attacked fiercely, but they couldn't gain any advantage. Xing Feng was a genius among the young generation in the 9 boundaries. He was not an ordinary person. He was confident that he could defeat the three of them. Otherwise, if he couldn't even defeat these guys, how could he fight against Shen Shunji, Gue Gu and Donghuang Taiye? Xing Feng was more powerful after all. Facing the attacks of the three of them, he was well organized. Although he was frightened, he was still at ease. Dragon Tiger Shadow. Wang Xiaohu roared. Both of his hands turned into claws and tore the sky apart. The Dragon Tiger Shadow followed him like a shadow. The battle between the dragon and the tiger was terrifying. It was as if the dragon and the tiger had descended. Xing Feng's expression changed. He retreated in order to advance. His figure was like lightning. War God's 3 profound transformations. War God's body. Jiang Chen had witnessed how terrifying the War God's body was. Wang Xiaohu's attack couldn't break through the War God's body at all. The domineering War God's body couldn't be understood without experiencing it. If Jiang Chen's body wasn't well trained, it wouldn't be easy for him to defeat the War God's body. Such terrifying chi strength. Wang Xiaohu retreated after one attack. The dragon and tiger shadow followed him and struck out 7 times consecutively. However, none of them were able to hurt Xing Feng. On the contrary, Xing Feng shouted angrily and punched out, breaking Wang Xiaohu's palm. Hiss! Chu Chang'an gasped. However, it was too late. He and Zhou Tong looked at each other and the two of them rushed forward at their fastest speed. They followed Wang Xiaohu's attack closely. They didn't want to give Xing Feng any chance to breathe. Once Xing Feng broke through them one by one, they wouldn't stand a chance anymore. Layers of ghostly shadows spread across the universe. Zhou Tong's expression was solemn. Countless ghostly shadows surrounded his body, crying and howling. The ghostly shadows pierced through the void instantly and surrounded Xing Feng. Xing Feng sneered and remained calm. No matter how you attack me, I will not budge at all. Do you think you can make me surrender with just these ghostly shadows? The War God's body can destroy the world. Who can stop me? Xing Feng was domineering. His fists created wind. The ghostly shadows were all shattered by his fists. There was no chance for him to escape. Zhou Tong was also blown away. He looked ferocious. Those ghostly shadows were all formed by his profound qi. It was a great damage to him when the ghostly shadows were shattered. Raise the sails in the daytime. Flowers return to Chong and city. Yuan Qi wind and thunder. Listen to the sword hum. Chu Chang'an held the green light sword in his hand. The sword Qi swept across 800 miles. The sword hum was like the roar of the wind, sweeping across the sea-moon gorge. Xing Feng stood still like a mountain. He threw out 3 punches to resist Chu Chang'an's sword Qi. The sword hum was endless. However, after the 3 punches, Chu Chang'an's green light sword was already cracked. A powerful peak divine tool was shattered by Xing Feng's body. Chu Chang'an's face turned cold. He staggered backward and his eyes were filled with fear. What a frightening physical strength. The war god's body is indeed worthy of its reputation. Chu Chang'an knew that they had met a real obstacle this time. There was a reason why Xing Feng could be on the same level as Dong Huang Tai A and Gue Gu. Chapter 28-24. Such a strong physique. The war god's body is indeed the secret technique of the heavenly Xing sect. Zhou Tong said while clenching his teeth. The 3 of them looked at each other and were unwilling to give up. They charged forward again, but this time, their momentum was obviously weaker than before. Xing Feng was also in the middle of the battle. His punches landed on the 3 of them and the 3 of them suffered a lot. They could not compete with Zhou Tong at all. At this moment, they all had the intention to retreat. 3 arrogant fellas. How dare you challenge me? Looks like you guys don't know how to spell the word death. Xing Feng was domineering. His war god's body was terrifying. He was much stronger than Xing Ming. Jiang Chen's eyes became solemn. This fellow was still far from Xing Ming. He was indeed the first disciple of the heavenly Xing sect. Jiang Chen believed that the 3 of them would be defeated before Xing Feng could show his full strength. Boom! Xing Feng threw a punch. The 3 of them were severely injured and their faces turned pale. Let's go. This fella is too strong. We can't defeat him. Zhou Tong retreated quickly. With Xing Feng's attack, the 3 of them scattered. Xing Feng was too strong. He had completely suppressed them. They were defeated before they could even attack. Haha! A bunch of trash. Who dares to fight me? Xing Feng could not stop laughing. Zhou Tong, Wang Xiaohu, and Chu Chang'an left quickly. They did not dare to continue fighting. Xing Feng did not chase after them. At this moment, it was easy for him to kill one of them, but it was impossible for him to kill all of them. Xing Feng's roar was still echoing in the sea-moon gorge. It lasted for a long time. Finally, Xing Feng squinted his eyes and said, "Come out. You've been watching for so long. You should have some response." Xing Feng's words were obviously meant for Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen did not expect Xing Feng to notice him. Although he did not hide on purpose, it was still hard for ordinary people to notice him. This fellow was not simple. He did not plan to show himself. After all, he came here to look for the iron tree blossom. He did not want to cause any trouble. Yan Qingqing's safety was more important than anything else. However, it was discovered by Xing Feng in the end. Not bad. You actually knew that someone was observing you in the dark. It seems that I have really underestimated you. The heavenly Xing sect's war god physique is truly impressive. Jiang Chen smiled and got out from the battle. He looked at Xing Feng and the latter's facial expression changed completely when he saw Jiang Chen's. It's you. Xing Feng's pupils constricted as he stared at Jiang Chen. He did not expect the person in the dark to be Jiang Chen. Xing Feng had already noticed that someone was spying on him, but he did not say anything to agitate him. It was because the person in the dark was quite powerful. If Jiang Chen joined hands with the other 3 to fight against him, Xing Feng could not say that he would be invincible. Therefore, he did not chase after the 3 guys who were severely injured and escaped. Instead, he waited for the person in the dark. This guy was obviously very confident in himself. He did not want to team up with Zhou Tong and the other 2. In Xing Feng's eyes, as long as the 3 of them left, he would have nothing to worry about. It's me. So what? Jiang Chen said proudly. Why is there Xing Ming's aura on you? Could it be you killed him? Xing Feng took a deep breath and looked at Jiang Chen. He was looking forward to Jiang Chen's answer. Yes. Jiang Chen nodded without saying anything. However, the veins on Xing Feng's face were popping out. That was his younger brother, his biological brother. Although the 2 of them did not have a good relationship, they were born of the same mother. Both of their parents had passed away. Xing Feng did not say it, but Xing Ming was his only relative in the world. However, all of this was destroyed the moment Jiang Chen appeared. Xing Ming was killed by Jiang Chen. It was as if a knife was slashed on his chest. The pain was indescribable. Jiang Chen. Ha ha ha, Jiang Chen. So, you are here to fall into my trap? Xing Feng was so angry that he laughed. His expression was vicious and his veins were popping out. At this moment, his anger had reached its peak. You killed my brother. Today I will make you pay with your blood. That's his own fault. I gave him a chance. Unfortunately, he did not know how to cherish it. Who can he blame for seeking his own death? Jiang Chen said coldly. Jiang Chen, you and I will fight to the death. That day in Lingju City, you were lucky that you were competing in the art of alchemy. Otherwise you would be dead. I have something important to do and I do not want to be your enemy. At least not now. However, I killed your brother. Come on, let's fight. I, Jiang Chen, do not like to waste time. Jiang Chen knew that today's battle was inevitable. Are you here for the Nanhua True Scripture too? Xing Feng's eyes glittered. I don't know what the Nanhua True Scripture is and I am not interested. However, I am here for the blossoming iron tree. Jiang Chen said. Humph. The blossoming iron tree and the silver dragon fruit. I'm afraid you will not be able to see it. The Sea Moon Gorge will be your burial ground. Xing Feng clenched his fists. At this moment, his will to fight had reached the highest level of heaven. He had to take revenge for his brother's death. Although Xing Feng was ruthless, he only had one brother. Therefore, Jiang Chen must die. Talk is useless. Let's fight. Jiang Chen smiled indifferently. Xing Feng was quite powerful. He was the best opponent he had after breaking through to the Divine King realm. Of course, Gue Gu and Dong Huang Taib were monstrous figures too. However, he did not know where they were. Jiang Chen was excited to fight with Xing Feng. Lad, I will let you die a horrible death. Xing Feng clenched his fist and rushed towards Jiang Chen. His strength was as powerful as a thunderbolt. The war god's body. Not bad. Compared to Xing Ming, it's much more powerful. This is interesting. Jiang Chen's words infuriated Xing Feng once again. The two of them fought fiercely and their fists collided. Xing Feng's eyes were filled with anger. They had fought for more than 100 rounds but they were still evenly matched. At this moment, he realized that Jiang Chen was only an early divine king. How could he fight against his war god's body? One should know that he was undefeatable among those who were at the same level as him. He was a mid-divine king. This fella looked calm and steady, but he was filled with killing intent. Even his war god's body could not suppress him. Xing Feng did not believe that Jiang Chen could withstand his attack in such a relaxed manner. War god's hammer. Xing Feng held the thunderous hammer and slammed it down. Jiang Chen retreated in order to advance. He clashed with the hammer with his bare fists. Jiang Chen remained calm. The two of them fought for a long time. Although there was no winner, Xing Feng was getting more and more shocked. One should know that his war god's body had been tempered for thousands of years. It was forged under the bombardment of wind, fire, thunder, and lightning. Although it was only the first transformation of the war god's 3 profound transformations, it was enough to make countless people shrink back. However, he was able to deal with it with ease. He didn't even use any divine abilities. His hammer that could stop the heavens and earth couldn't stop Jiang Chen's domineering attack. Jiang Chen's body didn't seem any weaker than his war god's body. If I don't teach you a lesson, you will think that you are undefeatable. Humph. War god's 3 profound transformations. Second transformation, War God's Awakening. Give me power. Chapter 28-25. Sword. Jiang Chen's lips curled up slightly. He stretched out his hand and the heavenly dragon sword was already in his hand. He whipped his horse and jumped up with his sword. Layers of sword shadows were formed and he did not lose to Xing Feng at all. The two of them collided with each other. The battle between the sword and the hammer had reached its climax from this moment onwards. Xing Feng's War God 3 mysterious transformations, the second transformation, War God Awakening, was more than 10 times stronger than before. Whether it was his strength or aura, Jiang Chen nodded his head. Such a battle was a real battle of life and death. It made everyone's blood boil. Jiang Chen's figure flashed 9 times and the 9 phantom wolves were able to catch Xing Feng off guard every time. However, Xing Feng was not weak either. The war god awakening was even more powerful than the war god's body. Jiang Chen's sword was able to hurt Xing Feng's foundation several times. However, if the heavenly dragon sword really went through Xing Feng's body, he would not be so lucky. Solitary sword. Star-shattering sword. Jiang Chen and Xing Feng had fought for a few times. The mountains within 1,000 miles of the Jade Stone Canyon were all broken into pieces. The storm swept across the sky and everything within 10,000 miles was destroyed. War god's hammer. I want to hammer the sky. Xing Feng's roar was like thunder, breaking through the sky. However, his giant hammer had already been destroyed by Jiang Chen's heavenly dragon sword. It did not even look like a heavenly divine tool anymore. Needless to say, Xing Feng's battle strength was absolutely shocking. Even Jiang Chen had to give it his all. The war god 3 mysterious transformations was the secret technique of the heavenly Xing sect. Of course it was terrifying. At this moment, even Jiang Chen agreed. However, Jiang Chen's sword aura was many times more powerful than when he was a half-step divine king. After the battle with the sword Saint Feng Bai, his sword aura had improved tremendously. He was not weaker than anyone. 3,000 miles of ice. Jiang Chen slashed out again. Xing Feng's expression changed drastically and he quickly stepped back. The extremely cold power of the sword had almost sealed his aura. Even the war god's hammer in his hand was useless. Break! Xing Feng roared and struck with his hammer. The storm danced wildly, but it was still useless. Jiang Chen still managed to force him back. Xing Feng was a little disheveled. His long hair danced in the wind and he roared like thunder. His eyes were red as he stared at Jiang Chen. Suddenly, at this moment, an extremely powerful storm swept over from 100 miles away. The entire Sea Moon Gorge began to tremble as the mountain terrain became chaotic. Its momentum was unstoppable. This is the limitless storm? Legend has it that this infinite storm is strong enough to kill experts below the hierarch realm. Its wind is terrifying and unparalleled. Wherever it passes, not even a blade of grass will grow. Xing Feng retreated quickly. His face was as pale as a sheet of paper. It was as ugly as one could imagine. This is too unlucky. Xing Feng cursed under his breath and started to run. He didn't care about Jiang Chen at all. Limitless storm. Such a powerful storm. There must be a reason behind it. Looks like the silver dragon fruit is most likely here. Jiang Chen frowned and murmured. The terrifying boundless tempest arrived in the blink of an eye. In practically an instant, the howling of the wind and cranes in a radius of 50 kilometers caused sand and stones to fly about. With the sweeping force of a dragon, it obliterated everything within the entire gorge, and it was like the end of the world had arrived. Even the Sea Moon Gorge seemed to be on the verge of collapse. Jiang Chen's expression changed. He quickly went into the Zulong Tower and stood still like a mountain. Looking at the violent whirlwind under the Zulong Tower, Jiang Chen was still in fear. Such a powerful limitless storm, he might not even be able to stand in it. He would definitely be torn into pieces. Luckily, he had the Zulong Tower to protect him. Such a storm was rarely seen in 10,000 years. This time, Xing Feng is probably going to die a violent death. Jiang Chen looked at the limitless storm and glanced through the entire Sea Moon Gorge. He felt a surge of emotion. The power of the heavens and earth was still powerful after all. Even a divine king realm expert could not avoid it. If one wanted to stand above the 9 heavens and look down upon the masses, one must increase his strength. Only a true emperor realm expert could look down upon the 9 heavens. The storm lasted for almost an hour. The entire gorge was in a mess. The Zulong Tower turned into a speck of dust and stood in the storm. After the storm subsided, Jiang Chen revealed his true form. The entire valley had returned to its previous tranquility. Jiang Chen's expression was solemn. Everything around him had become so clear. Even the air had become fresher. The white jade valley became brighter and brighter. Everything could be seen clearly, but there was nothing there. It seems like Xing Feng has been crushed by the limitless storm. Jiang Chen said solemnly. Natural disasters were unavoidable. Nobody could change it. Not even divine king realm experts. When Jiang Chen turned around, he saw a silhouette. It was Xing Feng. At this moment, his whole body was full of cuts and his lips were dry. Even his clothes were gone. Only a few pieces of cloth were left. He looked extremely embarrassed. Jiang Chen suddenly laughed. Is this guy here to be funny? Even if he was a beggar, he shouldn't look so embarrassed. Jiang Chen couldn't help but laugh at those pitiful eyes, that helpless expression, and those trembling hands. You are still alive? Xing Feng looked at Jiang Chen in astonishment. He was extremely shocked. Even the war god's hammer and space ring were blown away. If he did not cover his lower body tightly, even the last piece of cloth would be gone. Xing Feng tried his best. He even used the technique that the patriarch gave him to save his life. However, he managed to stay alive in the end. However, he could not hide his embarrassment anymore. He did not even have any decent clothes left. As a mid-divine king realm expert, he was in a worse situation than a beggar. Xing Feng wanted to find a hole to hide in. Ha ha ha, you're still alive and well. Don't tell me I have to leave before you? Jiang Chen laughed and said. He did not even try to hide his sarcasm. Xing Feng was so angry that his body was trembling. Jiang Chen, I will fight you to the death. Xing Feng rushed forward and wanted to fight with Jiang Chen. However, at this moment, a towering tree appeared in the void far away. It was as black as ink and there were only branches left. There were no leaves. It was a towering tree that was as black as ink. Its trunk was majestic and had countless branches that almost covered the entire canyon. It was as if it had existed since the beginning of time. Jiang Chen did not see it just now, but in just a moment, the towering ancient tree appeared in front of them. Underneath the 10,000-year iron tree, there was a pure and flawless piece of white jade that was rooted in the ground. This 10,000-year iron tree was truly an eye-opener, a celestial being. Is this the 10,000 years iron tree? Xing Feng murmured. The iron tree blooms and the silver dragon fruit appears. Are you talking about this iron tree? Jiang Chen frowned. At this moment, the two of them did not continue to fight. Jiang Chen did not have the mood to continue mocking Xing Feng. Instead, he looked at the towering ancient tree that covered the sun and the sky. The pitch-black 1,000-year iron tree was too strange. Moreover, it suddenly appeared here. Even Jiang Chen was shocked by it. The iron tree blooms. Is it really that easy? Jiang Chen squinted his eyes. However, he could not see any flowers or leaves. It was really a pitch-black iron tree. It's just a legend. However, the silver dragon fruit does exist. As long as the iron tree is here, there must be a silver dragon fruit. It just depends on whether you are capable enough to get it. Humph! Xing Feng snorted and rushed towards the iron tree to look for the silver dragon fruit. His figure flashed and he leaped onto the iron tree. Even if the silver dragon fruit exists, it won't be on this iron tree, right? Chapter 28-26. Brother Jiang, long time no see. Z, she said with a smile as he appeared in the white jade canyon. Brother Z, do you know the origin of the silver dragon fruit and the 1,000-year iron tree? Jiang Chen looked at Z Shi and asked. Z Shi pondered for a moment and said, My father once told me that Nan Hua the enlightened being was a peerless expert in the immemorial era. He planted the Ling Long treasure tree when he was still alive. This tree nurtured the grand Tao of heaven and earth. It was one of Nan Hua's greatest techniques. However, this Ling Long treasure tree would rather die than become a spirit. It protected Nan Hua for countless years. It could be considered his second life. Nan Hua the enlightened saw it as his own son, his brother, his son, and his best friend. However, after the great battle, the Nan Hua enlightened suffered an unprecedented injury. This Ling Long treasure tree used up all of its essence to save the Nan Hua enlightened. In the end, the Nan Hua enlightened survived, but the last trace of the Ling Long treasure tree's Tao was stolen. I originally thought that the Ling Long treasure tree would be able to recover, but it has lost all signs of life. The Ling Long treasure tree has been growing for billions of years. Even though it's dead, its Tao accumulation isn't something an ordinary person can compare to. Not even an Emperor realm expert can. In the end, Nan Hua the enlightened spent his entire life and created a Tao essence that surpassed all beings. As for what this Tao essence was, no one knew. However, at the last moment, Nan Hua the enlightened died together with the person who stole the Tao essence of the Ling Long treasure tree. From then on, Nan Hua no longer existed in this world. Nan Hua the enlightened's Nan Hua true scripture was passed down in the world. However, no one knew where the inheritance of Nan Hua the enlightened was. No one knew, but it was rumored that when the iron tree bloomed and the silver dragon fruit appeared, it was the place where Nanhua died. This legend was not a secret in the Lone Dragon County, but no one knew the core secret. As for the silver dragon fruit, it was only given this mysterious legend. This is a secret that my father found in an unknown place in the northern cold divine region. Nanhua the Enlightened was Zhuangzhou who once reigned supreme in the immemorial era. He knew the secret of Huangdi Mountain but he could not find anything even after searching for countless years. My father also encountered the 1,000-year iron tree but he could not find anything. Jiang Chen benefited a lot from Zhixi's words. At least, he knew many secrets that were not known to others. Everyone knows about the silver dragon fruit and the Nanhua true scripture, but they don't know that the Nanhua enlightened cultivator was Zhuangzhou, the ruthless man who dominated the immemorial era. My father had warned me not to tell anyone about this secret. Thank you for telling me, Brother Z. Jiang Chen nodded silently. He still accepted Xing Feng's kindness. When the two of them raised their heads again, they realized that Xing Feng had already walked down from the 10,000-year iron tree. There was a faint smile on his face, as if he was extremely happy. He walked step by step towards the thick roots of the 10,000-year iron tree. Eventually, he turned into a puff of smoke and disappeared. At that moment, no matter if it was Jiang Chen or Zixi, both of them were slightly stunned. They took a deep breath because at that moment, they felt that Xing Feng's aura had disappeared without a trace. A handsome young man wearing white clothes and holding a white jade folding fan was standing proudly on top of an iron tree, looking into the distance with a calm expression. The divine light in his eyes seemed to be able to assimilate all the impurities in the heavens and earth. His appearance made Jiang Chen hold his breath. He was like an unchangeable great Tao. His qi seemed to have merged with the heavens and earth. Jiang Chen knew that this man was not simple. He couldn't see through him at all. There are 50 strings on the zither, and each string is a pillar of remembrance of the years of glory. Zhuang Shang dreamt of a butterfly, looking at the emperor's heart in love with a cuckoo. The moon shines in the vast ocean and the pearls shed tears. The warm jade of the Lantian sun gives off smoke. The man's voice was light and resonated in the void. Jiang Chen and Zixi were also immersed in it. What a poignant poem. What a good Zhuang Shang, dreaming of a butterfly, looking at the emperor's heart in love. Jiang Chen's eyes gradually focused. The Huangdi Mountain was looking at the emperor Zhuangzhou. The cuckoo and the butterfly seemed to be talking about the two unidentified women. Jiang Chen's heart gradually came to a realization. The handsome man in white gazed into the distance, as if he was looking at the endless azaleas, or at the boundless butterflies. Huangdi Mountain. It's hard to look at the emperor. It's such a poignant love story in Huangdi Mountain. Jiang Chen sighed. Zhuangzhou was Nanhua the Enlightened. However, Nanhua the Enlightened had made the two women look at him for their whole lives. Who are you? Why did you step into the Sea Moon Gorge? After a while, the man looked at Jiang Chen and Zixi and said softly. He was calm and relaxed as if he was above the world. His aura was extraordinary. I want the iron tree to blossom and the jade to give off smoke. Are you Zhuangzhou? Jiang Chen looked at the man and said. I guess so. Hehe. You can call me Nanhua. The iron tree blossoms and the jade to give off smoke. I'm afraid she wants to see me. Nanhua sighed and shook his head. He seemed to be in deep thoughts. She has taken over the body of the one I love. She wants me to see you. Jiang Chen said. Looks like you're no match for her. You were sent here by her as a messenger. Why wouldn't I want to see her too? It's a pity that this love can be remembered. It's just that it's already too late. I have no regrets in this life. I laughed 3,000 times. After I turned around, things have changed. Nanhua shook his head and said, I'll give you a fortune. It can protect the cuckoo, help the jay, break the cycle of reincarnation, and become the great Tao. How about it? Nanhua looked at Jiang Chen with his bright eyes. Jiang Chen looked calm and was in deep thoughts. At this moment, Zixi, who was at the side, was extremely excited. Who was Nanhua? He was a peerless expert in the immemorial era, Zhuangzhou. His Nanhua true scripture was the best. Who wouldn't want to get the inheritance of Nanhua? Why didn't such a thing as a pie falling from the sky hit him? Nanhua thought highly of you and gave you a fortune. It's the inheritance of a god emperor. It's a fortune that you've cultivated for 10 lifetimes. If it was Zixi, he would be extremely excited and nodded his head. However, Jiang Chen was still in deep thoughts and hesitated. Quickly agree. How can there be such a good thing in this world? You're still considering. If it was me, I would have agreed without hesitation. Xueqi said in a low voice. Even he was impatient. Why? Are you not willing? Nanhua looked at Jiang Chen. All right. Chapter 28-27. The inheritance of a god-emperor was the supreme inheritance of the heavens and earth. Even the inheritance of the craftsman god was not as rare as the inheritance of a god-emperor because the craftsman god had yet to reach the god-emperor realm. The inheritance of the Nanhua the Enlightened, an ancient great emperor, was extremely terrifying. In Xueqi's eyes, Jiang Chen did not know how lucky he was. Even his father, a hierarch expert, would not dare to act rashly in front of Nanhua the Enlightened. Even though he had been dead for billions of years, Nanhua the Enlightened's prestige still remained. Zhuang Zhouzi had dominated the world and there were only a few people who could surpass him in the immemorial era. Nanhua the Enlightened's inheritance was something that no one could achieve. It's a great fortune, a great fortune, Xueqi said in a low voice. Although he did not get the inheritance of Nanhua the Enlightened, he was happy to see Jiang Chen getting the inheritance. It would be a lie to say that he was not envious. Xueqi was not weak. He had even reached the late divine king realm. However, that was because his father had paved a bright path for him. His true strength might not be able to dominate the world. Even the three monstrous existences in the Qilian boundary might not be able to compete with him. You shall also accept my Tao Essence's baptism under the Linglong tree. I have cultivated for billions of years and the Linglong tree has inherited 70% of it. If you can get anything from it, it's your fortune. Nanhua the Enlightened said faintly. Xueqi was overjoyed. He was moved to tears and nodded his head vigorously. Thank you, Enlightened. Thank you, Enlightened. This junior will forever be grateful to you. Compared to Jiang Chen's calmness, Xueqi's expression was completely different from Jiang Chen's. Xueqi admired Jiang Chen's mentality. If he was in Jiang Chen's shoes, he would have been overjoyed. Jiang Chen was so young but he was able to remain calm even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him. This was rare and no one could be compared to him. Xueqi knew that he had lost to Jiang Chen. Moreover, Jiang Chen was able to be eliminated from the Thunder Rush Sea. Jiang Chen's method and temperament were incomparable. This was his respect and admiration towards Jiang Chen. Among the younger generation, no one could do this except for Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was the only one who could do this. Jiang Chen's expression was solemn. He had his own Tao, the heavenly Tao. He did not think that Nanhua the Enlightened's Tao essence was incomparably profound. His own Tao essence was also a broad path. Jiang Chen did not need to accept the inheritance but he knew that understanding the inheritance of Nanhua the Enlightened would benefit him greatly. To be able to completely accept the inheritance was a great fortune. However, Jiang Chen would not disturb the Tao in his heart. If the inheritance of Nanhua the Enlightened could really help him attain the great Tao, Jiang Chen would definitely not give it up. After weighing the pros and cons, Jiang Chen was even more certain that the inheritance this time wouldn't be simple. Under the Linglong tree, the Tao essence is leisurely. Go go. Nanhua the Enlightened waved his sleeve. Xueqi calmly sat under the Linglong tree and entered into meditation. What is life? What is human? What is Tao? Nanhua the Enlightened asked Jiang Chen 3 times. Jiang Chen was silent for a moment and said, gathering the qi of heaven and earth is life. Experiencing all the joys and sorrows is human. The world is united, that is the Tao. Not bad. You do have the root of wisdom. Unfortunately, your so-called Tao is the unity qi Tao. What I want to talk about is the qi returning Tao. The life of a human is the gathering of qi. Gathering is life. Scattering is death. The qi that connects the world. To be born as a human, to be equal to oneself, to be equal to right and wrong, to be equal to life and death, to be equal to the world. To be born as a human, to be equal to oneself, to be equal to right and wrong, to be equal to life and death, to be equal to the world. The Tao is natural, to be quiet, to rule without doing anything, to be one with the world. This is my Tao. Nanhua true scripture, the Tao of gathering and scattering, to be free and unfettered. It can also be called the Tao of freedom. The Tao of freedom. Jiang Chen was shocked. The Tao of freedom. He had to say that this was the most shocking thing he had ever heard in his life. gathering and scattering will come to an end. The Tao essence of Nanhua the Enlightened was indeed extraordinary. Jiang Chen finally realized how terrifying a person who truly understood the Tao of the world was. These words had benefited Jiang Chen a lot. His expression became extremely solemn. Back then, under the dragon vein of Yu family, he had encountered the soul of an emperor realm expert. However, his Tao essence could not be compared to Nanhua the Enlightened. The difference was like heaven and earth. The Tao of freedom, free and unfettered, the Tao of inaction. Nanhua the Enlightened's Tao. Jiang Chen admires you, Jiang Chen said in a low voice. His heart was in turmoil. Jiang Chen knew that the difference between Emperor Realm experts was not something that anyone could look down on. At least, Nanhua the Enlightened's Tao essence was much stronger than the soul of an Emperor Realm expert. The Tao of freedom is based on inaction. Then, what about my Tao of heaven domination? What is it based on? The Tao of heaven domination is above the heaven and earth, domineering but not powerful enough. Compared to Nanhua the Enlightened, my Tao essence is like heaven and earth. My Tao of heaven domination is only the embryonic form of the Tao in my heart. I don't know how long it will take for me to achieve the Tao. Jiang Chen pondered and felt a little disappointed. However, he knew that it would be an extremely difficult process. What kind of existence was the Tao? Jiang Chen's heart was still in a hazy state. He only knew that he had to follow the Tao in his heart and cultivate all the way to achieve the great Tao. Do you know how many Taos there are in the world? Nanhua the Enlightened looked at Jiang Chen and asked in a deep voice. Jiang Chen shook his head and said respectfully, Enlightened, please enlightened. There are a total of 108,000 Taos in the world. Those with strong Tao essence can slash the heavens, fight the earth, reverse the starry sky and soar to the sky. A true expert without his own Tao will not be able to become a sovereign. To achieve the Tao, one must have the courage to compete with the heaven and earth. Tao can be Tao, but it is not an ordinary Tao. Tao is the chi of the heaven and earth. It is the will of the people. Every Tao led to the end of the world. Different paths lead to the same destination. True experts and supreme beings all had their own Tao engraved on them. With Tao, one can cultivate to the end. Without Tao, one can only become a strong expert. Only those who achieve Tao can be called almighty. Nanhua the Enlightened said solemnly. How many almighty are there in the heaven and earth? Jiang Chen's expression was solemn. He finally knew how important Tao essence was to a cultivator. Even an Emperor Realm expert would have to lower his head in front of a strong Tao essence expert. 108,000 Taos is just a general statement. There are thousands of people who achieve Tao, but the Tao is divided into different levels. There are only thousands of almighty experts. Since the ancient times, there are only dozens of almighty experts who stood between the heaven and earth and competed with the heaven and earth. A true expert with Tao accumulation doesn't care about the mortal world any longer. What they pursue is only a broad path that leads to the boundless world, and that's the shore they pursue. Because at that time, their Tao accumulation is leisurely as they raise their hands, and they've long since disdained to compete with mortals. Nanhua the Enlightened's voice was extremely solemn. Then, what is the difference between cultivating one Tao and cultivating thousands of Taos? Jiang Chen continued to say, expressing his doubt. Not even the heaven and earth's law can do anything to the ultimate Tao. Your way of thinking is too simple. Cultivating a single Tao is already extremely difficult. Since ancient times, there was only one supreme existence who didn't believe in heresy. He cultivated the 6 Taos and achieved the unparalleled universe. However, he still failed in the end. Nanhua the Enlightened sighed. May I ask, Nanhua the Enlightened, what is your Tao essence? Jiang Chen curiously looked at Nanhua the Enlightened, feeling extremely nervous. 108,000 Taos, each one connecting to the heaven and earth. Seems like it is best to cultivate one Tao, but it is not impossible to cultivate multiple Taos. Chapter 28:28. Jiang Chen was shocked. Even though Nanhua didn't say it out loud, he could feel how terrifying he was. Achieving Tao and scattering Tao were only a matter of a single thought. How could he not be strong? To achieve Tao, you must first reach the Emperor Realm to feel the Tao essence. Or in other words, the Emperor Realm is just a different starting point. Nanhua's words almost made Jiang Chen spit out a mouthful of blood. An Emperor Realm expert was only the starting point of cultivating the Tao essence? Isn't this starting point a bit too high? But he knew that Nan Hua didn't need to lie to him, especially at this moment. He didn't want to tell him this, but Nan Hua told him everything, so Jiang Chen was quite grateful. Jiang Chen didn't ask too many questions. It might not be a good thing for him to know too much right now. Don't limit your vision to what's in front of you. The true Tao can change the entire world. Above the Emperor realm, there is no limit. The great Tao between the heavens and earth is endless. Nan Hua's words opened Jiang Chen's vision. The Tao of freedom also made him understand how simple the Tao essence in this world was. Emperor realm experts had just stepped into the ranks of Tao essence experts. A 9th grade Emperor realm heavenly king can create a deity with a single thought. Cultivation is the reincarnation of Tao. Remember this. Nan Hua said. A 9th grade Emperor realm heavenly king can create a deity with a single thought. Jiang Chen repeated Nan Hua's words. His heart was shaken and he didn't dare to imagine anymore. The path of cultivation. He finally understood how heavy the burden was and how far it was. You will understand the meaning of this sentence, because it is another world that you cannot imagine. Nan Hua smiled faintly and looked into Jiang Chen's eyes. Both of them were extremely solemn because the inheritance was not that simple. Nan Hua true scripture is a Tao technique inheritance. It's not suitable for you now because you're too weak. You should cultivate under the Linglong tree and feel the Tao of the heavens and earth. The Linglong tree will allow you to comprehend the Tao of cultivation. At that time, I will pass the Nan Hua true scripture to you. Jiang Chen nodded silently. He concentrated his spirit and qi and comprehended heaven and earth. Shi, who was at the side, had already entered a state of cultivation and was as still as a mountain. Guard the dantian, and the soul returns to the earth. When the heart is calm, the world will be calm. When the heart is broad, all living things will be broad. When the heart is calm, right and wrong will be calm, and life and death will be severed. When there is no desire, there will be no need. When there is no need, there will be no obsession. The words of Nan Hua the Enlightened echoed in Jiang Chen's ears. Every word was filled with the great Tao of heaven and earth. Jiang Chen understood that the Tao was terrifying and it was not something that he could understand at the moment. In an instant, Jiang Chen's consciousness wandered around the world. At that moment, he clearly saw himself sleeping soundly under the Linglong tree. He was lying on his side, unrestrained and calm, as if he had fallen into a deep sleep. In this sleep, Jiang Chen's consciousness wandered around the world. He saw the Azalea Mountain outside the Sea Moon Gorge. He saw countless butterflies fluttering in the sky. He saw the prosperous Lingju City, the vast Chilean boundary, the boundless Lone Dragon County and the tiny northern cold divine region. In this dream, Jiang Chen experienced the cycle of life and death, happiness, anger, sorrow, joy, separation and reunion. Year after year, spring and winter, time was merciless. The maple leaves fell and frost covered the ground. He was like a grain of sand, a grain of dust, wandering around the 3,000 great worlds, witnessing the vanity of the world. In this dream, Jiang Chen slept for 3,000 years. Even he himself had no idea how long he had been wandering around. However, the Linglong tree had never stopped growing even after 3,000 years of blooming and withering. Every autumn, the iron tree would bloom, and the white jade would emit smoke. Jiang Chen was gradually buried in the endless pile of fallen leaves. Tao follows the nature. The soul returns to the heaven and earth, born as a human. Gathering qi leads to life. Scattering qi leads to death. The 9 changes of the heaven and earth. I am free to wander. The voice of Nan Hua the Enlightened still resounded in Jiang Chen's ears like the morning bell and evening drum. In these 3,000 years, Jiang Chen had seen all the ups and downs of life in the world. His heart had become calmer and his qi was flowing leisurely. Streams of qi were floating around Jiang Chen and lingering in his ears. Jiang Chen could feel that his soul realm had improved by leaps and bounds at this moment. The Nan Hua true scripture was also imprinted in his mind. Finally, it's done? Nan Hua the Enlightened's eyes lit up at this moment. He was extremely excited. Compared to his previous sage-like demeanor, it was like heaven and earth. He couldn't wait for Jiang Chen to condense the Tao essence. It's been millions of years. It's rare to find someone who could comprehend the Tao essence in the Divine King realm. This time you must succeed. Nan Hua the Enlightened said quietly while staring at Jiang Chen as if he was looking at a perfect work of art. He was afraid that Jiang Chen would fail at the final step of condensing the Tao essence. Jiang Chen's mind was as clear as a mirror, feeling the Tao essence brought by the Nanhua true scripture. Every strand of Tao essence lingered on top of his head and gradually gathered together. Jiang Chen had his own Tao, the heaven-conquering Tao. The Tao of Nanhua the Enlightened was the Tao of freedom. Jiang Chen could feel that his soul realm was improving by leaps and bounds. Every strand of Tao essence was fusing with his soul. After breaking through the divine emperor realm, his soul realm was still growing. At last, Jiang Chen didn't know how strong his soul realm was. He just knew that his soul realm had gradually fused and turned into a speck of dust. To be exact, it was a speck of sand, plain and simple. Emperor Realm Soul. He has actually reached the Emperor Realm Soul realm. His soul has undergone a qualitative transformation after dreaming for 3,000 years. Nanhua the Enlightened took a deep breath and became more solemn. But why is it a speck of sand? Nanhua the Enlightened frowned. He couldn't understand why Jiang Chen's Emperor Realm Soul would turn into a speck of sand. When one's soul realm reached a certain level, it would turn into a 9-leaf lotus. The 9 transformations of the lotus was the transformation of the Emperor Realm. The saying, 9th grade Emperor Realm is conferred Heavenly King, came from this. However, Jiang Chen's Emperor Realm Soul had turned into a speck of sand. It was really strange. Most importantly, the only advantage of this speck of sand was that one's soul realm was unfathomable. But what the hell was this speck of sand? Jiang Chen's strength didn't change much. However, after dreaming for 3,000 years under the Linglong tree, his soul realm had reached an extremely terrifying level. Even Jiang Chen himself was amazed. Even though he was suppressing the shock in his heart, he knew that the soul of an Emperor Realm expert would definitely allow him to achieve twice the result with half the effort in the future. Chapter 28-29. Jiang Chen's soul power covered the entire Wang Di mountain. At that moment, he saw another person. That person looked very similar to Nanhua the Enlightened, but he was an old man with white hair and beard. Jiang Chen's mind was blown and his heart skipped a beat. Who is that person? Nanhua the Enlightened? Then who is this person in front of me? Jiang Chen was very confused. That person, why did Jiang Chen feel that he was very familiar? He even raised his head and looked at Jiang Chen, but his eyes were filled with doubt and confusion. Something's wrong. Jiang Chen's expression suddenly changed. He suddenly thought of a possibility. The person in front of him was not Nanhua the Enlightened. One of them was a young man while the other was an old man. Could it be that they were the 2 clones of Nanhua the Enlightened? Jiang Chen suddenly remembered that when Xing Feng walked into the 1,000-year sago tree, he disappeared without a trace. Where did he go? Did he disappear, or was he cultivating in some place? Or was he directly erased? Be careful. In Jiang Chen's mind, a deafening shout suddenly resounded. It was a soft and childish voice. Jiang Chen's expression changed. He knew that it was the sword spirit of his heavenly dragon sword. The heavenly dragon sword had a destructive aura and slashed towards the 1,000-year sago tree. However, it was still one step behind because the 1,000-year sago tree had started to grow crazily. When Jiang Chen suddenly opened his eyes, the 1,000-year sago tree bloomed and its branches grew endlessly. It completely locked Jiang Chen inside. You are not Nanhua the Enlightened. Jiang Chen shouted in a deep voice. His eyes were sharp and his breathing became heavy. Only now did he realize that this fellow had been scheming against him from the very beginning. Haha, it's too late to know that now. A mere primal origin treasure wants to cut off the branches of my Linglong treasure tree? How ridiculous. If the sword soul had grown up, perhaps I would have been a little bit afraid. But now your soul has grown up and even has a trace of Tao, which is quite surprising. I thought that it would be enough for you to reach the level of an emperor, but your talent has astonished me. If the Xiao Yao Tao is passed down in your hands, perhaps it will rise again. Nanhua smiled indifferently as if he wasn't surprised. It was already too late for Jiang Chen to notice him. Who are you? Jiang Chen said as he stared coldly at Nanhua. How do you know I'm not Nanhua the Enlightened? If I am not Nanhua the Enlightened, why would I teach you the Nanhua true scripture? Hee hee, little kid, you can't judge things arbitrarily. Can't Nanhua the Enlightened set a trap for you? What you see might not be the truth. Although your Taoist connotation is not strong enough, it has already benefited me a lot. After devouring your Taoist connotation, it is time for me to change my appearance. Nanhua the Enlightened said with a smile. Everything was under his control. Therefore, Xingfeng is already dead. He was killed by you without a sound. Jiang Chen said, "Your souls are still useful to me. I taught you the Nanhua true scripture because I wanted to pursue a trace of Tao Qi. Obviously, you didn't disappoint me." Nanhua the Enlightened said with a smile. As for Jiang Chen, he only treated him as a human cauldron to gather Tao Qi. Are you Nanhua the Enlightened or not? And who is that person at the peak of the North Mountain? Jiang Chen's expression was solemn. He was confused by Nanhua the Enlightened. He had no idea what kind of trap this was. Fine, there's no harm in letting you die with an understanding. I am Nanhua the Enlightened, but also not Nanhua the Enlightened. My original form is this Linglong treasure tree. My soul is the dark side of Zhuangzhou. In order to extend my life, Zhuangzhou made a decision that even he couldn't imagine. He used a part of his soul to burn my Tao Qi to extend my life. He claimed to be the Tao of freedom. Everything in the world has its laws, one yin and one yang. Unfortunately, his Tao Qi could not change all of this. And I was born. You can call me Nanhua the Enlightened or Linglong Treasure Tree. Ha ha! If it wasn't for Zhuangzhou, I would have reached the heavenly being realm. What a pity, what a pity. In order to save him, I sacrificed hundreds of millions of years of cultivation, but he suppressed me here. I wanted to run amok in the world, but he stopped me in every possible way. In the end, I could only perish together with him. Humph! It's impossible for him to change me. I am me, who can stop me? Zhuangzhou's Tao Qi was extraordinary. Didn't he die too? I don't believe that I can't go against the heavens and regain control of the 9 heavens. Nanhua's eyes were cold and filled with anger. The pressure in his heart could not be vented. In his eyes, he was the supreme cultivator, the Tao of freedom. As long as he could condense his Tao Qi again, he would have the chance to be reborn. In this world, the Tao of freedom would be his one and only inheritance. So you want to replace Zhuangzhou and become Nanhua the Enlightened? Jiang Chen's expression was extremely solemn. His heart was in extreme shock. It's not a replacement. I am Nanhua and Nanhua is me. What replacement? I want to cultivate the Tao of freedom again, but that old man Zhuangzhou didn't want to. The Tao of freedom was unstoppable in the world. It could even fight against the 9 heavens. Yet when he was at his peak, he gave up his cultivation. What an idiot. Without him, I could still achieve the supreme Tao of freedom. Nanhua the Enlightened said coldly. He looked down at the sky and his spirit was unparalleled. Jiang Chen was astonished by his boldness. However, it was impossible for him to cultivate the Tao of freedom again. You're not Zhuangzhou. You can't understand. Zhuangzhou dreamed of a butterfly and his heart was in love with a cuckoo. You're just a strand of his spirit. You can't become Zhuangzhou. Jiang Chen said with bright eyes. Humph humph, as long as I can cultivate the Tao of freedom again, even Zhuangzhou won't be my opponent. You're just a mortal who hasn't even reached the Emperor realm. How can you understand my ambition? Zhuangzhou, I want the world to be in my sight. I want the universe to submit to me. The Tao of freedom that you haven't completed, I will complete it for you. Nanhua the Enlightened looked at the North Mountain. His eyes were solemn, confident and full of arrogance. Now your soul, your Tao Qi, all of it will belong to me. Nanhua the Enlightened's monstrous qi covered the sky. The 10,000-year-old iron tree also bloomed at this moment. Chapter 28:30. Jiang Chen's expression was solemn as he swept away all the dust and leaves. The dream of 3,000 years was just a blink of an eye. To Jiang Chen, the past 3,000 years was an improvement in his soul realm. However, his aura had also become stronger. Even when facing Nanhua the Enlightened, his expression did not change. Jiang Chen did not know how strong Nanhua the Enlightened was. Even the Tao essence of Nanhua the Enlightened was not ordinary. Your realm is only at the Divine King realm. You want to fight against me? You're dreaming. Sigh. Nanhua snorted. Even if you die, don't think about succeeding. I, Jiang Chen, have never bowed down to anyone. Nanhua the Enlightened has dominated the world. You're not worthy to be called an enlightened being. Being called an enlightened being is an insult to you. Jiang Chen's sword qi soared into the sky. His sword shadows were still visible. He leapt into the sky and slashed the Linglong treasure tree. Rays of dazzling sword light shot up to the sky. However, there wasn't a single mark on the Linglong treasure tree, let alone slashing it in half. Too weak. Too weak. Nan Hua said with a smile. With a wave of his hand, a strong wind swept across. Zhang Chen held his blade with a solemn expression. The heavenly dragon sword aura was shocking. The sword spirit's roar seemed to have broken free from the sword and soared up to the sky. The astral wind tore through the surrounding space as if it was going to collapse. Zhang Chen flew backwards. The astral wind did not even manage to stop his heavenly dragon sword. However, Nan Hua the Enlightened was surprised. Even a hierarch realm expert might not be able to withstand my astral wind. Looks like you're really talented. Zhang Chen took a deep breath. The attack just now had made him tremble. Even his blood was boiling. It was too powerful. He could not withstand it. Bastard! How am I going to withstand it? Zhang Chen scolded angrily. Nan Hua's realm was completely different from his. Even if it was just a soul, a remnant Tao accumulation was enough to make a divine venerable's expression change, a divine emperor's fear, and a god emperor's respect. How powerful was that? Zhang Chen couldn't even imagine how powerful Nan Hua was when he was still alive. You're not my match. Nan Hua calmly spoke. With a casual wave of his sleeve, a gust of wind shook the heavens and earth, shaking the tens of thousands of worlds. It was as if everything was under his control. Heavenly lightning fusion. Without hesitation, Zhang Chen merged the 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning and the dawn sky golden lightning. The moment the 2 bolts of lightning merged, they were scattered by the astral wind. Too strong. Zhang Chen knew that even if he used everything he had, he would still not be a match for Nan Hua. At this moment, it was not awkward to run away. If they continued to fight, Zhang Chen would not even know how he died. Zhang Chen instantly entered the Zulong Tower. With how terrifying and powerful the Zulong Tower was, Zhang Chen believed that it could definitely withstand Nan Hua's attack. This is? Dragon Clan Old Ancestor? Nan Hua squinted his eyes as he stared at the Zulong Tower and murmured. Even if it's the Dragon Clan Old Ancestor, what can he do to me? If you're at your peak, perhaps I might be a bit afraid of you. But now, you're no match for me. Plus, your soul is already broken. Nan Hua's palm was like lightning, whistling through the air. As his palm landed, Zhang Chen felt the Zulong Tower spinning. Even he felt a violent tremor. Even the Zulong Tower is affected. Looks like this fella is ridiculously strong. Zhang Chen thought. But at this moment, he felt a familiar power slowly awakening. It's the ancestral Dragon Emperor. Zhang Chen squinted his eyes and looked up. Roar roar. A dragon roar pierced through the sky. A 5-colored golden dragon soared into the sky and circled above the Zulong Tower. Nan Hua the Enlightened. It's been hundreds of millions of years since we last met. To think that we would meet again in such a place. Time really flies, and the affairs of the world change. The golden dragon gathered and turned into a golden figure. It was the ancestral Dragon Emperor who had been in a deep sleep for a long time. Ancestral Dragon Emperor. Didn't you die a long time ago? A centipede dies, but it doesn't fall down. This saying is very appropriate for you. Hehe. Nan Hua said indifferently. Everyone's life and death are predetermined. Even the heavens are unable to control everyone's life and death. The fact that I was able to borrow someone else's body to be reborn can also be considered a stroke of good fortune. But Nan Hua the Enlightened, why do you have to hurt others? As an almighty being that was revered by everyone in the primordial era, don't you feel any shame? In the immemorial era, you controlled the sky with one hand and destroyed the reincarnation with the other. You're invincible in the Xiao Yao Dao. But now you're so weak? The ancestral Dragon Emperor said. One could tell that he was respectful towards Nan Hua the Enlightened. But now, he wanted to kill Zhang Chen. An immemorial almighty actually wanted to attack a younger generation. It was really despicable. Plus, the ancestral Dragon Emperor would never agree to it. If Zhang Chen died, the Zulong Tower would crumble and he would never be reborn. Ha ha ha, so what? As long as I can be reborn, I'll kill even the overlords in the sky. In the immemorial era, you're considered a hero. How did you end up like this? How pitiful. Hehe. Unless you're able to kill me, it's impossible for you to succeed. The ancestral Dragon Emperor said coldly. He stared at Nan Hua. Whoever stands in my way will die. Those who follow me will prosper. Those who go against me will die. I am the heavens. I am the Tao. Nan Hua seemed to be extremely cold towards the ancestral dragon emperor. No one could stop this battle. You're not Nan Hua the Enlightened? The ancestral dragon emperor said as he squinted his eyes. Nan Hua's eyes and aura were completely different from the Nan Hua he had met millions of years ago. If I'm not Nan Hua, who am I? Nan Hua smiled. He's the dark side of Nan Hua the Enlightened. To be exact, he's Linglong Treasure Tree. Jiang Chen's voice resounded in the ancestral dragon emperor's ears. No wonder. As expected. Zhuang Zhouzi, the Nan Hua Zhenren, had a good reputation. He treated people with kindness. When he swept the floor, he was afraid of hurting the lives of the ants. He cherished the moths and the sand. Compared to those Buddhists who claimed to be the nirvana, he was even better. How could he be as ruthless as you? The ancestral dragon emperor sighed. His gaze became sharper because this person could not be counted as Nan Hua the Enlightened. Calling you Nan Hua the Enlightened is an insult to Mr. Zhuang Zhouzi. Do you deserve it? Chapter 28:31. Shut up. So what if you're the ancestral dragon emperor? Let's see what you're capable of. The Tao of freedom is not something that you mortals can compare with. Nan Hua shouted. Terrifying astral winds were created and the entire Linglong tree was covered in a storm. The ancestral dragon emperor stabilized his divine soul and used the Zulong Tower as a base to defend against Nan Hua. However, Nan Hua's astral winds were unstoppable. The ancestral dragon emperor was forced to defend himself as he was not Nan Hua's match at all. Tao of freedom. I shall roam freely under the heavens. A strand of Tao Qi was unleashed by Nan Hua. The Zulong Tower shook violently. Jiang Chen was worried. Nan Hua was too powerful. It was the first time the Zulong Tower felt threatened. Unfortunately, I'm still too weak. Unless you reach the Emperor realm, I will be able to separate from the Zulong Tower. That will be the moment when the Zulong Tower shines. The ancestral dragon emperor sighed. The Tao Qi of the Tao of freedom could almost break the heavens. The ancestral dragon emperor's aura was oppressed. If this goes on, Jiang Chen knew that he would not stand a chance. The ancestral dragon emperor's divine soul would be completely exhausted. Nan Hua, you're not Nan Hua. A delicate voice resounded in the sky. Yan Qingqing looked at Nan Hua the Enlightened with a sharp gaze. Du Wan, don't you know whether I'm Nan Hua or not? Nan Hua said with a complicated expression. The person was Du Wan who possessed Yan Qingqing's body. Du Wan was slightly startled. She looked at Nan Hua with a complicated expression, not knowing where to start. Finally, she looked at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was shocked. Jiang Chen saw a trace of Yan Qingqing in that glance. Qingqing, is that really you? Jiang Chen murmured. At least Du Wan's appearance had blocked Nan Hua's attack. The ancestral dragon emperor's soul was not completely destroyed. He is Nan Hua. When he was young, Nan Hua was arrogant and untamed. He was as cold as a mountain and killed people like flies. But it is not Zhuang Zhou. Don't tell me you don't even understand this? Moling Dongchen appeared beside Du Wan at this moment and said in a deep voice. You're everywhere? Why do you need to interfere in the matters between me and Nan Hua? Who do you think you are? Du Wan snorted coldly. Zhuang Shangshao is obsessed with butterflies. He only has eyes for me. Who are you? He. Jie Fairy smiled confidently. Demoness, I won't lower myself to your level today. However, I will not allow you to tarnish my husband's name. Nan Hua, why don't you understand Zhuang Zhou after following him for billions of years? Du Wan looked at Nan Hua. Zhuang Zhou is dead. I am Nan Hua, I am Xiaoyao Dao. He was extremely dispirited, but I was filled with lofty aspirations. The path of freedom, allowing the world to be free and unfettered, is to make everyone submit to me. This is the true path of freedom. Nan Hua snorted coldly. You are no longer the Xiaoyao Dao. You have fallen into the demon Dao. Zhuang Zhou would never say such words. His Xiaoyao Dao is very different from yours. Jie Fairy shook her head. She did not care about Nan Hua's words at all. How can I survive if I am not crazy? Ha ha ha, I Nan Hua, want to defy the heavens and achieve my Tao of freedom, which is to dominate the world. The Tao of freedom is not to live a mediocre life. The Tao of freedom is to be free and unparalleled in the world, to reign supreme. Nanhua roared and said with a disdainful aura, "Since Zhuangzhou is not here, I will do it for him." Duwan Langlong stared at Nanhua. At this moment, everyone was ready to fight. Jie Fairy, who understands the 9 heavens. Princess Duwan, who dominates the desolate divine land. What a great move. Even the ancestral dragon emperor sighed. Mr. Zhuangzhou's charm was too great. Any one of them was a peerless fairy who could challenge the entire 9 prefectures. But now, they were all willing to guard Wangdi Mountain for Zhuangzhou. It was truly a moving, tragic, yet moving sight. This time, I might have to join hands with you. My dream can be broken, my soul can be destroyed, but Zhuangzhou's name cannot be tarnished. Jie Fairy said calmly. But her words were filled with love for Zhuangzhou. Even Jiang Chen could not help but sigh. He could see that both Du Wan and Jie Fairy were deeply in love with Zhuangzhou. They had never hesitated for a moment. All right. Du Wan coldly stared at Nanhua. Her heart was as clear as a mirror. She had to understand that the Nanhua in front of her was no longer Zhuangzhou. Even so, Nanhua's name could not be destroyed in his hands. I have always been loyal to the moon, but the moon shines on the ditch. If that's the case, I, Nanhua, will cut off all ties with you from this moment onwards. Nanhua said in a deep voice, his eyes staring straight ahead. Even Jiang Chen could not tell if the sorrow in his eyes was real or not. Du Wan and Jie Fairy were extremely determined. There was no turning back at this moment. Jie Fairy, Princess Du Wan, you are both righteous. I admire you. Today's battle will definitely have a result. Nanhua the Enlightened is the Xiantian orthodoxy of the immemorial era. He is respected by everyone. I will not allow Nanhua the Enlightened's name to be tarnished. Ancestral Dragon Emperor. Thank you. Du Wan clasped her fists and said. The Ancestral Dragon Emperor was also a great figure in the immemorial era. Although they were no longer as glorious as they were in the past, they still had their pride. They would never allow Nanhua to bring shame to Zhuangzhou. Nanhua saw that the 3 of them did not hold back and attacked Nanhua. I hope everything goes well, Jiang Chen said. He knew that he was powerless in this battle. Whether it was the Ancestral Dragon Emperor, Du Wan or Jie Fairy, they were all at the martial monarch realm or even stronger. Jiang Chen was confident that he could defeat the younger generation. But at this moment, he was in a dilemma. Jiang Chen looked at his dantian. His soul had turned into a grain of sand. Even Jiang Chen did not know what this grain of sand could do. Jiang Chen activated the Great Soul Derivation technique. At that moment, Jiang Chen's Emperor Realm soul started to throb. The grain of sand in his mind shone brightly. Great Soul Derivation technique. Soul movement. Jiang Chen frowned. At this moment, his spiritual realm could only extend to a distance of 10 meters. Beyond 10 meters, his spiritual realm could not reach anything. However, Jiang Chen's pupils shrunk in an instant. Within 10 meters, even a speck of dust could be clearly seen by Jiang Chen, as if it was in his heart. The transparent dust, the pulsating divine origin qi, the fragrance in the air, everything was under Jiang Chen's control. 10 meters. Chapter 28:32. He had never had such a feeling before. Even when he was an Emperor Realm soul that was millions of miles away, he did not have such a feeling at that moment. This grain of sand was so ordinary. Jiang Chen believed that even a hierarch expert would not be able to escape from his palm within 10 meters. This grain of sand that was formed by his soul power was really strange. This kind of feeling was really useless. Who would become his prey within 10 meters? Moreover, Jiang Chen's soul power seemed to have suffered a huge consumption at this moment. Great Soul Derivation Technique. Qi Gathering Powder. Jiang Chen's grain of sand suddenly turned into a sea. It was a vast sea of sand. Jiang Chen felt that the sea of sand was endless and he was in the middle of it. A grain of sand had turned into an endless sea of sand. It was like an illusion. However, Jiang Chen knew that it was not an illusion. An Emperor Realm soul is so magical. Jiang Chen moved his mind and the sea of sand returned to its original position. That grain of sand reappeared in his mind. However, Jiang Chen's face was extremely pale. Jiang Chen thought that his soul power had been greatly consumed. However, while he was still in shock, the warrior's gate in Jiang Chen's dantian suddenly shook. Jiang Chen's soul power had knocked on the warrior's gate at this moment. The warrior's gate was a broken world. When Jiang Chen's soul power broke into it, the heaven and earth shook. There were millions of remnant souls in the warrior's gate. Jiang Chen seemed to be able to feel the sadness and resentment of those souls. This warrior's gate is really strange, Jiang Chen thought. He did not know that his soul power was even more strange. However, it didn't take long before Jiang Chen felt that the spiritual energy in the gate of warrior was slowly fusing with his soul sand. His soul sand could feel the mountains, rivers, grass, and trees in the world of the gate of warrior. It was as if his soul sand could feel the changes in the world of the gate of warrior. Jiang Chen moved his mind and held the warrior's gate in his hand. This was a broken world. Jiang Chen's soul gravel fell on the highest peak of the gate of warrior. It was like the dust had settled. On the peak of the northern mountain, the white-robed old man looked at Duan Mountain and the Sea Moon Gorge with a solemn expression. The three gates of the great soul derivation. The era of the gods is finally going to awaken. Jiang Chen could see that Nan Hua was fighting against the three of them alone. Du Wan, Jie Fairy and even the ancestral Dragon Emperor were all suppressed by him. They were in a difficult situation. I am free in this world. Who can fight against me? Ha! Nan Hua laughed heartily. Streams of terrifying Tao accumulation energy shot out, bringing with them a world-destroying pressure, forcing the three of them to have no way to defend themselves. Although the terrifying power seemed incomparably light, it was actually very dangerous for them. 12 Fire God Guards. Jiang Chen summoned the 12 Fire God Guards and launched a joint attack towards Nan Hua. The Qi of Tao was released and the 12 Fire God Guards around Jiang Chen were pushed back. Jiang Chen held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand and was invincible. Even the 12 Fire God Guards could not withstand Nan Hua's attack. Du Wan and Jie Fairy were pushed back one after another. Their pretty faces were covered with frost. Jiang Chen was extremely worried. Although their souls were controlled by Du Wan and Jie Fairy, they were still Yan Qingqing and Moling Dongchen's bodies. The ancestral Dragon Emperor's battle intent was unparalleled. However, it was difficult for him to reach 1/10,000th of his peak state. The ancestral Dragon Emperor released a terrifying golden dragon from his hand. The dragon's shape and tiger's shadow shook the heavens and the earth. A bunch of lowly people. You're not qualified to fight against me. Nan Hua shouted in anger. He struck with his palm. Jiang Chen and the 12 Fire God Guards were pushed back. If it wasn't for the 12 Fire God Guards, Jiang Chen would have suffered a fatal injury. The ancestral Dragon Emperor's soul shadow was getting weaker. Du Wan and Jie Fairy's blood was spurting out and they staggered back. Their condition was quite worrying. Damn it! The ancestral Dragon Emperor cursed in his heart, but there was nothing he could do. Heaven and earth are heartless. All living things are like straw dogs. Tao of freedom. Is this freedom? Zhuangzhou, where is your Tao? Jiang Chen looked at the North Mountain and shouted. At that moment, he knew that the ancestral Dragon Emperor had tried his best. Du Wan and Jie Fairy could do nothing about it. There was nothing they could do now. No matter how hard they tried, they were still no match for the enlightened Nan Hua. Jiang Chen could only look at the north. He knew that the white shirt elder was Zhuangzhou. At this moment, he was their only hope. On the peak of the North Mountain, the white shirt elder sighed. He looked lonely as if he had aged a lot in an instant. It's all because of Ling Long. I've been free for a lifetime but I'm finally free. Is my Tao of freedom a broad and open road? Zhuangzhou murmured. His heart was filled with mixed feelings. Du Wan and Jie Fairy both looked at Jiang Chen. At this moment, their eyes were filled with complicated emotions. It seemed like they were feeling sorry for Jiang Chen, but at the same time, it seemed like they were deeply in love with Jiang Chen. Even Jiang Chen was not sure if they were Du Wan and Jie Fairy or Yan Qingqing and Moling Dongchen. I am smiling at the sky. Who can stop the path of the past? I will be free for a lifetime. There will be no more Zhuangzhou. Ha! Nan Hua arrogantly said. Her gaze swept across the crowd like a cold sword light, causing everyone to tremble in fear. Jiang Chen's eyes were looking at the North Mountain. At this moment, Zhuangzhou did not disappoint him. Not long ago, when his Emperor Realm soul covered the entire Huangdi Mountain, Jiang Chen knew that the person at the peak of the North Mountain was still there. When I became Tao, I said that there will be no more Nanhua in this world. Zhuangzhouzi walked in the air. At that moment, everyone's eyes were fixed on him. Du Wan's eyes were filled with love and Jie Fairy's eyes were filled with confusion. Since you have become Dao, why are you still so attached to the mortal world? Could it be that you are not moved by the billions of years of friendship between us? Nanhua looked at Zhuangzhouzi and said, in the eyes of Du Wan and Jie Fairy, although one of them was old and the other was young, they were the same. You ended your life for me. I loved you wholeheartedly. However, the years are sad. Your ambition is too big. Zhuangzhouzi said indifferently. He looked at Nanhua calmly as if he was looking at himself when he was young. My ambition is too big? Ha ha ha. You don't know that the Tao of freedom is the #1 Tao in the world. However, you don't have the heart to cultivate it. You let the world be free, let the 9 heavens wreak havoc, let the immemorial almighties fly in the sky and dig into the ground. They even look down on you. You can swallow it, but I can't. Nanhua shouted in a deep voice. His eyes were sharp and sharp. There is nothing wrong with the world. Just worry about it. The Tao of freedom is not wrong. However, there is no beginning. Chapter 28:33. Bullshit. You were originally able to move unhindered through the world, and no one could stand shoulder to shoulder with you. However, you don't have the heart of an expert at all. The path of freedom is to cultivate the path of being free to roam the world, to sweep through the world without fear since ancient times. However, in your eyes, what kind of Tao is it? Nanhua pressed forward and looked into Zhuangzhouzi's eyes without any fear. You are wrong. The Tao of freedom is to be free and unrestrained, not to be free and unrestrained. With one thought, 9,000 miles of the Yellow River will flow, and 10,000 miles of time will be endless. My heart is to be free and unrestrained, to be free and unrestrained, to be free and unrestrained, to be free and unrestrained. The great Tao of the world. Different paths lead to the same destination. What is the great Tao? Cats have their Tao, mice have their Tao. When a man achieves the Tao, even his chickens and dogs rise to the sky. Ants move their homes, snakes walk the Tao, bow to the sky, control the universe, and have no regrets in life or death. Those who obey the heaven will be free and unrestrained, and those who go against the heaven will not be free and unrestrained. If I do not obey, even the heaven will not be able to stop me from being free and unrestrained. Zhuangzhouzi's face was still as calm as still water, without any joy or sorrow. Jiang Chen's eyes gradually became serious. Zhuangzhouzi's words were more beneficial than the Nanhua true scripture. The Tao of freedom is called the Great Tao. Jiang Chen looked at Zhuangzhouzi with admiration in his heart. Zhuangzhouzi's words contained profound Tao. His soul seemed to have been cleansed by Zhuangzhouzi at this moment. His own Great Tao was totally different from Zhuangzhouzi's. Jiang Chen now understood the real terror of a great Tao cultivator. In the world, there was nothing that they could not achieve. Your carefreeness is a carefreeness that surpasses all living things. Killing 3,000 enemies, causing blood to flow for 100 miles, piercing through millions of living beings with a single glance, killing to obtain the Tao, that's not impossible. However, the path you walk is my carefreeness path, so I cannot watch you fall into the devil path and be consigned to eternal damnation. Zhuangzhouzi stared at Nanhua. Nanhua's face was also extremely serious. However, in the next second, Nanhua burst out laughing, and his mouth became colder and colder. Your Tao is bullshit. Even if people sit on your head and shit, you will still laugh at them. I do not want such a useless Tao. Since you've already transformed into the Tao, I'm going to cultivate the carefree path again and rebuild the great Tao. I want the world to submit to me. I want the 9 heavens to fight for me. Can you do it? The carefree Tao has been cultivated to such a state by you that it can't even withstand a single blow. No wonder it can't compete with the Lord of 6 Taos. If it was me, the Lord of 6 Taos would have been defeated without a doubt. Nanhua's aura was unstoppable. He took a step forward and his Tao strength covered the entire sky. With a devouring force that could destroy the heavens and the earth, Jiang Chen and the others' expressions changed drastically. All of them were bleeding from their 7 apertures. Those who walk different paths cannot make plans together. I want to cultivate my Tao of freedom. Those who stand in my way will be killed without mercy. Nanhua's imposing manner made Jiang Chen feel how terrifying he was. Even Zhuangzhouzi was forced to step back by Nanhua's Tao accumulation. It turns out that the person who fought with the Lord of Six Daos was Mr. Xueqi. It seems like I have underestimated Mr. Xueqi. The ancestral dragon emperor sighed. His heart was in turmoil. In the immemorial era, that battle had shocked the 9 heavens. It was a pity that only a few people knew about it. Xueqi looked bitter and kept shaking his head. At that moment, Nanhua was pressing down on him. Jiang Chen and the others, who were behind Xueqi, found it hard to resist Nanhua's terrifying Dao accumulation. They were almost crushed into pieces. After saying so much, you still don't understand the true essence of the unfettered Dao. The unfettered Dao is the Dao of benevolence, and not the Dao of slaughter. If you continue to persist in going about things the wrong way, you will definitely fall into a place beyond redemption. Xueqi tried to persuade Nanhua 3 times, but it was to no avail. Xueqi, didn't you say that you are invincible in the great Dao? Then let me see just how great your ability is. Between your Dao of unfettered and my Dao of unfettered, which is stronger? Ha! Nanhua said arrogantly. His pair of demonic eyes could see through the 3 realms and beyond the 9 heavens. He was invincible. Nank's dream, Jing and Wei are separated. From now on, there is no Nanhua in this world. The carefree Dao is Xueqi. Xueqi said indifferently. As he waved his hand, Nanhua's Dao accumulation disappeared. Jiang Chen felt the pressure on his body disappear like a tide. Nanhua's Dao accumulation was swallowed by Xueqi in an instant. Impossible. This is impossible. No, impossible. Nanhua's face was filled with fear at that moment. He looked at Xueqi in disbelief. His Dao accumulation had disappeared at that moment. Even the ancestral dragon emperor, Du Wan and the others looked at Nanhua inexplicably. At that moment, Nanhua had lost. His Dao accumulation was too weak in front of Xueqi. At first, I wanted you to cultivate alone. When you have achieved the great Dao, my soul will disperse and turn into endless Dao techniques. Then I will be dead. I will only be a remnant of my soul. However, in the end, you have fallen into the demon Dao. The carefree Dao has become the killing Dao in your hands. I have already become the Dao. I wanted to help you achieve the great Dao. However, it is a pity that you want to be reborn and destroy everything. So, I will take your Dao accumulation. Xueqi looked at Nanhua quietly. Nanhua's face changed and became more and more terrible. Jiang Chen was shocked. This is the great Dao of the world. Invisibly, there were thousands of Dao accumulation. Nanhua had lost the battle between the carefree Dao from the very beginning. You are reluctant to give up your carefree Dao. I have spent my whole life for you. In the end, you want to kill me. However, if you kill me, you will also die. Your soul will also disperse. Nanhua was extremely angry and unwilling. So, you and I will go to the heaven and earth together. Xueqi said with a smile. He had already seen through life and death. Lad, remember what you said. The heaven and earth are heartless. From now on, I will travel freely in this world. However, it is a pity that you are not suitable for my carefree Dao. Xueqi looked at Jiang Chen pitifully. The ancestral dragon emperor was extremely shocked. Carefree Dao. Even the ancestral dragon emperor could not catch up to the carefree Dao. He dared to say that Jiang Chen was not suitable for the carefree Dao? If Jiang Chen could inherit the Dao of freedom, he would probably shock the entire 9 states. He would be able to travel unhindered and unfettered for a lifetime. Who could compare to him? Other than some powerful cultivators from the immemorial era, the carefree Dao was not the most powerful Dao in the world. The ancestral dragon emperor could not help but sigh as he looked at Jiang Chen. It seemed like Jiang Chen did not have the fortune to inherit the carefree Dao. Jiang Chen has learned a lot from Nanhua the Enlightened. Jiang Chen said with a serious expression. He didn't feel that it was a pity that he couldn't obtain carefree roaming's inheritance. Everyone has their own Dao. The carefree Dao is just a drop in the ocean. Xueqi looked like a kind old man. He smiled and turned around to look at Nanhua. If there is no Heaven King's battle, you better not let anyone know about your warrior's gate. Xueqi's voice reverberated in Jiang Chen's mind. He was talking to himself. Jiang Chen was shocked. This Xueqi is too scary. But what did he mean by that? If there is no Heaven King's battle, I should not use the warrior's gate. Jiang Chen wanted to ask, but he knew that even if he asked, Zhuang Zhouzi might not tell him. The carefree Tao should disappear from this world. Chapter 28:34. No. Both of them said at the same time. Success is due to Ling Long. Failure is due to Ling Long. My life belongs to Ling Long. Without Ling Long, my Tao of freedom would not be able to dominate the world. Everyone dies, and time will also dry up. What I owe, I will naturally pay back. Nan Hua will no longer exist in this world. As soon as Zhuang Zhouzi finished his words, his figure merged with Nan Hua. White and golden brilliance intertwined. Zhuang Zhouzi and Nan Hua's figure changed a few times. Zhuang Zhouzi looked at Du Wan and Jie Fairy, smiled faintly and said softly, "The Chinese zither has 50 strings without a reason. Each string in a column reminds me of the past." Zhuang Shengshao dreams of butterflies, looking at the emperor in love, holding Du Wan, the moon and pearls of the sea shed tears, the sun shines on the blue field. This feeling can be regarded as a memory, but it was already lost at that time. The moment Zhuang Zhouzi finished saying those words, he and Nan Hua disappeared without a trace. 2 streams of dense gas, one white and one yellow, turned into a silver fruit and fell to the ground. Du Wan and Jie Fairy appeared under the silver fruit at almost the same time. Holding the silver fruit in their hands, the 2 ladies burst into tears. "You're living a carefree life, but how are you going to repay what you owe us?" Du Wan smiled bitterly. Her hands were trembling. There was no light in her eyes anymore. She looked like she was dead. Jie Fairy's face was ashen. There was no sign of life in her eyes. "Since you've left, I will follow you in life and death," Jie Fairy murmured. Looking at Du Wan's eyes, the 2 ladies who had been fighting for hundreds of millions of years nodded without any dispute for the first time. Du Wan and Jie Fairy held hands and started to burn their soul strength. Their soul power turned into specks of golden light and fell on Yan Qingqing and Moling Dongchen's body. Jiang Chen's heart trembled. He wanted to stop them. "Don't go, they're going to pass down their lifetime inheritance to them. This is a great creation." Princess Du Wan could be said to be the 9 and 5 supreme venerables in the desolate mountains. Those who could be compared to her could be counted on one hand. Jie Fairy is a peerless demoness of the Yao race. Their lifelong heritage is not something you can understand. Ancestral Dragon Emperor stopped Jiang Chen and said softly. Clearly, Jiang Chen's worries were unnecessary. "Unfortunately, you don't have the same luck as them." Even Zhuang Zhouzi could not avoid turning into a mortal. It seems that who in this world can defy the heavens and change their fate? Ancestral Dragon Emperor smiled bitterly and shook his head. Jiang Chen stared at Yan Qingqing and Moling Dongchen without blinking. Both of their eyes were closed tightly as the golden soul inheritance entered their bodies. Jiang Chen did not dare to be negligent as he was afraid that the 2 of them would be in danger. Not long after, the golden brilliance gradually faded away. Jiang Chen's gaze fell upon Yan Qingqing and Moling Dongchen. Both of their temperament had undergone a great change. Compared to before, they were now more graceful and elegant. At this moment, the silver fruit fell from their hands. Both of them were still resting with their eyes closed. There was no sign of them waking up. Jiang Chen picked up the silver fruit. Ancestral Dragon Emperor's pupils shrunk as he stared at the silver fruit. "Is this the silver dragon fruit?" Jiang Chen said. Hee. Silver dragon fruit? You underestimate this thing too much. Hurry up and keep it. Even if this thing is in front of emperors, it will be coveted by others. This is the fruit of fortune. It can also be said to be the result of the great Tao. The fruit of fortune is similar to the Saraira of Buddhism. However, it is more precious than the Saraira. Only when a true Tao expert dies will the fruit of fortune be born. Moreover, not all Tao experts can bear the fruit of fortune. This fruit of fortune can help you in your cultivation. It can be considered as the crystallization of the Tao of an expert. Anyway, it's extremely precious. You must keep it well. Only when you reach the Emperor realm will you understand how precious this fruit of fortune is. Ancestral Dragon Emperor said seriously and asked Jiang Chen to keep the fruit of fortune. Not to mention divine kings. Even Emperor realm experts would not be able to avoid the fruit of fortune. Jiang Chen was shocked. It seems like he underestimated this thing. What if he gave the fruit of fortune to the emissary of the Tongxian mansion as the silver dragon fruit? Wouldn't that be a great loss? After keeping the fruit of fortune, Ancestral Dragon Emperor entered the Zulong Tower again. Jiang Chen's gaze fell on Yan Qingqing and Moling Dongchen once again. His heart was deeply affected by Yan Qingqing. In this life, Jiang Chen said that he would definitely make Yan Qingqing happy. Since she had forgotten about him, then he would pursue her again. It was not about romance, it was about sincerity. What's wrong with me? Moling Dongchen opened her eyes slowly. When she saw that the person in front of her was Jiang Chen, she was relieved. At that moment, Moling Dongchen could not help but throw herself into Jiang Chen's embrace. Jiang Chen, I seem to have had a very long dream. After experiencing countless life and death situations, it was you who saved me in the end. At this moment, Moling Dongchen appeared to be extremely cautious. However, after she had truly experienced the dreamlike life and death transition, she became even more determined in her heart. Love is love. There was no need to hide it. It's all right. Everything is over now. Jiang Chen said with a smile and patted Moling Dongchen's shoulder. Slap. Just as Jiang Chen was smiling, a huge slap landed on his face. The burning pain made his body tremble. He didn't have the slightest bit of precaution and was slapped in the face. No one would feel good if they were in his shoes. However, Jiang Chen saw Yan Qingqing's eyes in the next second. Her eyes were filled with love, anger and tenderness. Qingqing, is that really you? Jiang Chen murmured. Did Qingqing become the girl who was willing to go through life and death with him again? If I don't wake up, I don't know how many more innocent girls you're going to provoke behind my back with Sister Ningzhu and Sister Chenyu. Yan Qingqing sneered and said. She bit her red lips so hard that blood started to flow out from her mouth. All these years, she had gone through a lot of bitterness, sorrow and longing. It was not to pursue longevity nor to be unparalleled in the world. It was just to become the tenderness in Jiang Chen's embrace. However, when they met again, Jiang Chen was holding another woman in his arms. Yan Qingqing's heart was filled with longing and love for a long time. Qingqing, I miss you. Jiang Chen's sentence almost melted Yan Qingqing's heart in a moment. She could no longer hide the mist in her eyes. In an instant, her face was filled with tears. She threw herself into Jiang Chen's embrace and hugged his shoulder tightly while sobbing. Chapter 28:35. Jiang Chen had never expected that the battle in Huangdi Mountain would awaken Yan Qingqing completely. To him, this was undoubtedly great news. It made Jiang Chen even more excited than getting the fruit of fortune. After so many days and nights, Jiang Chen had only met Yan Qingqing in the divine world. Moreover, he did not know where Yan Chenyu and Wu Ningzhu were. How could Jiang Chen not miss them? However, he was not a person who was good at expressing himself. In his heart, he also missed every one of his loved ones. Yan Qingqing's slap had made Jiang Chen feel extremely happy. He even felt that it was a lifetime ago. It was unbelievable because Yan Qingqing had been treating him coldly for a few times. She was not like her loved ones at all. This time, although Yan Qingqing did not say anything, her gaze and slap had made Jiang Chen extremely excited. She was a beauty that could topple a city and a nation. Finally, she was not late. Moling Dongchen did not leave Jiang Chen's embrace. She looked at the tears at the corner of Yan Qingqing's eyes and the feeling of loneliness and helplessness. Surprisingly, there was only love in her heart. There was no jealousy at all. However, it was impossible to say that she was not jealous. Although she knew that she was not qualified to be jealous, Yan Qingqing was a peerless beauty with a refined temperament. In front of Yan Qingqing, the advantage of her peerless beauty was gone. She liked Jiang Chen just like a gentleman's friendship. If it was not because of the separation of life and death, she would not have thrown herself into Jiang Chen's embrace. However, at this moment, Moling Dongchen did not have the heart to leave, because she was afraid that she would be rejected by Jiang Chen if she left. With such a peerless beauty as his companion, what else could he ask for? Would he still treat her favorably? Moling Dongchen had always been confident in herself. Jiang Chen's excellence did not hinder her from falling in love with such a monstrous man. However, Yan Qingqing was her biggest obstacle. At least it seemed so. Women are the most sensitive creatures. Especially when Yan Qingqing mentioned Sister Ningzhu and Sister Chenyu, she understood that there was definitely more than one woman beside Jiang Chen. Moreover, even these peerless goddesses of the divine world were willing to accompany Jiang Chen wholeheartedly, showing their affection towards him. Yan Qingqing's eyes lit up. Jiang Chen's embrace was warm, but she could not feel that kind of passionate concern. Because Jiang Chen's heart was wholeheartedly devoted to the girl beside him. Jiang Chen had a faint smile. Although it did not mean anything, Moling Dongchen could see that Jiang Chen had never smiled like this before. Yan Qingqing hugged Jiang Chen tightly. She had no other request in her heart except to hug Jiang Chen quietly until they grew old. After a while, Moling Dongchen finally left Jiang Chen's embrace. She looked at him from afar as if he was her favorite toy. However, it did not belong to her. Moling Dongchen was still unwilling to give it up. You've suffered all these years. Qingqing. Jiang Chen's heart was full of longing for Yan Qingqing. Although he had seen it before, it was not her heart. All these years, Jiang Chen felt that he had wronged Yan Qingqing. It was reasonable for him to pursue her again. The love in his heart was like an aged wine. It would only get more and more mellow. With you here, it's not bitter at all, Yan Qingqing said in a low voice. She leaned on Jiang Chen's shoulder. When she and Jiang Chen hugged each other, all the gloominess was swept away. Even if all the hardships and grievances were no longer important. By the way, little Chenzi, how are Xiao Yu and Sister Ning? After a long while, Yan Qingqing raised her head and said with a grave expression, Sigh. Jiang Chen sighed and shook his head. I don't know where they are now. But according to Father, they should be in the divine world. It's just that I don't know where they are. Jiang Chen was full of self-blame. Don't blame yourself too much. Xiao Yu and Sister Ning are blessed by the heavens. They will be fine. Moreover, the divine world is so vast. It's like looking for a needle in a haystack to find a person. How can it be that easy? Yan Qingqing held Jiang Chen's hand and comforted him. Even so, it will always be a worry in my heart if I don't find them. Jiang Chen smiled bitterly and nodded silently. Some words could only be buried deep in his heart. The pressure and suffering of a man couldn't be explained in a few words. Just like Yan Qingqing. She could shed tears and be weak, but he couldn't. He was the pillar of support. Even if the sky collapsed, he couldn't fall. Don't worry. I will accompany you to find Xiao Yu and Sister Ning in the future, Yan Qingqing said with a serious face. Good. Jiang Chen was in a good mood. Although he still didn't know the whereabouts of Yan Chenyu and Wu Ningzhu, he would definitely find Wu Ningzhu and Yan Chenyu even if he had to go to the ends of the earth and turn the entire divine world upside down. Even if he had to go to heaven or hell, he would find his lovers. But who is that person? Look at her. She seems to be in your arms and doesn't want to get up. Humph. Yan Qingqing pouted. Every girl had her own temper. Especially when she saw a strange girl in Jiang Chen's arms when she opened her eyes. How could she not be angry? Cough cough. She's just a friend. Don't make wild guesses. Jiang Chen coughed and smiled embarrassedly. Moling Dongchen, who was far away, also heard Jiang Chen's words. It was like a sharp thorn in her heart. That's right. What qualifications do I have to compete with her? Jiang Chen was right. In Jiang Chen's eyes, I'm just an ordinary friend. Moling Dongchen laughed at herself. She even felt that she was being too sentimental at this moment. However, she would never give up easily if she liked someone. Humph. You know very well whether we're ordinary friends or not. Yan Qingqing's words made Jiang Chen shrug his shoulders helplessly. Saying too much would just become an excuse and make things worse. Jiang Chen looked up. The 10,000-year iron tree that had once blotted out the sky beneath the azure moon gorge was now completely gone. However, Zishi was sitting there quietly like an old monk meditating. Brother Z, you're really capable. You're actually still cultivating, Jiang Chen said with a smile. Zishi woke up at this moment. He looked at Jiang Chen's surroundings in astonishment. It was still the same. However, the huge 10,000 years iron tree had disappeared. Chapter 28:36. How could this be? Where's Nanhua the Enlightened? Zishi said in shock. He looked at Yan Qingqing, who was beside Jiang Chen, as a greeting. However, he realized that Yan Qingqing was completely different from before. But he did not know what was different about her. From now on, Nanhua no longer exists in this world. Just think of it as a dream. Jiang Chen said solemnly. Zishi looked at Jiang Chen in confusion. Looks like Nanhua is dead. It's just a dream. However, this period of time felt like 3 years to me. It's very beneficial to my soul realm. Zishi said. This is also your opportunity. Now, I'm afraid we have to continue our journey to look for the silver dragon fruit. Jiang Chen said. A dream. It's unbelievable. Oh right, did you get the inheritance of Nanhua the Enlightened? How can I get the inheritance if it's just a dream? Ha! Jiang Chen and Xueqi looked at each other and shook their heads helplessly. Dong Huang Taiji, Murong Yun and Mo Kahan were extremely worried about Jiang Chen and the others. When they appeared in front of them, Mo Kahan heaved a sigh of relief. Are you all right, miss? Mo Kahan was still a little reserved. He looked at Moling Dongchen. She was still as cold as usual, but her expression was a little gloomy. This is my lover, Yan Qingqing. This is the young master of the city lord's mansion, Zi Shi. Jiang Chen introduced to Dong Huang Taiji and the others. Murong Yun and Dong Huang Taiji had seen Yan Qingqing before. Now that they met again, they were still shocked. Yan Qingqing was like a peony fairy. She was graceful and noble. Her temperament was impeccable. Even Murong Yun felt inferior in front of her. The only one who could be compared with Yan Qingqing was Moling Dongchen. Her coldness and Yan Qingqing's gentleness were the complete opposite. There was even a vague feeling that two tigers could not share the same mountain. At this moment, the group of people went deeper into the forest to look for the silver dragon fruit. After all, if they wanted to be the best, they had to get the legendary silver dragon fruit. Obviously, the 10,000 years iron tree did not bear any silver dragon fruit. Zhuang Zhouzi and Nanhua did not get the silver dragon fruit after fusing, but the more precious fortune fruit. I didn't expect that the silver dragon fruit wasn't born from an iron tree. Looks like some things can't be just listened to. Only by seeing it with my own eyes can it be considered true. Mo Qihan said with a solemn expression. While you were in the Sea Moon Gorge, we met a few groups of people who were heading for the Northern Mountain Ice Territory. It said that the real silver dragon fruit is there. Now, many people have heard the news and gone there. It must be an extremely terrifying battle. The Northern Mountain Ice Territory is said to be thousands of miles away from here. Dong Huang Taiji said. His injuries had completely recovered now. So, the silver dragon fruit is probably in the Northern Mountain Ice Territory? Zi Shi asked with a puzzled face. It's possible. So, there should be many people in the Northern Mountain Ice Territory now. Dong Huang Taiji said. Let's not waste any more time. Let's go now. Zi Shi said in a deep voice. The few of them were extremely excited. Although they did not know the final result, not many of them would be able to fight against the monstrous geniuses. There were only 2 or 3 experts who could stand at the top. However, no one wanted to miss that earth-shattering battle. Many of them were looking forward to it. Jiang Chen looked towards the direction of the Northern Mountain. Perhaps it was the place where Zhuang Zhouzi had left. The Northern Mountain Ice Territory was in the middle of Huangdi Mountain, but it was full of dangers. You would never know how many hidden dangers there were. Thousands of miles of ice mountain, the sea and the sky were in a line, the wind was blowing, the snow was falling on the Silver River. The sun was setting on the 800 miles long river, on each side of the 9 Heavens Mountain. A willow was floating in the wind. A glacier was like a silver dragon. The glacier was like a wild dragon, its head and tail were connected, guarding the Northern Mountain Glacier for 800 miles. There was an inland river flowing around the mountain. There were willow trees everywhere. This was an extremely cold place, the temperature cold enough to make one's mind tremble. However, willow trees bloomed, mountains and fields still crisscrossed. It could be said to be an exceptional wonder, a rather magnificent sight. One side was made of white snow, the other side was filled with green spring river. The spring wind was blowing under his feet. He stepped into the snowy sky. There was a valley between the dragon neck of the Northern Mountain Ice Territory. In the valley, there were green mountains and clear waters. It was even better than the scenery outside. However, there were not many people here. On the cliff, 2 figures were looking at each other. Neither of them took a step forward, but neither of them was willing to give wage. Hua Yingxiong, do you really want to go against me? A chubby young man said with a smile. He crossed his arms and stood opposite the luxuriously dressed young man. As a god king, he could completely control his body shape. Even if he could not change his appearance at will, he could at least change his body. However, the young man's chubby pig-like body had a unique charm to it. It was like a unique landscape. Mo Sanpao, Who is going against who? You want to go to the frozen canyon alone? Do you think everyone is stupid? Humph. The luxuriously dressed man called Hua Ingxiong sneered. The people from the Forget-Worry realm are really domineering. Could it be that Brother Hua wants to compete with me in this frozen canyon? Mo Sanpao grinned and said casually. It's Brother Mo. Mo Sanpao. Far away in the frozen canyon, Luo Ping said with a solemn expression. Luo Ping stood on the peak of the frozen canyon, looking extremely domineering. It's really him. He's the only one in the Qianhua boundary who can fight Brother Ping, right? Luo Ninger looked at Luo Ping and said solemnly. His strength is a notch higher than mine. In the entire Qianhua boundary, only Mo Sanpao can be considered capable. With my strength, it's already not easy for me to enter the top 30 of the Battle Royale of the 9 boundaries. I don't know where Brother Jiang Chen is this time, but if he hears the news, he'll surely rush over as soon as possible. Luo Ping said solemnly. Although Mo Sanpao is unruly, he's a good person. Looks like this fella has encountered some trouble. Luo Ninger looked at Luo Ping. Luo Ping remained silent and paid attention to the situation. At this crucial moment, if Mo Sanpao was in trouble, he would not stand by and do nothing. After all, they were both from the Qianhua boundary. He would not let Mo Sanpao fall into danger. Chapter 28:37. Mo Sanpao, don't push it too far. Don't think that I don't know what you're thinking. What's under the frozen canyon is something we both know. Everyone's mouths are gold. There's definitely something good under the canyon. If you insist on following me, I, Hua Ingxiong, am not someone to be trifled with. Humph, don't tell me you don't know who's making things difficult for whom? Do you think it's possible for you to take everything under the frozen canyon for yourself? Even if I'm willing, I'm afraid that the hidden experts will not allow you to do as you please. Hua Ingxiong harumphed. You're saying it as if I'm going to take everything for myself. Brother Hua, you're flattering me. Ha ha. I, Mo Sanpao, am not a greedy person. I just want to say, do you really think that there's something good under the frozen canyon? Mo Sanpao said with a smile. Don't think that I don't know what you're planning. You're waiting for someone from the Qianhua boundary. But do you really think that you're invincible in the Qianhua boundary? Qilian boundary, Qian Tian boundary. There are many experts. Don't make a mistake. Alright, how about this, you and I go in together, how about that? Let's see what's going on. Mo Sanpao said. Hua Ingxiong's expression changed. Who knows what you're planning? You want me to go in alone with you? Dream on. If you want to be the first to enter the frozen canyon, let's see if my dual flower mace agrees. Hua Ingxiong wielded the golden dual flower mace and pointed it at Mo Sanpao. Looks like Brother Hua doesn't want to sit down and talk. If that's the case, let's see who's stronger. I also want to see how powerful the dual flower mace of the 8 trigram school is. The smile on Mo Sanpao's face slowly disappeared. What replaced it was a shocking battle intent. At this moment, the two of them were at daggers drawn and could break out into an earth-shattering battle at any time. Many people were observing in the dark, but no one was willing to come out at this moment. The sandpiper and clam were fighting, and the fisherman would benefit from it. After all, everyone wanted to be the Oriole and be the final winner. Now that Hua Ingxiong and Mo Sanpao were facing each other, it couldn't be any more interesting to them. It would be best if both of them died here, haha. In that case our chances will be greater. Yes. You're right. I'm not Dong Huang Tai or Xian Shenji. It's impossible for me to fight against them. Being able to pick up scraps is also a form of strength. I wonder if these two fellows will fight to the death. That's not necessarily true. To be able to become a peerless genius in the battle royale of the 9 counties, who doesn't have the disposition of a king? At this moment, even if they were to attack, it is likely that they will not be able to reveal all their trump cards and fight to the death. Many people were waiting for the battle between Mo Sanpao and Hua Ingxiong. As long as the two of them start fighting, it might lead to a series of battles. It would depend on who would lose their cool first. At least at this moment, whoever stood out would not have a good ending. You think I'm afraid of you? Hua Ingxiong sneered. Both of their auras suddenly rose. The surrounding airwaves became stronger and stronger. Snowflakes fluttered in the air, as if a group of demons were dancing. Hua Yingxiong held the dual flower golden mace in his hand and unleashed a terrifying airwave that struck the void, causing the snow to fall and reverberate in the frozen canyon. "Come on, ha ha ha!" Mo Sanpao roared madly. He stepped on the void and soared into the sky. His fists were fearless and fearless. Streams of dreadful chi soared up to the sky. The two figures crossed each other above the frozen canyon. The two mid-divine king realm experts were fighting fiercely at this moment. Mo Sanpao was the leader of the Qianhua boundary, while Hua Yingxiong was a peerless expert of the Wangyu boundary. At this moment, both of them were furious. Neither of them wanted to fall behind. It was not only a battle between the two, it was also a battle between the Wangyu boundary and Qianhua boundary. Brother Mo's strength is indeed not something that I can compete with. Luo Ping took a deep breath. Even as a peerless genius of the greatest sect, Luo Ping still felt inferior in front of Mo Sanpao. An expert like him might not be at a disadvantage compared to Jiang Chen. Mo Sanpao and Hua Yingxiong clashed fiercely. Each of their attacks were fatal, sweeping across the sky and earth. First shot, chaotic star sea spin. Mo Sanpao roared in rage as he threw a punch. Cannon fire filled the sky and thunder rumbled across the sky. Shadows of fists fell from the sky, causing the clouds to surge. Mo Sanpao continued to attack, breaking the spatial barrier. Hua Yingxiong didn't dare to be careless. His figure flickered. The dual flower golden mace in his hand wasn't easy to deal with. Sword shadows streaked across the sky, weaving through the space. The battle between the two mid-divine kings had shaken many people's confidence. The battle between the two mid-divine kings had pressured them greatly. After all, how could the geniuses who could enter the battle royale of the 9 districts be ordinary? Although the two of them might not be peak experts, it was possible for them to enter the top 15. The real trump cards had yet to take action, but Mo Sanpao and Hua Yingxiong's attacks were already extremely powerful, causing many people to stop moving forward. They had to find their own positions as soon as possible. Otherwise, they might be dragged into the battle. These two fellas are monstrous. Yeah, mid-divine king experts. Looks like we've underestimated them. We might be able to fight against some mid-divine king experts, but we're nothing if we encounter a mid-divine king genius. The battle between experts is also objective. It depends on who you're competing with, who's the one who laughs the best in the end. Mo Sanpao and Hua Yingxiong's battle intent was unparalleled. The two of them did not stop after a single attack. Their battle was absolutely shocking. Every single move, every single attack was shocking. Hua Yingxiong's twin mace swept across the sky, causing snowflakes to fly, mountains to crumble, water level to rise, waves to the sky. Huge waves rose to the sky and water arrows flew everywhere. Mo Sanpao squinted his eyes and threw out 9 consecutive punches, sealing off all the ripples on the water curtain. However, he still underestimated the might of the viridescent flower-falling mace. Golden shadows of the mace pierced through Mo Sanpao's attack in an instant. The second shot, invincible iron fist, sky-shattering cannon. Mo Sanpao retreated in order to advance. He threw out a series of punches. The light barrier dispersed, the water splashed, the dust settled. The two of them were pushed back a few zhong by the powerful qi. In the sky, the two figures had a cold expression. Their auras fluctuated. The third shot. I'll take your life 3,000 times. Mo Sanpao's expression was gloomy. His fists danced, creating a shockwave of 3,000 li, as if the sky had exploded. Chapter 2838. Looks like Mo Sanpao is really anxious now, Luo Ping said. Mo Sanpao's third cannon shot out, causing thunder to rumble and the surroundings to tremble. A majestic aura swept across the 9 heavens, shattering the icebergs, shaking the river valleys. Countless ferocious beasts emerged from the forest, scared to death. Terrifying, this Mo Sanpao has some tricks up his sleeves, Luo Ninger said in a low voice with a solemn expression. However, this was also because of Hua Yingxiong. The opponent's dual flower truncheon was also unforgiving, not giving Luo Sanpao any chance. The truncheon swept through the landscape fearlessly. In an instant, the two clashed. Mo Sanpao's aura did not decrease at all. He soared into the sky and exploded. The 3 cannons shattered the mountains and river valleys. The fishes and prawns in the surrounding river valleys were either killed or injured. The birds and beasts were scared away, not daring to stay any longer. The dual flower golden truncheons were unleashed, causing butterflies and flowers to dance in the air. Hua Yingxiong stepped on the 8 trigrams technique, exuding a domineering aura. The two of them clashed continuously, causing miserable cries to ring out endlessly. The intensity of the battle was shocking. The two fought for a long time, but there was no clear victor. At this moment, Hua Yingxiong did not want to fight to the death with Mo Sanpao. After all, if they were to fight to the death now, there would be more people waiting to reap the benefits, and he would only be adding to his troubles. Mo Sanpao, you live up to your reputation. The reputation of Qianhua Boundary is extraordinary. Hua Yingxiong withdrew his hand. The golden mace was still in his hand, not released. Hee, Brother Hua is also a dragon amongst men. Looks like Brother Hua has only used 30% of your strength in this battle. Mo Sanpao said with a smile. Both of them were smart enough to stop here. If they continued to fight, others would take advantage of the situation. Ha ha ha, Brother Hua. How come you can't even take down a village kid? Today, I'll lend you a hand. A loud laugh shook the void. Hua Yingxiong's face twitched as joy appeared on his face. His reinforcements had finally arrived, and this person was quite powerful. On the other hand, Mo Sanpao's expression did not look so good. This guy came as fast as lightning and his aura was vigorous. He was obviously not an ordinary person. If this was Hua Yingxiong's reinforcement, he would definitely be at a disadvantage. Even though Mo Sanpao had made 2 preparations, he knew that he wouldn't be a match for Mo Sanpao if Mo Sanpao forcefully intervened. Ha ha ha, good. Brother sure is really a timely help. Hua Yingxiong's tone was filled with joy. At this moment, Mo Sanpao must have lost his confidence. Dragon Bone Boundary, Mysterious Strange Sect, Xueqi. The leading white-clothed young man smiled as he landed in between the two. He was calm and composed, looking down at the sky. It was obvious that he was here to support Hua Yingxiong. Xueqi from the Dragon Bone Boundary. Looks like Mo Sanpao is in danger. Someone's heart could not help but pound. Who is Xueqi? You don't know who Xueqi is? He's one of the top 10 experts in the Battle Royale of the 9 Boundaries, the leader of the Dragon Bone Boundary, the big brother of the Mysterious Strange Sect. Do you understand now? Another great expert. Looks like Xueqi and Hua Yingxiong are joining hands. Not to mention Mo Sanpao. Even the 3 geniuses of the Qilian Boundary might not dare to face them head-on. Who knows? At least this Mo Sanpao is going to lose his confidence soon. Humph. What can he do when he's in a disadvantageous position? Mo Sanpao's eyes were cold. He knew that there was no need for him to fight anymore as he might be forced into a passive position. If he were to fight with his life on the line, he would probably suffer a great loss. Mo Sanpao knew about Xueqi from the Mysterious Strange Sect in the Dragon Bone Boundary. This fellow was only weaker than the 3 great experts of the Qilian Boundary. But without a real battle, no one knew who was the most terrifying existence in the 9 boundaries. However, he was still a peerless expert of the 3 great sects of the Qilian Boundary. Now, Brother Mo, do you still want to join us? Hua Yingxiong said with a smile. A wise man submits to circumstances. This was not a sarcasm. Sometimes, this was the only way to survive. Survival of the fittest was not unreasonable. Humph, I dare not to say anything with your abilities. Please. Mo Sanpao said in a deep voice. He was extremely unwilling. But now, he could only take a step back to ensure his safety. Northern Mountain Icy Territory. Frozen Canyon. Not everyone can enter it. A black silhouette appeared in front of Mo Sanpao. But Mo Sanpao did not know who this person was. Guegu? Hua Yingxiong's expression changed. Obviously, he knew who Guegu was. This fellow was more famous than Xueqi, Mo Sanpao and even himself. Who didn't know Guegu of the Killing Luo sect? His strength was unstoppable. Even Xueqi was powerless in front of him. This time, it seems like the real experts are finally taking action. First, it's Xueqi, then Guegu. Oh my god, a great battle is about to break out. Killing Luo sect. Guegu. Looks like things are more complicated than we thought. Who dares to fight against Guegu? A tripartite confrontation is what we like the most. We can't have a monopoly now. Only then will we have the chance to follow them into the frozen canyon. Guegu's appearance made Xueqi and Hua Yingxiong speechless. Even Mo Sanpao did not dare to say anything. Guegu's appearance instantly stabilized the situation. So it's Brother Xueqi. Ha! Since that's the case, wouldn't it be better if we all go together? Who knows, this frozen canyon might be filled with dangers. Xueqi said with a smile. Xueqi's appearance had undoubtedly stolen his limelight. But at this moment, he would rather give up on being the first bird. That's great. What do you think, Brother Xueqi? Hua Yingxiong also said in a deep voice. Who would dare to disrespect the Ghost Valley? Without even taking action, it was already enough to make countless people stop. This was the disposition of an expert. Xueqi nodded. He took the lead and charged into the frozen canyon. Hua Yingxiong and Xueqi looked at each other. They did not want to fall behind and followed behind Xueqi. Brother Mo. Luo Ping appeared beside Mo Sanpao at this moment. You guys are here too. Let's go together? It's impossible to monopolize this place now. Xueqi's appearance had caused a commotion. Those who were observing in the dark were probably happy about it. Don't make Xueqi your enemy. Let's go. Mo Sanpao looked at Luo Ping and said. The three of them quickly entered the frozen canyon. Behind them, there were dozens of experts waiting for a chance to enter the valley. Their appearance was known by everyone. However, those so-called geniuses were much weaker in front of Xueqi and the others. Hence, they chose to avoid the battle. They would not take action unless it was the best time to do so. Chapter 28:39. Xueqi charged at the front. Xueqi was fearless as he had the battle prowess of the strongest expert. Even if he were to face those so-called geniuses, he would not be afraid at all. This was the stance of an expert. He would not be affected no matter what. That's a ginkgo tree? Xueqi squinted his eyes and saw a ginkgo tree growing in the riverbed of the canyon. The ginkgo tree was lush and green, forming a sharp contrast with the silvery white in the valley. The ginkgo tree was slanted, growing on the riverbed. However, the life aura it emitted was shocking. This ginkgo tree was a treasure tree that was blessed by the heavens and earth. Under the valley, there was a clear river that was less than 10 li long. The river water was green, reflecting the ginkgo tree. The entire valley seemed to be covered with a layer of green paint. This ginkgo tree has such a dense life aura. Yeah, could it be that the silver dragon fruit is on this ginkgo tree? Most likely. Someone could not help but look at the ginkgo tree. They wanted to take action, but no one dared to act rashly as Xueqi was still at the front. Looks like it's really hidden in there. Xueqi murmured as he looked at the ginkgo tree in the river. The silver dragon fruit is mine. No one knew who dashed out and headed straight for the ginkgo tree. Everyone's eyes were focused on that figure. The silver dragon fruit is not something that a trash like you can touch, Xueqi said coldly. He struck a palm and a black snake shadow shot out, piercing through the Divine King Realm expert's body. That expert was killed instantly. Everyone held their breath as they were shocked. Xueqi was too terrifying and ruthless. He killed a Divine King expert right away. That guy was obviously driven by his greed and wanted to go to the ginkgo tree to look for the silver dragon return. Xueqi killed him in one strike and taught him a lesson. Everyone at the scene was frightened and no one dared to attack again. Even a late Divine King expert might not be able to kill a Divine King expert with a single palm strike. This had already made them speechless. The Killing Luo sect was indeed not to be trifled with. Xueqi had also established the position of the Killing Luo sect and himself, killing the chicken to warn the monkey. At this moment, no one dared to cross the line. Xueqi killed people like flies. Who could kill him? With a powerhouse in front of them, naturally no one dared to act rashly. However, just when everyone was shocked by Xueqi's strength, the Divine King Realm expert melted completely the moment he fell into the water. The Divine King Realm expert's corpse turned into a skeleton in a blink of an eye. Everyone at the scene, including Xueqi, became solemn as he was secretly shocked. The corpse of a Divine King Realm expert, even if he was dead, was not something that anyone could destroy. The body of a Divine King Realm expert was not as powerful as a divine tool, but it was almost on par with a divine tool. His cultivation was all on his body, but it was melted by the green lake water in an instant. Who wouldn't be shocked? This water is too terrifying, Mo Sanpao said subconsciously. His expression slightly changed. A Divine King Realm expert melted just by touching it. What's the difference between this and the abyss of death? Now, who else dares to take a step forward? Xueqi said faintly. His heart was also solemn. The river water was terrifying and it had already alerted everyone. This place was definitely not a good place. Xueqi looked at the green river and was shocked. He found a huge object at the bottom of the river. But what was it? Wherever there was a treasure, there would definitely be a spiritual beast guarding it. It seemed like it was true. The silver dragon fruit was definitely in the ginkgo tree. Otherwise, why would the huge creature hidden deep in the river be willing to stay in the river? The Tsong mountain was where it should stay. Go! Xueqi struck with his palm and the leaves of the ginkgo tree fell into the river. There was indeed a silver halo flickering in the ginkgo tree. It's the silver dragon fruit. It must be the silver dragon fruit. I must get this silver dragon fruit today. The silver dragon fruit was the symbol of being the champion. Whoever could be the champion must have the silver dragon fruit. Therefore, when the silver dragon fruit appeared, many people's eyes lit up. They even forgot about the previous crisis. Naturally, everyone wanted a good item. Furthermore, the symbol of the silver dragon fruit was something that everyone couldn't help but be attracted to. But there was only one good thing. The silver dragon fruit was a treasure that belonged to those who were capable. However, the battle royale of the 9 counties did not lack monstrous geniuses. Some of them were like dark horses that appeared out of nowhere. Their strength was not weak. Moreover, the newborn calf was not afraid of the tiger. It was naturally their time to show their strength. No one was willing to fall behind others. Moreover, they had not fought with others yet. Their confidence was naturally inflated. There were quite a number of such experts. They were just waiting for an opportunity to soar into the sky. It was time to prove themselves. At this moment, no less than 5 people clenched their fists and squinted their eyes when they saw the silver radiance on the ginkgo tree. They were ready to take action any time. Don't take action. Luo Ping, whoever takes action now will definitely die. It's impossible to go against Xueqi. Moreover, the river is like the realm of death. A slight mistake and you might lose your life here. That person just now is the best example. However, I can see that there are quite a number of people around us who are eager to make a move. These guys obviously want to prove themselves. However, it is better for us to restrain ourselves and not get involved in this mess. Our strength is not the best. Only when an expert like Xueqi is defeated will we have a chance. Mo Sanpao said. I know. Some of them are ready to take action. After all, the silver dragon fruit is very tempting. Moreover, there will be a greater reward for getting first place. Moreover, when we enter the Tongxian mansion in the future, we will probably receive a lot of rewards. This is without a doubt. So, many of them have already lost themselves in the face of absolute temptation. Luo Ping could see it clearly. He knew that he should not take action at this moment. That's only part of it. More importantly, too many people think that they are the strongest in the battle royale of the 9 counties. What they want to fight for is what countless people yearn for. Becoming the monstrous king is their ultimate goal. Chapter 2840. Xueqi, who do you think you are? How dare you try to monopolize the silver dragon fruit? I, Zhang Tianming, will be the first to not accept this. A lightning-fast silhouette pierced through the void, heading towards Xueqi. His terrifying qi rippled the surrounding river and shook the valley. Overestimating yourself. Xueqi sneered. I, Wang Minghua, will also fight to the death with you. I heard that killing Luo Sec's Xueqi is extremely powerful. Let's see what you can do to me. Ha! In a blink of an eye, a few silhouettes rushed towards Xueqi. They attacked continuously, catching him off guard. If there's anyone else who is not satisfied, then come at me. I, Xueqi, will send you all to reincarnation. Xueqi took a step forward and the sound of the wind rose up. A terrifying palm wind swept out like a tide, shaking the void. The 5 of them were all pushed back. The 5 of them were actually pushed back by a single palm strike. Xueqi's strength was undeniable. Go, I don't believe that this guy can stop all of us. No one dashed forward again. After a few attacks, Xueqi was finally pushed back by the crowd. He spurted out a mouthful of blood and his face was extremely pale. I never thought that there's such a powerful expert in Fengshan boundary. I, Xueqi, admit defeat. Xueqi flew backwards, looking extremely embarrassed. No one had thought that Xueqi would be defeated in such a manner. His previous ferociousness had vanished in an instant. Ha ha ha. I, Zhang Minghua, have said it before. I, Zhang Minghua, am the real expert. You so-called monsters, what can you do to me? You're just a pillow with embroidery. Nice to look at but useless. Zhang Tianming smiled proudly on top of the valley. The 4 people behind him were not satisfied. It was not only him who pushed Xueqi back. At this moment, many of them were eager to fight with Zhang Tianming. Looks like there are many experts in the 9 boundaries. Hua Yingxiong and Shi Qian looked at each other. Zhang Tianming and the others were looking down on everyone. Their words were filled with disdain as if everyone here was trash. None of these people are ordinary. Although they might not have broken through to Mid-God King, their cultivation is so great that ordinary people can't fight against them. Shi Qian nodded and said, Xueqi's strength was not weak, but under the combined attack of the 5 of them, he could not even withstand a single blow. However, at this moment, he was looking for the defeated Xueqi. Xueqi had already retreated and disappeared into the crowd. Shi Qian sneered in his heart, feeling puzzled. Could it be that this Ghost Valley was really so weak? As one of the top 3 experts of the Chilean boundary, how could he be defeated so easily? Although the 5 of them were not weak, wasn't it too easy for Xueqi to lose? You really don't know what's good for you. The Ghost Valley has an undeserved reputation. I, Wang Minghua, am not afraid of you. Wang Minghua also sneered. His eyes met Zhang Tianming's, and battle intent rose once again. Come, I, Zhang Tianming, will let you know who the real experts are today. Zhang Tianming gripped the dragon-slaying saber in his hand as he stepped forward, directly standing together with Wang Minghua and the other 3. The surrounding people also became restless. A chaotic battle seemed to have begun at this moment. At the moment when Zhang Tianming and the other 4 pulled Xueqi down from the altar, everyone seemed to have found a way to vent their anger. Xueqi was not invincible. Xueqi was said to be a god, but wasn't he still defeated by the 5 of them? They also believed that they definitely had the ability to fight against Zhang Tianming. They dared to pull the emperor down from the throne without hesitation. This was the true disposition of an expert. If they were to be cowardly, they would not be able to stand out. An expert must go through a bloody battle to be called an expert. Only after going through hundreds of battles could one rise to the top. Crazy, crazy. If these guys continue to fight like this, I'm afraid it will turn into a situation of killing each other. Luo Ping said in a deep voice. He had no choice but to withdraw from the battle. His face became gloomy. More than 80 people started a chaotic battle with Zhang Tianming and Wang Minghua as the leaders. More and more people gathered and started to fight. Everyone wanted to be the leader of Wang Di Mountain. Everyone wanted to be the leader of the 200 monstrous geniuses. However, it would not be easy to defeat everyone here. Where's Xueqi? Where did this guy go? Luo Ninger was the most clear-headed at this moment because she was not that ambitious. She did not want to be the center of attention. These guys, they really don't want to live anymore. The silver dragon is under the control of the others. The situation is out of control now. Emo Sanpao shook his head and sighed. Luo Ninger's words were exactly what he wanted. Xueqi might have withdrawn from the battle as he did not want to be the center of attention. As the saying goes, the onlooker sees the game better than the onlooker. Luo Ninger was right. She saw Xueqi's whereabouts. He had disappeared. As for the others, especially Zhang Tianming and Wang Minghua, they became arrogant after defeating Xueqi. In their eyes, Xueqi was useless. He had already been defeated by the 5 of them. What qualifications did he have to compete for the top spot? Even Luo Ping and Emo Sanpao wanted to join in and compete with them. After all, the true expert would have the last laugh. Who wouldn't want to be the center of attention? Those who could enter the battle royale of the 9 counties were all geniuses. However, the battle between geniuses was the cruelest. The rise of a genius would be accompanied by the fall of countless geniuses. Luo Ninger's words woke them up. Both of them understood that this might be Xueqi's plan. Would he really be defeated so easily? At least this question was worth pondering. No one could deny Zhang Tianming and Wang Minghua's battle strength, especially when the 5 of them joined hands to fight. It was indeed powerful and incomparably valiant. But was the Phantom Valley really that vulnerable? Luo Ping and Emo Sanpao looked at each other. The more they thought about it, the the more scared they became. This might be a trap. Xueqi's plan to exhaust their battle strength. Of course, Xueqi was not invincible. If he was as powerful as Zhang Tianming, then it would be a different story. At this moment, they had to be more careful. Be careful. There must be a reason why Xueqi disappeared at this moment. Luo Ping and Mo Sanpao were aware of this. The three of them slowly retreated. The battle between more than 80 Divine King realm experts was earth-shattering. Wails of ghosts and howls of wolves could be heard. The water was flooded and the canyon was cracked. However, the ginkgo tree was still standing proudly at the riverside. The battle was so intense that Luo Ping and Mo Sanpao dared not to look at it. At this moment, Shi Qian and Hua Yingxiong also retreated secretly. They seemed to have noticed something. However, the battle was still ongoing. The experts did not stop dying. Within half an hour, there were already 20 Divine King realm experts that fell into the Green River. In the end, only skeletons were left floating on the riverbank. Chapter 28:41. It's just too terrifying. God Kings are like cabbages. They're either dead or injured. Some people have lost their lives here forever after this battle. Luo Ninger gripped Luo Ping's hand tightly and said while gritting her teeth. She was afraid that she would see such a scene one day. She was afraid that Luo Ping would leave her. Death had become a common occurrence at this moment. Originally, God King realm experts could dominate the world, but if they wanted to reach the peak of the King realm, they would definitely fall or be heavily injured in battle. Some of them had their origin injured, which would shorten their lifespan. This was also the reason why many God King realm experts only had a lifespan of 1,000 or 10,000 years. Don't worry, it'll be fine. Luo Ping patted Luo Ninger's hand and said, I'm afraid that you'll leave me one day. I don't want to leave you. Luo Ninger said softly. The world was cruel, but there were always things that people shouldn't have to endure. She was afraid that one day, she or he would be like a dandelion, scattered in the world, leaving behind only a fragrant scent. Fool, if that day really comes, I'll definitely leave before you. Luo Ping smiled and hugged Luo Ninger. At this moment, a cold aura could be felt from afar. Luo Ping's expression changed slightly. When he felt it, it was already too late. His lover, Luo Ninger, was standing beside him. Be careful. Luo Ping. Mo Sanpao shouted as his expression changed. Luo Ping could not turn around in time. Luo Ninger stood in front of Luo Ping subconsciously. A black palm wind penetrated through Luo Ninger's body. Her soul was instantly injured and shattered into pieces. Pooh! Luo Ninger spurted out a mouthful of blood. Her face was extremely ugly, without a trace of blood. No! Luo Ping roared with all his might. His face was contorted, but he knew that even if he was hit by this palm, he would not be able to survive. Brother Ping, I can't do it anymore. Luo Ninger's murmur echoed in Luo Ping's ears. At this moment, Luo Ping's heart almost shattered. This palm strike was more painful and heartbreaking than hitting his own body. No, no, no. Luo Ping gritted his teeth in anger. Who is it? Luo Ping roared. However, no one noticed that Xueqi's figure had already appeared beside them at this moment. Mo Sanpao acted as if he was facing a formidable enemy. It's you. How can you achieve great things if you are indecisive and hesitant? For the sake of a woman, you're so wishy-washy. What's there to be sad about when you die? Xueqi said indifferently as he looked at Luo Ping in disdain. Xueqi, you and I are irreconcilable. Luo Ping could not wait to eat his flesh. This palm had almost depleted Luo Ninger's life force. She was on the verge of death now. Brother Ping, between you and me we are after all deep in love but shallow in fate. The only thing I will not regret in this life is falling in love with you. After I die you must treat yourself well. I will always accompany you in your heart, Luo Ninger said with difficulty. At this moment, her breath was extremely weak. One could only see her lips moving. Luo Ping's eyes were bloodshot as he hugged Luo Ninger tightly. Finally, her breath disappeared at this moment. Xueqi, compensate my Ninger. Luo Ping roared thunderously as he soared into the sky towards Xueqi. Don't be rash, Luo Ping. Mo Sanpao's words were still a step too late. The moment Luo Ping put down the lady in his arms, he had already disregarded his life and death. At this moment, without any hesitation, he rushed up to the sky to fight a life-and-death battle with Xueqi. At this moment, he no longer hesitated, nor did he dare to be careless. Regardless of whether he won or lost, he no longer cared. However, the rage in his heart had already reached the highest heavens. If he didn't vent it, he would definitely die from depression. Mo Sanpao could not bear to see Luo Ping throw his life away, so he quickly went up to meet him. Xueqi was fighting against two enemies at the same time, but Luo Ping was killing his way out without a care for his life. His way of fighting had already shown his determination to die, just to pull you down from the altar. Luo Ping vented the anger in his heart. His strength continued to rise and reached the peak. Luo Ping was not weak. This time, Xueqi had stimulated the endless power in his body. In a battle of life and death, Luo Ping, who was fearless, was even more powerful. The two of them were having a great time fighting against Xueqi, fighting back and forth. Xueqi's eyes were burning with passion as he snorted coldly. "Do you really think that you're invincible? You can't even get past a woman. You're just a piece of trash." Xueqi was not afraid of Luo Ping's divine spear as he was too powerful. With just his physical strength, he could fight against Luo Ping and Mo Sanpao. Mo Sanpao's strength was not ordinary and he could be ranked in the top 20 experts. However, compared to Xueqi, he was still too weak. After the first wave of attack, they were suppressed by Xueqi step by step. There was no chance for them to turn the tide. Mo Sanpao gritted his teeth. He knew that if they continued to fight, they would only become cannon fodder. Xueqi could easily kill both of them. From the start, he felt that this was a trap. Now it seemed like Xueqi had planned this all along. Moreover, he killed Luo Ninger because she was meticulous. She noticed something was wrong at the first moment. She did not know the truth, but because she was in the mountain, when everyone was fighting with their lives on the line, only Luo Ninger knew how to stay out of it. That was the best way to protect herself. How could Xueqi let her go? "Give me back my Ninger." Luo Ping's attacks were fatal. He did not care about his life. At this moment, his heart was filled with anger and sorrow. He only wanted to kill Xueqi. Those divine kings who were fighting in the depths of the battlefield had already begun their final battle. Out of the 80 divine kings, only less than 40 remained. Zhang Tianming's strength was indeed extraordinary. Even so, he was still fighting in the front line. There was almost no one who could defeat him. "Why are all the bones gone?" Xueqi squinted his eyes. At that moment, he finally discovered that something was off. Although the battle between Luo Ping and Xueqi had already left the depths of the valley, the God King skeletons that floated on the green water had already vanished, which made Xueqi even more curious. Roar! You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.